Ethical hacking essentials. Now, data plays an essential role in our lives. We each consume and produce huge amounts of information each day, and it can be used in industries as diverse as healthcare, banking, marketing, and many more. However, such sensitive information needs to be protected, which is where ethical hacking comes in useful. But what is ethical hacking? Here we take a closer look at the practice, including what it is, why it is useful, and how you can learn ethical hacking. We will also explore some of the job roles and salaries available to those with the necessary hacking skills. Now, what is hacking? So before we get into ethical hacking, let's look at one of the key concepts that underlie the practice. In basic terms, hacking is the process of gaining unauthorized access to data that's held on a computer, system, or network. Hackers, or those who practice hacking, will access systems in a way that the creator or holder did not intend. Although the typical connotation of hacking and hackers is a negative one, it can actually be a beneficial process, as we shall see. Now, what is ethical hacking? So ethical hacking is a process where a professional hacker legally and deliberately tries to break into the computers and devices of an organization. In doing so, ethical hackers can test the organization's defenses, highlighting any vulnerabilities in their systems or network. Of course, it is a detailed and often complex process with many different elements to consider. An ethical hacker, sometimes known as white hat hacker, will also look for a weakness in a variety of different ways. They will also perform a variety of other tasks linked to a general cybersecurity. So this can be including assessing vulnerabilities, penetration testing, gathering intelligence about entry points, scanning infrastructure to spot weakness, accessing systems or network and exploring vulnerabilities, hiding their access and evading detection, complying reports and analysis for the attempts. Now, what is penetration testing? So you will often see the terms ethical hacker and penetration testing or pen testers used interchangeably. However, depending on what you are looking at, there are some differences to note. As we explore in our open step on this subject, penetration testing is a type of test that helps to identify what kinds of attacks an infrastructure is vulnerable to. So it involves intentionally trying to attack the system to find its weakness and devise ways to defend them. So the difference between penetration testing and ethical hacking. So what's the difference between these two? Now, while the term ethical hacking can be used to describe the overall process of assessing, performing, testing, and documenting based on a host of different hacking methodologies, penetration testing is just one tool or process within the ethical hacking. Alright, so the difference is that the penetration testing is one of the tool or the process from ethical hacking. So the bigger thing is ethical hacking. Now, understanding hacking roles. So the field of cybersecurity is broad and complex, and it is not surprising that there are several subsets of the hacking community. Ethical hackers may work for a cybersecurity firm, work in-house at an organization, or find a contract roles by working as independent consultants. So we have white hat hackers, black hat hackers, gray hat hackers, red team, we have blue team, and we have the purple team. So we will discuss each one. So let's start with white hat hackers. So a white hat hacker or ethical hacker is an individual who uses hacking skills to identify security vulnerability in hardware, software, or networks. So however, unlike the black hat hackers or malicious hackers, white hat hackers respect the rule of law as it is applies to hacking. So these are the good guys. Let's consider it. These are the good guys. So we have the black hat hackers. Black hat hackers are criminals who break into computer networks with malicious intent. So they may also release malware that destroys files, holds computer hostages, or steals passwords, credit card numbers, and other personal information. So these are considered the bad guys, by the way. We have the gray hat hackers, and the gray, you can see that it is with A, not E. Anyway, so the gray hat hackers may sometimes violate laws or usual ethical standards, but they do not have the malicious intent typical of a black hat hacker. When a white hat hacker discovers a vulnerability, they will exploit it only with the permission and not to tell others about it until it has been fixed. However, in contrast, the black hat hacker will illegally exploit it and tell others about and how to do so. But the grey hat hacker will neither illegally exploit it nor tell others how to do so. So it is like between. So he is a good and he is sometimes a bad. He is in the middle. Now we have a term called red team in the cybersecurity. Now a red team consists of security professionals who act as advisories to overcome cybersecurity controls. Red teams often consist of independent ethical hackers who evaluate system security in an objective manner. They utilize all the available techniques discussed below, we will talk about it, to find weakness in people, processes, and technology to gain unauthorized access to assets. As a result of these simulated attacks, Red Team make recommendations and plans on how to strengthen an organization security posture. But the Blue Team hacker here consists of security professionals who have an inside-out view of organization. Their task is to protect the organization's critical assets against any kind of threat. They are well aware of the business objectives and the organization's security strategy. Therefore, their task is to strengthen the castle walls so no intruder can compromise the defenses. We have the Purple Team. So Purple is a cooperative mindset between attackers and defenders working on the same side. As such, it should be thought of as function rather than a dedicated team. So the true purpose of Red Team is to find ways to improve the Blue Team. So Purple teams shouldn't be needed in organization where Red Team, Blue Team interaction is healthy and functioning properly. So the Purple Team actually only exists when one of the teams, like the Red Team or the Blue Team, are not working correctly or not functioning properly. Now, why is ethical hacking important? So we know what ethical hacking is, but why computer hacking be so beneficial? So essentially, by intentionally figuring out exploits and weakness in our organization computer networks, it is possible to fix them before an ethical hacker can take the advantage of them. Ethical hackers work to help organizations identify and eliminate threats by improving the overall IT security of the organization. So, in a time where sensitive data is stored across all kinds of businesses, networks, and servers, it is essential to protect it. So, the white hat or the ethical hackers help to identify exploits that could be exploited by black hat or unethical malicious hackers. Of course, it is not just data that it is at stake when it comes to cybercrime. For example, we have a 2020 report by the Center for Strategic and International Studies and security software company McAfee found that cybercrime losses amount to around 945 billion. Can you believe that? Up from 522 billion in 2018. Can you believe that? This number is very huge. So they attribute these rising costs to better reporting as well as more effective hacking techniques. As well as the loss of the data and money, cybercrime can harm public safety, damage economies, and undermine national security. So evidently, it is essential to protect organizations and their data, and ethical hacking can play a crucial role in this protection. Thanks for watching. Now, in the next lecture, we will talk about the ethical hacking processes. I will see you there. The ethical hacking processes. Most ethical hackers follow this industry standard 6 steps process. First, reconnaissance. 2, environmental scanning. 3, gaining system access. 4, maintaining system access. 5, clearing evidence of the breach. 6, provision of a final report. So we will talk about each one of them in detail. Now let's start with the reconnaissance. Upon receiving explicit and contractual consent from the organization, the reconnaissance portion of the hacking process can begin. So this involves collecting as much information as possible about the target using the various tools at the hacker's disposal, including the company website, internet research, and even social engineering. And don't worry about the term social engineering, we will talk about it in this course. For now, these are all similar to the types of behaviors that a malicious hacker would engage in when attempting to breach an organization. Now, the second thing, which is environmental scanning. During this second scanning phase, the hacker moves from passive to active information gathering by looking for ways to infiltrate the network and bypass any intrusion detection systems in place. Gaining system access, the third phase. Now, when the hacker is successful in step 2, they shift to step 3, which is attacking the network. Now, during this phase, the hacker gains access to the target, determines where the various vulnerabilities lie, and assesses just how much damage could conceivably be dealt now that they have access. We have the maintaining system access phase. So given that it takes on average 228 days to identify a breach, this is based on SOPR's 2021, it is safe to assume that the average cyber criminal isn't in or out. So they stick around as long as possible once they have successfully breached a network. In this fourth stage, the hacker explores ways to maintain their access. Now we have clear evidence of the breach phase. Just as breaking and entering criminal might take the time to clear any evidence of their crime, cyber criminals are likely to do the same in a digital context. In this stage, the hacker will look for any traces of their activity and remove them. We have the provision of a final report phase. So for their final deliverable, the ethical hacker compiles all the lessons learned from their mission and reports them back to the organization, including recommendations for avoiding future security incidents. Thanks for watching. The advantages of becoming an ethical hacker. So there are several advantages to pursue a career as an ethical hacker. So the typical ethical hacker's salary range from approximately 91,000 USD to 117,000 salary using the salary.com on 2000 based on 2022. So given the exponential and ongoing growth of cybercrime, ransomware attacks alone increased by 148% last year. Can you imagine that? And this is based on statistics on Zaharia based on 2022. So the demand for ethical hackers is expected to remain strong in the coming decades. So furthermore, ethical hackers can take pride in knowing that they contribute to keeping integral networks and systems as secure and high functioning as possible. So while the compensation and availability of ethical hacking jobs are expected to remain high for those considering entering the field, so becoming a competitive candidate requires a considerable degree of ongoing education and continual upskilling. And don't worry, I got you. In this course, we will talk about everything. We will start from the scratch, from zero until we reach to a level we are the hero. Alright? Thanks for watching and make sure you are excited, and we will start in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. Why hackers use Linux? Linux first is an open source. So unlike Windows, Linux is an open source, meaning that the source code of the operating system is available to you. As such, you can change and manipulate it as you please. So if you are trying to make a system operate in a ways it wasn't intended to, being able to manipulate the source code is essential. The second thing is Linux is transparent. So to hack effectively, you must know and understand your operating system and a large extent the operating system you are attacking. Linux is totally transparent, meaning we can see and manipulate all its working parts. Not so with Windows. Microsoft tries hard to make it as difficult as possible to know the inner working of on its operating system. So you never really know what's going on under the hood. Whereas in Linux, you have spotlight shining directly on each and every component of the operating system. This makes working with Linux more effective. Linux offers granular control. Linux is granular, that means that you have almost infinite amount of control over the system. In Windows, you can control only what Microsoft allows you to control. In Linux, everything can be controlled by the terminal at the most minuscule level or the most macro level. In addition, Linux makes scripting in any of the scripting languages simple and effective. Most hacking tools are written for Linux. So well over 90% of all hacking tools are written for Linux. There are exceptions, of course, such as Kane, Able, and Wikto, but those exceptions prove the rule. Even when hacking tools such as Metasploit or Nmap are ported for Windows, not all the capabilities transfer from Linux. the future belongs to Linux or Unix. This might seem like a radical statement, but I firmly believe that the future of information technology belongs to Linux and Unix systems. Microsoft had its day in the 1980s and 1990s, but its growth is slowing and stagnating. Since the internet began, Linux Unix has been the operating system of choice for web servers due to its stability, reliability, and robustness. Even today, Linux Unix is used in 2/3 of web servers and dominates the market. Embedded systems in routers, switches, and other devices almost always use a Linux kernel, and the world of virtualization is dominated by Linux, with both VMware and Citrix built on the Linux kernel. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, now the first thing we need to install or to download Kali Linux. So go to the official website of Kali.org or just Google it. Kali download. And then from here, we need to install the bare metal. And from here, I want to install the current latest version, which is 2022 for now. So here, installer, install either torrent or you want a simple download. And by the way, you can check the sum. I already did that. I downloaded that. So the second thing, which we need a virtualization or to have it bootable on as dual boot. Okay. Now, actually, I prefer to use the virtual machine. So install either VirtualBox or VMware. I recommend using VirtualBox. So from here, new, here name it Kali Linux, and here the type is Linux and it is 64. So next, and here choose the memory to be whatever spec you have on your PC. For me, I will do 2000, which is 2 gig. Create VirtualBox or virtual disk and create the default. Just next. No worries. Here you can increase it or decrease it, depends on the specs on your laptop, computer, whatever. For me, I will choose 50 gigabyte. Create. And then after that, click on setting while clicking on the Kali Linux. And from here, we will go to the storage. And here on the empty, as you can see, the control IDE, open and choose the Kali Linux you have installed. And I have selected the Kali Linux that I have downloaded. Click OK and press start. Let's wait until it is booted. From here, we can choose to run the graphical install, or we have advanced, or we can just, as you can see, just live running. Okay, but I prefer actually graphical install, the first option. Continue to select English as language. Whatever, you choose the default settings, which is United States for the country. Choose American English. Continue. Continue to choose the host name as the default or Kali, or you can choose whatever host name you want, the domain name you want. But for me, I will just leave it as is. The new user will be Kali. Continue. The username for the account will be Kali as well. The password, I will choose 123456. Okay. Continue. Continue. Here I will choose guided use entire disk. Okay. Unless you want to be encrypted using the LVM, this is another story. But for me, I will choose the guided. Continue. And here you can separate the home, the var, the temp partition, or separate the home, or all in one, which is recommended for your use. Actually, it is recommended. Just continue and finish. Yes, write changes to the disk. Continue. And let's wait until it is installed. Okay, now here you can see that you can check or select the software. So you can customize it by choosing a different desktop environment, whatever. Here, you can see we can just leave it as is, like the Kali default desktop environment. The desktop environment here, as you can see, collection of the tools, top 10 most popular tools, default. You can choose the KDE Plasma. You can select GNOME as well. But for me, I will just leave it as is and continue. Now, install the grub loader to your primary drive. Yes, continue. And you can choose the inter-device manually. Actually, choose this device, the Dev SDA, the default one, and continue. Okay, now continue to reboot. So this will reboot the virtual machine. And here, press enter. Here, type Kali, the username you have provided, and the password you have provided. For me, it is Kali and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we have Kali Linux downloaded and set up. And in the next lecture, we will start having a quick tour into the Kali and start having everything we needed for the ethical hackers. I will see you there. Now let's start with Linux directory structure. Now, as you can see from this image, actually, this is the Linux directory structure. So this is like a tree. And from here, you can see that we are starting from the slash, here slash, which means the root directory, which is where everything starts. Now, we can start from the bin. Now you can see slash bin, which means the bin directory inside the root directory. And by the way, the bin here is for the user binaries. We have the sbin for the system binaries. We have the etc configuration files. Don't worry, we will talk about each one of them in details. As a low-level details, everything you need, it will be handled in this lecture. No worries. We have the div for device files. We have the proc for the process, or the proc for the process information. We have the var for the variables files. We have the temporary files, slash user for user programs, home for the home directories. This is for the users, the home directory of the users. The bootloader files, the lib, system libraries, opt, the optional add-on apps, mnt for the mount directory, media for removable devices like USB, CD, etc., etc. Back then floppy, if you are aware of this, it was an old storage media, and SRV for the service data. Okay, now let's start one by one. First, let's start with the root or the slash. Now every single file and directory starts from the root directory. Only root user has write privilege under this directory. And please note that the root is the root user home directory, which is not the same as slash. So we have actually two places. Please don't get confused. So we have the slash alone, which means the root directory of the all of the system files, okay, as we mentioned before. And we have the slash root. If we return back here, actually I didn't put it here because it is not important that much necessarily, but actually I should have put it here, which is the slash root. Okay, so it should be one of these, slash root, which is the home directory of the root user. Okay, don't worry, we will handle that in details. Okay, so the slash root is not the same as the slash. Slash root is the home directory of the root user. Okay, and slash is the root directory of all of the files and data of the system. Okay, cool. Now let's start with the bin or the user binaries. It contains the binary executables. Common Linux commands you need to use in a single user modes are located under this directory. Commands used by all the users of the system are located here as well. So for example, the ps command, ls, bing, grep, cp for the copy, and etc, etc. Okay, the sbin, the system binaries. Just like the bin, the sbin also contains binary executables, but the Linux commands located under this directory are used typically by the system administrator for system maintenance purpose. And for example, iptables, reboot, fdisk, ifconfig, swapon, and so on. Now let's start with the etc, the configuration files. This contains configuration files required by all the programs. This also contains startup and shutdown shell scripts used to start, stop individual programs. For example, etcresolve.conf, etclogrotate.conf, and we have that. If you install Nginx, you will find it here. If you install Apache, you will find it here, MySQL, PostgreSQL, etc., etc. Okay? This is the configuration files for specific programs. Now let's start with the div devices or device files. This contains device files. These include terminal device, USB, or any device attached to the system. For example, div tty, which is the teletyper, type 1, okay? Don't worry, we will talk about this later on in this course. The div USB Moon 0. These are examples. Now, the proc or the process information. This contains information about system process. This is a pseudo file system contains information about running process. For example, /proc PID, the process identifier directory, contains information about the process with that particular PID. So for example, you are running specific service or specific process with PID. Every information or pseudo information will be found here, okay? And under the proc / the PID, for example, 900. If you go to the 900, you will find that all the information about this specific process. This is a virtual file system with the text information about system resources. So for example, the proc uptime. This is one of the processes. Now let's start with the var or variable files. var stands for variable files. The content of the files that are expected to grow can be found under this directory. So this includes system log files. So for example, /var log, packages and database files /var lib, emails /var email, print queue /var spool, log files, for example, /var log, temp files needed across reboots /var temp, and so on. Now let's start with the temp or temporary files. Directory that contains temporary files created by system and users. The files under this directory are deleted when system is rebooted, because this is a temporary after all. The /user or user programs, it contains binary, libraries, documentation, and source code for second level programs. So for example, /user bin contains binary files for user program. If you cannot find a user binary under /bin, look under the /user bin, for example. For example, let's see at awk, the command for awk, cc, ls, scp, all of that will be, most likely, will be located under this directory. So the /user sbin also contains binary files for system administrators. So, for example, if you cannot find a system binary under sbin, look under the user sbin. For example, again, atd, cron, sshd, the user add command, user del command. So to continue, user lib contains libraries as well for the user bin and user sbin. And the user local contains users programs that you install from the source. So for example, when you install Apache from source, it goes under the /user local Apache 2. Okay, so again, the /user here is for the user programs. Okay, and it is under it you can find user lib, user bin, user local, user sbin, and so on. The home directory /home. This is the home directory of all users to store their personal files. So for example, we have user called John. It will be /home/John. Again, Nikita /home Nikita, and so on. Okay, the personal files of these users will be here under the home. The same as we mentioned before, the root, it will not be /home root. No, it will be /root directly. Okay, because this is the root user. After all, it should be separated between the regular users, right? /boot or bootloader files. It contains bootloader related files, kernel, init rd, VM Linux, grub files are located under the /boot. For example, init.image 2.6, etc., generic. This is one of the files that needed for the bootloader. And another file is VM Linux, etc., generic. Okay, this is the version. It doesn't matter for now. This is just an example. So these are files very important for the bootloader. So it will be located under the /boot. The lib, or the system libraries. This contains files that supports the binary located under the /bin and sbin. Libraries files are either ld star or lib star, okay, .so star, etc. For example, ld 2. etc. .so, lib courses.so 5.7, etc. These are just another examples. The opt or optional add-on applications. So opt stands for optional, contains add-on applications for individuals vendors. Add-on applications should be installed under either opt or opt subdirectory. Okay, so anything inside the opt. The MNT or mount directory. Temporary mount directory where a system administrator can mount file system. Okay, so you want to mount a specific file system, network file system. Okay, you will most likely mount it here by default unless you want it another place. The /media, the removable media devices. Temporary, this is a temporary mount directory for removable devices. So for example, /media CD-ROM, this is for the CD-ROM. Media floppy for the floppy drives. If you recall these actually is a very old one. They are not exist anymore. Actually, the CD-ROM is not exist anymore, but some are still using it. Media CD recorder for CD writer, and so on. The SRV or service data. SRV stands for service. It contains server-specific services-related data. So for example, /SRV CFS contains CFS-related data. Okay, thanks for watching. Okay, now let's dig into Kali Linux usage and explore some basic Linux command. Now from here, open the terminal. Okay, now from here, if I go to the file preferences, go to the color scheme here, you can change it to something else as you want. Actually, I prefer green on black. Now, not to sound like hacker, to be honest, but actually it's better for my eyes. So if I click here, yeah, you can see that now it is better. All right. Actually, let's increase the font size. Control Shift, the plus sign. Okay, so yeah, I think this is better. Let's increase this and this. All right. Now, the first command, it will be ls. ls, it is the command used for listing the files. So as you can see, ls, and here all the files or directories I have on the current path. Okay, so ls to list commands. So ls to list files. Okay, now we have clear. So you can see that if I type enter, and as you can see, now you can see that the screen is becoming chaotic. So to clear the screen, we will put the clear command. Clear, as simple as that. Okay, so we learned ls and clear. Okay, now what if I want to learn more about specific command? So for example, the ls command, I want to read more about it, about its option, about its features, whatever. So we will use the man command. The man command is used for manual. Okay, so man ls. Okay, it will show us what is the ls command will do. So list directory contents. As you can see, ls, this is the syntax or synopsis. ls option, whatever options, then the file, whatever file. So you can see that we have a lot of descriptions, -a, all, author, p, c, f, whatever. You can read more about it, as you can see from here. Now to quit from this, you can see that press H for help or Q for quit. So let's quit. All right. So man clear. As you can see, clear the terminal screen. And it has a lot of options. -t, type, v, x, whatever. Okay. Q to quit. Now man. So this is to show the manual for the manual page. Okay. So this is man. This is an interface to the system references manuals. Okay. So you can see that it has -k, -k capital, -f, l, w options. All right. All right. Cool. So far, so good. Okay. Now, if I type ls, you can see that I am here.
currently. I want to know where I am currently. So if I type pwd, which is print working directory, it will show us that I am inside the home/Kali. Okay, so if I type man pwd, here you can see that it will print the name of the current working directory. Okay, so print working directory or the current directory, and it has a lot of options like -L, -P, whatever. You can read more about it. Okay, now let's clear the screen again. And now if I type ls, you can see that I am here inside the home Kali when I typed pwd. Okay, the Kali home directory. Now I want to go to the desktop, okay, where it is here. Okay, how to do such a thing? I will use the cd command, man cd again. You can see that some of the commands are not or don't have manual. So like the cd, because it's a simple command, so it has not. So cd, then the name of the directory. Okay, so if I type ls, I want to go to the desktop. Okay, but remember in Linux this is a case sensitive, so cd desktop, the D must be capital. Now you can notice that if I type desktop, I can press the tab button. So if I press it, it will auto-complete the sentence or the name of the folder or directory. In Linux we called it directory, not folder. In Windows we called it folder. Okay, so cd desktop. Now you can see that, yeah, from here, from tilde mark, it changed to the desktop. By the way, the tilde mark here means it is the home directory of the current user, which is in our case, it is the Kali user. Okay, no worries. We will talk about this in details later on, but for now, follow me. Okay, now if I want to go back, I will go cd ... Okay, now ... means the parent directory. Again, we will talk about this later on, no worries. Okay, so here we will go back to the parent directory of the desktop, and the parent directory of the desktop is the home directory of Kali Linux user. Okay, now here, what if I want to make a new directory? I will use the command mkdir or make directory. So man make dir, you can see this is to make directory, and we have other options as you can see here. So make dir, and let's name it test, and press ls. You can see here it is test. So cd to test. You can see now we are inside the test directory. Okay, so far so good. Now you may ask me, this directory is empty. How did we go to the ... or to the dot? There is other thing called dot, which is the current directory. How did we go there? It is not even exist. No, actually it is exist, but it is hidden. So if I type ls-a, okay, this will show all the directory. So how did I know that? Just open the manual page and press don't ignore entries start with dot. As you can see, because the dot here in Linux, it will be considered a hidden directories, okay, or hidden files. So when I type ls, it will not be shown, but ls-a, it will show everything, which is dot and dot. The dot here, one single dot, which is the current directory, which is the test directory. Now you may ask me, but what is the use for this? This has no meaning. No, we will talk about it later on, no worries. And the dot, which means the parent directory of the current directory, which is the parent directory of test, which is in our case the tilde. And we already mentioned that this means the home directory of the current user, which is Kali user, which is the Kali home page. So cd ... it will go to the parent directory, and you can see we returned back. All right, so far so good. Now let's clear the screen. Now also there is other options like -p, which means create a parent directory. So for example, I have test here, right? So what if I want to create test2, as you can see, and inside it I want to create test3, like this? This will not work because test2 is not exist in the first place. So for that case, I will put -p, which is parent, and this will create test2. As you can see, if I type ls test2 directory, it will show us the content, or the content of test2, which is test3, the folder we have created. Now let's talk about another command, which is the wish command. This is to search through the directories that are defined in the path environment. So if I type echo, this is a command used to print a text. So if I type echo hi, it will print hi, as you can see in double quotation. If I type echo hi, also it will print it. But if I type echo shift hi, now you can see that the shift 4 or the $sign means that this is a variable in Linux, and this variable is not assigned. But we have environment variables called the path. Okay, so if I type it, it will see, you can see that this variable contains a listing of directories that Kali search when a command is issued without its path. By the way, this is not in Kali Linux only. This is used with Debian or Linux generally. Okay, so Debian based or Red Hat based or whatever Linux distribution. Okay, well, some of them doesn't use this or have a special meaning, whatever. Okay, but I'm talking about the popular distribution. Anyway, so if I type ls here, you can see this is a command, by the way. By the way, this is a utility that exists on the system that should be inside here. So if I type echo path, it should be either here, user local bin, or user local bin, or user bin, or whatever. Okay, so it must be inside one of these directories. So if I type which, by the way, man which, we learned that which locate a command. As you can see, it will locate a command where it is. So which ls, as you can see, ls is aliased to ls-color, or which cd. You can see that these are built-in commands. So let's look about another command. So for example, which Python. Python is a command, and you can see it is inside the user bin Python, here where it is located. So I'm using which command. Okay, by the way, the cd and ls, these are a built-in command, so most likely they are not existed anywhere, or they are existed actually, but we will talk about these later on, no worries. Now we have another command called locate, man locate, like this. This is to find files by name quickly. Okay, so as you can see, in which turn read the database made by update db. So for example, locate Python, you can see it will start looking for all or anything called Python, as you can see. Now this list to be updated, we must use this command, update db. Okay, like this. So press it, you can see permission denied. For that case, because after all, I'm updating the whole system, or I'm updating the database from the whole system, so I must use the sudo command. No worries, we will talk about this later on. The sudo command, by the way, if I type man sudo, this is to execute a command as another user. So sudo update db, and here it will ask for password, of course, which is Kali 123456. By the way, this is a stupid password, but anyway, this is just for the sake of this course. Now we updated the database, so locate again Python, and sorry, I mistake this. I have a mistake. Yeah, it will show us the same results, by the way. Okay. Now finally we have another command. I know we took a lot of time, but these are just the basics. No worries, we will have what we learned practically step by step, and we will repeat it over and over, so you will get used to it and you will master it in no time, trust me. Now finally we have the find command. So man find, this is to search for file in directory or hierarchical. So for example, find slash, this is where we want to search, dash name, and the name which will be Python, for example. But you can see that it will start showing us permission denied, permission denied. All right, so we learned that, we already learned what we do, what should we do, which is using the sudo. And as you can see, it will show us that it found some, but here we got permission denied for this for some reason. For now, we will not handle it because this is a low level. We will talk about it later on. Okay, so we found what we want. All right, cool. So far, so good. Now, I will provide you with exercises on what we have learned here in this lecture. So you will practice with me, okay? Now, I recommend you to do the exercises because it will be very useful for you. As they say, practice makes perfect. Now, managing Kali Linux services. As you can see, Kali Linux is a specialized Linux distribution aimed at security professionals, and it contains several non-standard features. Okay, now the first thing, let's start with the SSH service, or the secure shell. Now, it is most commonly used to remote access computer using a secure encrypted protocol. Okay, now in that case, we will use command called systemctl. Okay, now as we learned previously, man systemctl, as you can see, control the systemd system and service manager. Okay, so this is to control the systemd. Now you can read more about it. The systemd is something came for process management and all of that stuff. No worry, this is not our subject currently. Now systemctl, by the way, I can press tab again, systemctl, then start or stop or restart. As you can see, the status or status. Okay, so let's start with the status SSH. Okay, now you can see that it shows us that, yeah, here if you can see it is inactive. Now to show more information, I must provide the sudo. Now instead of typing the same command or the up arrow button, no, I can do sudo shift1 or the exclamation mark. So this will provide the previous command, which is system status SSH, and before it is sudo. So sudo systemctl status SSH. So if I press enter, you can see that, yeah, it shows us this is the command. Now press again enter, and of course it will need the password because this is a sudo command, and yeah, it showed us. Now yeah, it shows us it is inactive. Now if I type the same command, okay, systemctl, not without sudo, I mean, let's start the SSH. You can see that if I press that, it will ask us for authentication or the password for this to be done. So in that case, which is using the sudo, so sudo systemctl start SSH, here you can see that, yeah, now it is worked. How to check that? Systemctl status SSH, yeah, you can see that here it is active, and 7 seconds ago. Now you can see by default here we have the vendor present, okay, and we have the disabled thing here. Okay, now this means that disabled here, the vendor, which means that by default when it comes or when it is downloaded by default, it will be disabled. Now what does disabled mean? It means that it will not work or it will not run on the startup, on the boot up. Okay, so if I restart this Kali Linux machine, this SSH will not work by default. Okay, now here disabled, this is the first disabled. Okay, this is the vendor preset. Here the disabled, which means not the default behavior, the actual behavior, which is will it run on boot up or it will not. This is what is. So by default it is disabled, and it is disabled, so I must enable it. So when I restart Kali Linux, the SSH will run on boot up. So enable like that and press enter. You can see that, yeah, it is enabled. It will start creating symlinks. In Windows it is the shortcut, which means shortcut. Don't worry, we will talk about the symbolic links and hard links, soft links, all of that stuff. Now if I type status this time, you can see that this time it is enabled. By the way, the vendor preset, this is still disabled, and this cannot be changed, by the way, because this is how it comes from the factory, just like that. Okay, so the guys who created this SSH tool, by default they say make it disabled for more security and stuff like that. All right, but we enable it because we want it to be run over and over anyway. Now again, this is not for a blue team, this is for red team. Okay, so to be honest, we don't care. Yeah, because this is not the system we are protecting or hardening. This is our system to have attack on the systems. Okay, so this Kali Linux to attack systems, of course, not in a malicious way, I mean, in a red team tactics. Okay, but we need to understand how the bad guys think and work. Okay, now how to make sure the SSH is enabled. Now you know that the SSH by default is using the port 22. Okay, the default port. So I have netstat-ntlp. Okay, this is to show us N, which means number, T, which means TCP, because this is a TCP protocol. Now again, if you are not familiar with TCP, UDP, the OSI model, the ports number, I recommend you to read more about it. Okay, well, it is not a big deal. Just have a just high level understanding will do the job. Okay, now L, which means that the status of this is listening, and P, so to protocol or program, show the program, so, or PID. So you can see that, yeah, we have it here. So here it is 22, and it is listening on 0.0.0.0, which means anywhere, and the foreign address is the same. The status is, or the state is listening, and there is no PID or whatever. Okay, now there is another command called ss, again -ntlp, and here it will show us that, yeah, 22 is running, and it is running on anywhere, 0.0.0.0. Okay, now this is for the SSH service. Now let's talk about HTTP service. Now by default, Kali comes with Apache or Apache 2. So I will use the same command, sudo systemctl status Apache, and the Apache is 2. So you can see, yeah, it is inactive. Now how to do such a thing, how to enable it and to start it, as we learned previously. First we need to put start like this, then enable, okay, like this. Now there is a shortcut for this actually, which is sudo systemctl enable, yeah, as we learned, but put the flag -- now, which means it will enable it on startup, and the same time it will start it. So you can see that, yeah, it has been enabled, and it should be started. How to check that? Yes, you are correct. We will use the status command. So here it is active and running this time. Okay, now by the way, if you didn't provide the sudo, it will not show all the information. So you can see that here I already provided the sudo, so it shows us all everything here, as you can see. Now if I provided that without, I provided the command without sudo, you can see that it will show less information, as you can see. So up here it shows us this group, C group thing, and it shows us this, as you can see, the Apache HTTP, whatever. But here it shows us the C group without putting more information, or some consider it a critical information. Yeah, actually sometimes it is a critical. Okay, now how to see what port it is running on? By default it is the 80. So again, let's run ss-ntlp, and you can see that, yeah, it is running on port 80. So this is what we need and what we want. All right, okay, so far so good. Thanks for watching. Now I will provide more exercises on this, kindly to solve them, and if you have any question, let me know. All right, now Kali Linux image contains most common tools used in the field for penetration testing and red team hacking. Now, however, it is not practical to include every single tool. All right, so for that we will use the apt, and apt, it is a set of tools that helps manage packages or applications on Debian based system. Okay, so the first thing, let's start with the apt update. So we will use apt update command. Okay, again it will show us problem, permission denied. We need to provide the sudo command, so sudo shift1 as we learned previously. So sudo apt update, press enter. So here it will start updating the repository and resources here, the resources list. Let's wait a little bit. Now it is done. Now here you can see that to list the upgradable commands. So Ctrl Shift C, Ctrl Shift V, as you can see. So press enter. It will show us everything that can be upgradable in the system and with the version. All right. Now, in my case, I don't want to upgrade everything. I just want to upgrade some of them, for example. So I will type sudo apt upgrade command or subcommand. okay, and then choose the want we want. So for example, Metasploit dash framework, and from where I get this, I get it from here. So if I scroll up a little bit, here it is. So Metasploitable framework. All right, so just copy and paste that, Ctrl Shift C, and delete this and put Ctrl Shift V. Press enter. It will start upgrading and it will tell you what it will install, what it will upgrade, and all of that stuff. You know that it will start downloading 600 megabyte. I don't need that, to be honest, for now. It will do the job. So we learned how to upgrade either the whole system. By the way, upgrading the whole system, just put like this without providing any tool. Okay, now forget about the grade. This is the grade, which is the autocomplete from the Kali bash terminal, okay, behavior. Okay, so it will sudo apt upgrade, as simple as that, like this, okay, and it will start upgrading the whole system. Now, what if I want to install a specific package that is not here? So for example, we don't have a PHP, so I want to install it. So as we learned, sudo apt for now. Now, not upgrade, of course, because PHP is not here. The same thing, not update, to update the resources. So it will be install. So sudo apt install PHP and press enter. As you can see that PHP is already with the newest. So let's have another thing, not PHP, MySQL, for example. As you can see, MySQL is not found. All right, so far so good. Now, how to search for such a thing? Okay, in that case, I will use the search command. So sudo apt search this time, MySQL. Press enter. It will search for everything for MySQL. As you can see, Python-MySQL, Pure, whatever, a lot of stuff, a lot of packages. Okay, so we can choose whatever we want. So for example, this one or whatever. Okay, now if I want MySQL-server, press enter. You can see that this is the default core 1, which is the default MySQL server core. This is for MySQL server or default MySQL server. Just copy and paste it. So sudo apt install and just copy and paste this, for example, and press enter. I don't need that for now. Okay, now for example, actually let's have it installed. So sudo apt from here, let's copy and paste that. Sudo apt install default MySQL and it will start installing. Okay, and as you can see that it is installed and it is ready. Now what if I don't need this and I want to remove it? So I want to install the other one, which is this one, the default MySQL server, not the default MySQL server core. Okay, how to do such a thing? I will use this command, sudo apt remove. By the way, you can see that we are using the apt command and with subcommands: install, update, upgrade, list, upgradable, and remove. So remove, search and remove. So remove and just put the name of the package and let's remove it. It will ask me, yeah, after this operation 10 kilobyte of the disk will be freed. Press yes, and you can see that now it has been removed. All right, cool. So far so good. Now, by the way, sometimes this doesn't remove everything. Just remove the pointer or some dependencies. But if you want to remove everything, you need to put --purge command. But be aware and be cautious while using the purge, because the purge, it will remove everything related to this package. So if I press enter, you can see that, by the way, it is already uninstalled and removed. So yeah, nothing to be removed. Okay, now again, I'm telling you that on a production system, not on the server, not on the Kali Linux system, because in Kali Linux we don't care. We want things to be running and to start attacking the systems. All right, because after all, we are looking from the perspective of a red team, not the blue team here. Now finally, we have another thing, which is the D package. Okay, now this is command not using the apt. So if I type it here, this is a package manager for Debian. As you can see, D, which means Debian, PKG, so which means packages. All right, so sudo D package we will use -i command, which means install, and put the name of the package, for example, test.dbdep. Okay, now this is just a test, no, not something to be installed, but I can, for example, if I want to install specific packages from the internet for Python, for PHP, MySQL, whatever, and I don't need to use the apt, I want it to be installed .debian file. Okay, so after I install it, for example, its name is test, so sudo dpackage -i install this package, which is test.dpackage, and it will start installing. All right, okay, cool, so far so good. Okay, now let's start with environment variables. Now when you open a terminal window, a new bash process which has its own environment variables is initialized. And these variables are form of global storage for various settings, inherited by any application that are run during that terminal session. So open the terminal here. Okay, I want to increase the font size a little bit. Okay, let's clear the screen. Now here we have the first environment variable, which called the path, and we already saw it. So I will use the echo command and put the $sign and the name of the variable. And this is not just a variable, it is environment variable, which means it is for the system. So echo path here, it will start showing us the path where Kali Linux will start looking to check for commands. We have other environment variables like the user. So echo user, here it will show us what is the current user, which is Kali. And by the way, we can see that from here, which is Kali. We can see the working directory. So by typing the pwd, we know that we are inside home Kali. Now we can use echo star or $sign pwd. It will show us home Kali as well. Okay. Also, we can use another environment variable, which is home. This is the home directory for the current user, which is home Kali, as we saw. Okay, by the way, we are inside the tilde. That's why pwd, it will show us the same value. So if I go ls, for example, to desktop, okay, now if I type pwd, it will print the working directory. Please don't get confused. Okay, pwd or echo the pwd, it will show us home Kali desktop, which is where is the current directory, or print working directory or the current directory, which is here. All right, but echo home, it will show us the home directory for the current user, which is Kali. Now, what if we want to create a new variable inside the bash? So first, let's clean the screen. I want to declare this variable var1 equal, for example, 168. For example, let's put inside it google.com. Okay, google.com. All right. So if I type echo $sign var1, it will show us google.com. But if I type, or if I open a new terminal, so Ctrl Shift N, and if I type echo var1 again, okay, it will show us nothing. Why? Because we open a new terminal session. So this variable is inside the current process. So again, if I type bash command, and bash command here is to open a new bash inside this process, so it will be considered a sub process. If I type echo var1, it will show us nothing. So how to make this variable available for all the sub processes? Well, first let's put the exit command. This is to exit from the current shell, or by typing Ctrl D. Okay, so to exit. Now if I type echo var1 again, you can see that it is google.com. Now I will use command called export. So this export var1 equal youtube.com, for example. If I type echo var1 this time, it will be youtube.com. Now if I open a new bash, okay, bash terminal or a bash process, if I type echo var1, it will be here, which is youtube.com. Okay, so far so good. Now if I type Ctrl D or exit, clear the screen, echo var1, yeah, youtube.com is still here. So we will use export command for such things to have this variable for all the sub processes. All right. Now, what is the use of the variable? Of course, we can use it in bash scripting and all of things. So, for example, bing $var1. This will start binging youtube.com. But again, don't do this on a live targets. By the way, Bing will not do anything harmful, but please don't do any scanning or any reconnaissance, whatever, on a live targets, because you may get in trouble. Now we have special variables. First, let's clear the screen. The first one, which is echo $$. So here it will print us the current process ID or PID. So the current ID or PID for this bash terminal or process is like this number, okay, 1105. So to make sure, open a new bash. Now type echo $$. You can see that, oh, it is different, which means this is another bash process as a sub process inside this bash process, and it will show us the PID. Also, we have the echo. So first, let's quit from this bash, clear the screen, echo $, and question mark. So this to tell us what is the status of the last running command. So that if 0, which means it is run successfully. If other than that, it will be considered failed. So for example, let's put this command. This is not a command. This is an error. As you can see, command not found. If I type echo $, question mark, it will be 127, which means there was an error. Okay, but if I run it again, what is the last command, which is echo $? So this will be 0. All right, cool. So far, so good. So this will give us the status of the last running command. If it is 0, which means successful, other than that, it will be considered failed. Now, to see all the variables, so for example, we have the var1, remember, or var1 here. So to see all the environment variables or the variables, run the command inf. So run it like that, and you can see that here is all of the commands are here, or the variables, I mean. Okay, so you can see that, yeah, var1, it is here. var1 equal youtube.com. So all of the environment variable that are here inside the bash process will be here. Okay, now if I quit again from the process, if I run it again, let's increase the font size. Echo var1, you can see, oh, it is not here. Okay, if I type inf, the same thing, var1 is not here, as you can see. Why is that? We will talk about this later on. There is something called the .bash rc. Okay, here. So I will run this command, the cat .bash rc. Here we can put whatever variables, then it will be exported each time we run the bash program or terminal. Don't worry, we will talk about this in details later on. For now, keep that on your mind. Okay, now it's time to talk about history in the terminal. Now we have command called history. So history, man the history. You can see no manual for it, no problem. So if I type history like this, you can see that we will have a list of all of the command history that been modified. Remember when I type this, the arbitrary command, you can see that all of it are here. Okay, and we can use the shift one. This is to run the last command. So for example, if I type ls, it will show us like this. So shift one, it will run ls, as you can see. And if I press enter, yeah, as you can see, it will show us the last command. The same thing for shift 1, for example, 1, which is with this one. Okay, so shift 1, so this is to run the first one. Okay, so if I type shift 7, it will echo pwd, as you can see here where it is 7. It will run echo pwd. So shift 7, yeah, it is pwd. Now run it, it will work fine. Now to search about a specific command, we can use the Control R to search. So Control R, you can see that it will start searching. Now type whatever you want. So for example, echo. As you can see, when I type echo, it shows us that we have echo pwd. Now I don't want pwd, I want the home. Control R again with the same strings, it will start searching on other variables. Again, Control R, Control R, Control R. As you can see, keep typing Control R until we search or find what we want to search for, which is home. Press enter and it will work fine. So this is to have the history of whatever we want. Okay. Now let's start with piping and redirection. Now every program run from a command line has 3 data streams connected to it. Okay. The first thing, which is stdin, stdout, stderror. So stdin, which is the standard input, this is data fed into the program. So this is as an input. Standard output, which is stdout, to output from the program. This is default to terminal. And we have the stderr, which is a standard error. This is the error messages, and by default it is going to terminal. So for the pipeline or piping, we will use shift backslash, which is this one, the vertical line. And for redirection, we will use either greater than or less than. Okay. Now let's have more details about it. So for example, I will use the ls command. Now you can see that the ls command, it will show us something like that. Okay. So if I want to have this to be recorded to a file, okay, so the output of the ls to be recorded to a file, I will use the redirection. So ls, then space, shift, greater than, which means it will be the output from here. It will be considered input to what? For example, test.txt. Press enter. Now you can see the output hasn't been written to the terminal. Okay, but other than that, it has been written here. Now, how to know such a thing? How to know? I will use the cat command or concat. This is the concatenation or catenation cat. So cat test.txt, and it will show us what has been recorded. As you can see, the output of the ls command. Okay, the same thing if I type echo double quotation hi there, and let's put it inside test2.txt, for example. Okay, now if I type cat test2.txt, it will show us hi there. Okay, just as we want. Now imagine I have this file and I don't want to overwrite it over and over. I want hi there and I want to put more commands to it. So I can put the same command, as you can see, hi there, for the second time, for example, and I will use double greater than this time. So this means that add the echo or the output of this command, which is hi there, for the second time, and append it to the test.txt test2 file. Now here, cat again test2.txt, and you can see that hi there for the second time. You can see that it has \n or a new line, because by default the echo command, it will print \n. It is considered \n, and \n means a new line. Now I can choose another thing, which is using -e to skip the thing. So this is will not print. This is to put / whatever thing here, and we can use the n command. So ne, n to not print \n, so it will not print a new line. By the way, how did I know about it? Again, just open it, and here you can see all the options from the manual page. Here, n, do not output the trailing new line, which is \n. E, to enable interpolation of \skips, like \e, whatever. Okay. Well, I'm assuming that you are familiar with these. If you are not, you can read more about it, or you can ask me, no problem. Okay. Now let's quit from here. Now this is for the greater than, the redirection. Now what if I want to redirect from a file? Okay, so the greater than, as we saw, that it will print the output of the ls and it will put it to the text, and with using double greater than, which means appending. Now if I want to read from a file, so for example, I will use the command wc. Now man wc, you can see this is to print new line, word, and bytes count for each file. So this is for word count. It stands for word count. Okay. So if I type word count and the test2.txt, it will show us like the following, that this text file has 2 lines, 8 and 38 letters. Okay, how did I know that? Just man wc, and here you can see it will print new line, however how much line we have, how much word, and how much byte counts. Or by the way, the character itself considered to be a byte. So byte here means that character. Okay, and for this we can use more options like -c for the character, -m for the cars, -l how many lines, and whatever, w for words. So if I type wc -w for word and test2.txt, this will show us 8 words inside the cat2. So if I cat here, you can see that 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, as you can see 8 words. Okay, cool. So far so good. Now we learned what is wc. Now what is the redirection here? All right, so let's clear the screen first. Now wc again, -w. Now this time, as you can see, we put for the wc command a file to read from, right? Now what if I want to read from a specific file using the redirection? Not like that. So I can use the less than, which means that this wc command needs an input, and get that input from what file? From test2.txt. Okay, and it will show us again the same thing. By the way, if you notice, we have a different output because this is using the redirection, but here it print the 8 character or 8 word and the name of the file. Okay, so you can see that the output is different somehow. Okay, now what if I want to redirect the std error? So clear the screen. Now if I type this command, you can see that it will show us command not found, because this is just an arbitrary example or arbitrary command not found in the real life. Now what if I want to see if it is not found? Please don't show the error on the terminal. For that we will use something called redirection the std error. So 2, which is the std error. By the way, 0 consider the std input, 1 consider to the std output, and 2 consider the std error or the standard error. Okay, now I knew there is a lot of information here, but just follow me. So 2 without any spaces, redirection to the /div/null. Now here the div null, this is just a null pointer. It will point to nothing. So run this command, and the std error, which is this one, go and let it go to be inside here, div null, which means don't print the error here, put it there, and the null here, which is just a void, nothing there. Okay, so press enter. You can see that this time the command not found here, error, hasn't been output to the terminal because we redirected the standard error to be to the div null, which is to the void of the system. Now what if I run again cat test3.txt? By the way, test3.txt is not found. As you can see, no such file or directory. Now how should I print this? And if there is no such file, I don't want to be outputted, to be printed to the terminal. How should I do that? Yes, you are correct, as we learned previously. So cat test3.txt, it is not found. If it is not found, put 2 or the standard error to be inside div null. And you can see you guessed it right, and it is working correctly. Okay, now enough with the redirection. We learned the redirection greater than, double greater than, and less than, and we learned how to redirect the standard error to the div null, so the error will not be printed to this terminal. Now it's time to talk about piping. Now, as we learned, piping is using the vertical line, shift \, okay, or whatever it is on your keyboard. Now, for example, if I cat test2.txt, okay, you can see that it will start showing hi there for the second time, as we learned. Now, what if I want to count the number of words for this file? I will use pipe, or as we learned, using the wc command, using the redirection, or wc-w for the file itself. But there is another way to do it, by the way, using the pipelining. So cat test2.txt, and the output with the pipeline means the output of this command will be considered input for this command. So cat test2.txt, and the output of this, which is the hi there for the second time, will be input for the another command, which is wc-w. Okay, now if I do that, press enter, yes, it is working correctly. So the output here considered to be input for this command. Okay, so this is what pipeline means. Okay, by the way, we can put redirection again and again using pipelining. So cat test2.txt and pipelining, and the output will be considered input for this, and again put this to be result.txt, for example. And if I type ls, you can see result.txt here, cat it to see what is inside it. Yeah, it is working 100%. All right, cool. So far, so good. Now, again, I recommend you to practice with me and practice what you have learned on whatever values. I will provide more exercises and assignment for simple exercises just to practice what we have learned here. Alright, now it's time to talk about text searching and manipulation. Now first, let's start with the grep command. The grep command search for text files for the occurrence of a given regular expression and outputs. So it stands for GNU grep, okay? Or GNU regular expression, okay? Alright, now let's have this command, the ls, and we learned that using the LA for list, long list format, and A for all the files, it will show us something like this, as you can see. Now, if I want to search for the desktop, for example, okay, so let's clear the screen, ls-la, then using the pipeline, as we learned previously, using the grep command. So the output of this will be considered input for this. So grep, then in double quotation, or without double quotation, let's put desktop. And remember, this is a case sensitive. So as you can see, yeah, it found the desktop. Here it is. Okay. Now, if I put this D small like this, it will not show anything. But if I put it or use the -I flag, which means ignore the case sensitive, so it will put it, as you can see, D is capital. Yeah, D capital or D small will do the job. All right. Now, by the way, man grep, you can see that it has a lot of options. Actually, grep is a huge topic here. You can see that it has a lot of options, flags, whatever. Okay, cool. Now let's talk about SID. SID is a powerful stream editor. It is also a very complex, so we will only briefly scratch its surface. Okay, here. So, for example, let's clear the screen. Let's echo here. For example, hello there, I am 0. Okay, so this will print hello there, I am 0. Now, in the output, using the pipeline, then SID, and then put single quotation. Now here we will put the s/ the 0, and then slash put 1/. Okay, so this means we'll replace the 0 with 1. Okay, so SID used for replace and text manipulation. So you can see that hello there, I am 0, it was there. Hello there, I am 0. Now hello there, I am 1. Okay, cool. Now also we can use the cut command, and this is a command is quite handy. So let's clear the screen. Again, let's use the same sentence. Hello there, I am 0. Okay, so hello there, I am 0. Output this and use the cut command. Okay, now cut, we will use the dash F option, which is the field number we are cutting. As you can see, the field number, it will be 2, for example, or as you can see 2. Now follow me for now. I know you got confused. Dash D, which is the delimiter, or for the field delimiter, and the delimiter will be the space. Okay, so this means that cut the second. So press enter, I will show you. So you can see that it is hello there. As you can see, I am 0, and the delimiter here is space, so which means that this is the first one. As you can see, the delimiter, what distinguish between these two is the space here. Hello space there space I space am space 0. Okay, so the delimiter here to distinguish between the characters or words is space. And cut the second one, which means that this is the first one, the hello, and this is the second one. So if I want to have the 0, what should I edit? Yes, you are correct. I should edit this from number 2, I mean, to 5. And you can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it will cut 5 here. By the way, if I have something else, for example, hello there, put lista here or commas like these, and put space, it will not work because you can see there are no space here, but put it as lista here like this and press enter. It will give the same result because this is the first one, the second, third, fourth, and fifth. Okay, cool. So far so good. Now finally we will have the AWK utility, and AWK actually is a programming language designed for text processing and is typically used as data extraction and reporting tool. Okay, so for example, let's have this echo who am I, for example, and then the output, let's use AWK, and then we will use single quotation. Inside it we open braces, and then we print shift $sign or shift 4, which means $1, and put lista here $2 or 3 or 2, let's have. So this will show us something like this, who am. Okay, so this is with the first one, the second one, and here is the third one. So if I want to print, for example, 3 here like this, it will print the I only. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, by the way, the AWK is a huge topic again, but we barely scratched the surface here. I'm just giving you a high level understanding of the tool or this language. Also, we have the head command. So for example, let's cut the result file here, for example, the one we have previously, or the test. Let's see what inside it. You can see the test, it has that desktop, document, downloads, whatever. Now we can use the head command. By the way, main head, it will print the first number of files or part of files. Okay, so clear the screen, head test.txt. You can see it will head or print the first 10 lines of the test.txt because it is already have, I think it is 10 lines. So let's hit -5 here, but the -5 option, it will print the first 5 lines. Okay, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only. And again, we have the tail command, -5 as well, test.txt, and this will print the last 5 lines of the file. Okay, cool. So far, so good. By the way, we can hit the first lines, and we can take the first 2 lines, which is music and pictures. So it will be like this, and tail -2 like this. It will show us, this will give us the first 5 lines, and tail -2, which is the last 2 files. All right, cool. Now let's start with editing files from the command line. Now we have many tools actually. We have Vim or Vi. We have Nano. Now let's start with Nano. So Nano test.txt, the one we have created. And here you can see that we can start creating or putting whatever we want. So hello or hi there. Okay. Now press Ctrl X or Ctrl O, as you can see from here. Ctrl O to write out. So to save, Ctrl O, the name of the file, we can change it or keep it as is. As you can see, wrote 12 nines. Ctrl X, so to exit. Okay. Now let's talk another utility, which is the Vim or Vi, which is very popular. So test.txt, but it has a different settings like the Nano. So here to edit the file, you need to put the I. So press the I button. So you can see now we are inside the insert mode. So here we can put hi again or hi again here. Okay. And press the escape button to go away from the insert mode or editing mode. Now then shift semicolon or colon, as you can see, W for write, Q for quit, WQ for write, which means save, I mean, and quit. So open it again, you can see hi again, it is here. All right, cool. Also we can use the O button, so to insert with a new line like this. By the way, Vim has a lot of powerful features and settings, so I don't want to talk about every feature here. Okay, so for now we just learned the important thing. By the way, sometimes when I quit from here, you can see that I can't quit because I need to change or save the changes. So how to quit without changing anything or saving anything? Quit with Shift 1 or the exclamation mark. Press exit. So here it will work. So you can see that, yeah, it hasn't been saved. All right, cool. Okay, now let's talk about comparing the files. Now the first command we will use, which is the compare commands. So remember when we have the test.txt file here, you can see that we have it here. Okay, so just let's copy this file to make a copy from it using the cp command. So let's name this test file, the source is test, and the destination, it will be test_cp. Okay, now let's using Vim editor test_cp, and let's delete the last two lines. Control. And how to do such a thing? Press DD to remove a line. Again, D, as you can see here, we have D here. D to remove the files, and then Shift colon or the colon here, WQ. Okay. Now let's clear the screen. Now we want to compare the files between test.txt and test_cp.txt. You will notice that it has all of the following, but the difference is that we have hi again here and hi there, and we don't have them there. All right, cool. Now let's use another command called diff. Okay, diff, or the difference. Now diff, again, the same file and the second file like this, and you will notice that on the left file, which is this one, as you can see on the left, we have hi there, hi again, or hi there. Okay, but here we don't have them. All right. Now there is another command called vimdiff. Okay, so vimdiff, use the first line, the first file I mean, and the second file, and you will notice actually this is a visual, and it is better than the previous. So here you can see that the hi again and hi there are here but are not there. All right, now Shift colon Q like this and quit again from the other one, because we opened two files, and here we can see the difference. By the way, vimdiff, compare, diff, it has a lot of features. Just open the manual and look for them. Like you can see that a lot of options and features. Okay, for now I just give you a quick introduction about them, high level. When times come, we can use more feature for them. For now, keep that on your mind. Okay, now it's time to talk about managing processes. So we have the background processes and we have the foreground processes. So we have the BG command and the FG. Okay, so the BG to put the current command on the background and the FG to put the current process on the foreground. Okay, so background, which means it is running behind the scenes. Foreground, we are seeing what it is. So Bing, Google.com, this is a foreground. Okay, so Control C to quit from it. So to interrupt, to send a interrupt signal. Control Z to suspend the processes. And we have Control D to quit from it. But sometimes Control D doesn't work. Okay, so as you can see, Control D doesn't work. Control C. Okay, now if I type the jobs command, you can see that we have one job that is suspended because of the Control Z. Now to continue it, we can put the or use the FG with percentage, Shift 5 and 1, which is the ID of the job. Press enter, you can see that it will start continue it. Control C, jobs again, you can see there are nothing here. Now if I type Bing Google.com and put the ampersand, here or Shift 7, this is to run the command in the background. Okay, so here as you can see, the command is being in the background because the output of the command will keep showing to the terminal, so that's why we are still showing it. How to do such a thing? So as you can see, Control C doesn't work, Control Z doesn't work. So how to do such a thing? We will open a new terminal like this, as you can see, and press the BSOX command, and here to show everything, as you can see, all of the processes that are running for which user, as you can see. By the way, man BS, here it will show you every details about it. Okay, so we are using BSOX, then pipelining, then grep the Bing command. Okay, like this. And here is our command. Here you can see the user is Kali, yes, and this is the PID for it. So we will use another command called kill-9, the number of the ID or PID. -9 means send as a kill signal. Okay, so forcefully kill it. Now kill it, press OX again, you can see that it is not here anymore. By the way, this is for the BSOX grep thing. Okay, that's why it is showing. So we have learned a lot. Actually, BS, we have -E, which means to print everything. As you can see, print everything. By the way, BS command here is a very huge topic. You can see it has a very huge options, flags, and a lot of customizable things. So for now, we learned the most important thing, which is the BSOX, and using the pipelining with using grep and Bing or whatever text you want. Okay, cool. Thanks. Okay, now it's time to talk about file and command monitoring. We already saw the tail command, okay, and we used the -5 option to show, because by default it will show the last 10 lines. Now -5, it will show the last 5 lines. Now using -F option, this will open the file and will keep monitoring it. Okay, so for example, if you want to check for access logs, so var log Apache 2 and access. By the way, I don't have Apache here or running for now. Let's open it, no problem. So systemctl status Apache 2. You can see it is running. So now let's ping the local IP like this. Or actually, let's use the curl command, whatever, follow me for now. HTTP and put this one, as you can see. You can see that here it is. Now, if I check again the var log, you can see that we should have access here. .log. You can see that here it is. Okay. Now press enter, press enter. Now let's from here right click, split terminal vertically. Okay. Now here on the second one, let's use again the curl command. Okay. So curl actually is just like using the browser. It will, as you can see here, if I man curl or curl to transfer a URL, so to transfer data using a specific protocol, or to access a specific and check a specific connection to the website. So curl HTTP 127.0.0.1, which is the local host. Press enter. You can see that we have another access. So this is while using the -f options, using the tail, as you can see. Okay. Now we have another command called watch. Okay. And this watch to see the number of files. So you can see that, for example, if I run this tail but without using the -f option like this, I want to keep running it to check if there is a problem or not. You can see, or if there are any access or suspicious access. Now, instead of doing that over and over, we can put before it the watch -n and put 1 and press enter. This will keep updated the 1-n, which means the number, okay, number of seconds. This will keep updating this command every 1 second. So instead of typing it over and over, just watch -n. The number of seconds is 1, and keep it as is. It will keep open. Okay. Now in our case for the tail, actually tail is better because tail is real time after all. But the watch, this is used with another scenarios. For example, you are writing to a file, you are doing some stuff, whatever. Okay. Well, it depends on you what you prefer. Use it as you want. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about downloading the files. The first command, which is wget. Okay, so man wget. Here, as you can see, non-interactive network downloader. So wget google.com, for example, you can see that it will save the content file as index.html. So if I press ls, you can see that index.html is here. I can change this by typing -o capital and name it web.html. ls, you can see that web.html is here. The same thing if I want to download a PDF file or .debian package or whatever. Okay, we have another command called curl. We already saw it, how to do it. So http google.com, as you can see, and you can man wget and man curl to read more information about it. I just provide you the basics. Okay, now it's time to customize the bash environment. Now, as we learned previously, that ls can do the listing file. So if I type ll, actually ll is not a command. It is alias from the ls. And how did I know that? By using the alias command. So alias like this, and press ll or type the command. You will notice that ll equal ls minus l. Okay, so that's why ll show us the same result as ls-l. Now, why is this used? Because sometimes you wrote a long command and you don't need to write it over again and over again. So you want to have, for example, ls-la, and it will show us something like that. Then we can use the alias command and put the s command equal, put single quotation, I mean the command inside a single quotation, and it will be like this. So if I type s now, it will show us ls-l, as you can see. But you can see that if I quit from the terminal and I open it again, let's increase the font size. If I type s this time, you can see it will start showing us command not found. We need to write the alias again. Now, how to solve such a thing? Now, we already saw that, if you remembered from the lecture, when we put the environment variable, remember the var1, because var1 is not here anymore. So how to make things permanently available? By using and modifying the .bashrc file. So actually we have the Kali Linux user. Inside it we have the .bashrc. If I scrolled up, as you can see, .bashrc, this is the the non-lognable or the interactive terminals. So .bash rc, and here we can put whatever values we want. We learned about the alias, right? So if I type s, it will show us something like that. Now if I want to unalias it, so I will use an alias command. Okay, so the same alias but an alias like this, but I need to remove the s equals, so an alias s. So s now is not found. Okay, command not found. Okay, now it's time to talk about the Netcat. Netcat is one of the original network penetration testing tools, and as they call it, Swiss Army knife. So this utility reads and writes data across network connection using TCP or UDP protocols. Now first, let's have a look inside it. So here in the terminal, man nc. As you can see, it is a Swiss Army knife, simple Unix utility which reads write data across networks. Okay. Now, first let's try connect to somewhere else. So sudo systemctl to check the status of the Apache. You can see that Apache is still up and running. So nc -nv. Now n stands for disable DNS resolution, and V stands for more verbose. Now actually you can read more about it from the manual page. I got these from there. And then put the IP address, then the port number. The IP address, it will be the local IP address, by the way, as you can see here. Or if you want, by the way, this is for the loop or the local host. You can get the IP address by using the ifconfig. Okay, so here it is our IP address, as you can see. Now nc-nv, put the IP address, put the port which is 80. This is responsible for Apache. How did I know that? By using, yes, you are right, netstat-ntlp command, as we learned previously. As you can see, the port 80 is opened. Now again, nc-nv, put the IP address, put the port number. And if you can see, when I try it, you can see it is open and we can put command and put whatever we want. But by the way, this behavior is unexpected because we are sending a bad request, by the way. A bad request to the web or to the index.html that we saw, or the main page of the web browser. So this doesn't make sense, by the way, but I'm just showing you how to use the NC. Okay. Now we can use NC with Telnet, NC with the POP3 for responsible for the email, for SNMP, a simple network management protocol, and a lot of other ports and protocols. Okay. Now let's clear the screen, and I want to open a new terminal. Okay, like this. So here we have on the left and we have on the right. Okay. Now here on the right and here on the left. So on the left, we want to use this time to open to listening on a TCP or UDP port. So I will use -nvlp. Okay. Now N, as we learned previously, to disable DNS resolution. V, which means DNS resolution, so you will not search for the IP or the domain name. You just get the IP and put it as is. V for verbose, for to get more output. L for listening, and P for the port number. Okay, so I will put the port number and I will put 9999. Okay, now press enter. As you can see, we are listening on any, as you can see, which means any IP address, and we are listening on port 9999. Now here on the right, NC, put the IP address, okay, as we learned previously, and put the port number. Now if I press enter, you can see that, yeah, we have a connection here. All right, so if I type ls, it will be there, but you can see it is not just a command, it is just like a chat. So hi there, who are you, for example. You can see that it is receiving here, I am no one, whatever. Okay, as you can see, we are using it as we are using a chat. Okay, now NC can be used to transfer files. Okay, but actually it is a bad practice. I will not handle it here in this course because it is a bad practice, by the way, to use NC, because it is an encrypted protocol or an encrypted connection, let's say. So I will not handle that here. Okay, you can read more about it. We will use the direction and as simple as that. Okay, now the most important feature of the NC or the usage of NC for us, the red team, the attackers, which is opening a reverse shell. Okay, now please don't get confused. Now attackers, I mean that we are the red team that detecting weakness in the system, not to damage the system or harm any system or whatever. Okay, so here on the left, let's imagine this is the attacker machine, and on the right, this is the victim machine. So on the left, in the attacker, we will use this command nc-nvlp as we learned previously. So here we are the attacker. We are listening and waiting until the victim send the request to us. Okay. On the right here, the victim machine, we will use the nc, put the IP address of our machine, okay, which is our attacker machine, and put the port that we are listening to, as you can see. But we will use the -e option, which means execute a shell or execute a command or execute a utility, and that utility will be the bash bin bash. So I am executing a bin bash on my machine, and I am sending that to the attacker machine. So on the victim machine, we are executing a bash shell, as you can see, and on the attacker, here we can use ls. You can see, yeah, we are seeing everything here. Okay, so you can see that ls, this is ls inside the victim machine, not inside our machine. Okay, if I type touch text test.txt, for example, ls again, you can see that it should be here. By the way, because I'm using test, we already have it here. By the way, you can see that the arrows and whatever are not working. As you can see, this command here we received not found, because this is not a sophisticated shell like the terminal. This is just a simple bin bash. Okay, so touch not.txt, for example, ls, you can see that here it is, not.txt. Okay, and well, this is just the basics. Now, by moving forward with this course, we will learn the techniques, the tools, how to let the victim to open such a bash shell by executing shell command, by visiting websites or whatever. Okay, don't worry, this is just the basics, but keep that in your mind, how to open a reverse shell on the victim's machine by executing bash bin bash, and while we are listening on that specific connection with port number. Okay, now let's start with our first bash script. Now the first thing, let's go using the cd, let's go to desktop. Now let's use touch command to create name of the file s.sh. Okay, now name it whatever you want, but make sure it is .sh or end with .sh. Now you can see in the desktop, here it is. Okay, now we will use vim or nano, whatever you prefer, s.sh. Okay. Okay, now the first thing, we will put hashtag here, shift 3, and then the exclamation mark, shift 1, /bin/bash. This to indicate that this file is a bash script. Okay, now we will use the echo command and put in double quotation, hello there. Just the same as programming language. By the way, by typing shift here, shift 3 or the hashtag, we can put this is our first bash script. By the way, this is a comment in the bash script. Okay, so press escape button, shift W and Q, so to write and quit. Now, if I type ls command -l for the s.sh file to see its permission, you can see it lack the executable permission. So for that, I will use the chmod command +x and put s.sh. Okay, now clear the screen, ls-l to sh. As you can see, now it is executable. Okay, now /s.sh. Now dot here means that we are running this file on the current directory, which is the desktop, /s.sh. Okay, press enter. You can see, yeah, it will print our hello there, our text. Now this is just the beginning. In the next lectures, we will start handling more practical stuff and with examples. Okay, now let's use Vim editor s.sh that we created previously. Now here, by typing dd, the D letter I mean, you can see that it will remove a line. Now press I or O, depends on what you want. I will press I, so to insert mode as we learned previously. Okay. Now here let's declare our first variable. So var underscore, or let's name it first underscore var. Okay, equal, and then let's put inside it in double quotation, this is our first variable. Okay, now how to print its value? By typing the name of the variable, as simple as that. But before it, let's put the $sign. I think we already saw that, but here using a bash script. Now here in this bash script, the first variable, this is, or I have made a mistake, a typo here, no problem. This is our first variable, okay. Now let's run s.sh again, and you can see, yeah, it will print this is our first variable. Cool. Okay, now this is a string variable. Now if I want, let's open s.sh again. Now what if I want to create another variable? Let's name it second underscore var, and inside it I want to put a command, the ls. Now if I type ls like that, and if I echo the first variable, and by the way, I can put the inside a double quotation like that, and put this is the first variable like this, and put the variable, and echo again the same thing, this is the second variable. Okay, and put the second underscore var. All right, now by the way, this to print as text and to put the value of the first variable, and this is again for the second variable. But the second variable, the ls here, it will not be running as a command, it will be as a text or string. So if I run s.sh, you can see this is the first variable, this is our first variable, which is the value of the variable, and as you can see the second value is ls, which is as a string. Now how to run a command and put its value inside a variable? We will use the back quotation or back single quotation, which is the tilde mark, like this. Okay, so this means that run ls command, and the value or the output of this command will be stored inside this second variable. By the way, not just the single back quotation, we can use the $sign, open brackets, and close the bracket like this. Either way it will work. Okay, now let's run again. Now let's see, you can see, yeah, it is working, because ls, writing ls in the path of the bash variable, it will show us s.sh, okay, which means what we want. Okay, by the way, we can put more options like ls-la, for example. Let's see what will show us. So let's run again the s.sh. Yeah, you can see this is the second variable, total whatever, and this is the value of the ls-la command. Okay, also we can use arguments inside the bash script. Now you can see this image, don't worry, I will provide you with it. By the way, you can get it online, this is now no secret. Anyway, so the variable name inside the bash script can be 0, as you can see, $0, this is the name of the bash script. From 1 to 9, this is the first arguments to the bash script. $sign with hashtag number of arguments passed to the bash script, with at here or at sign, all arguments passed to the bash scripts. Here the exit status, I think we already saw this, and the two or double $sign, we already saw this. This is the process ID of the current script or the current bash. Remember when we run this on the bash, the user here, the variable user, this is the username of the user running the script, which is in our case which will be Kali. Host name, the host name of the machine. Random, this will provide a random number, and line number, this is, or no, this is the current line number in the script. Okay, I will not try all of these. This is exercise for you to try all of these. For now, we will use this, just the variables or the arguments. Okay, So for example, let's open as.sh again. Here, let's remove the first and the second variable. Okay, let's leave just this echo. Now let's delete this. Okay, for example, this is whatever. Now $1 instead of this, and $2. Okay, so which means this is the first argument and this is the second argument. Now let's save and quick. So if I run as.sh without providing any argument, you can see that this is and empty. As you can see, empty values. But if I provide it like this, first, then second, you can see that, yeah, this is first and second. Okay, cool. Now an exercise for you. I want you to try out all of those variables and the arguments or whatever. Okay. Also, we can use the reading user input by using the read command. Okay, so open the as.sh again. Now here above that, let's put read, and the read here put the name of the variable. So var, read var, and print out this var variable. Okay, so let's remove these actually. So read the var, it will ask us to provide a value or a string value for var, and then we will print it out. Okay, so let's save that. Let's run again as.sh, press enter. You can see that, yeah, it will ask us to provide value. So value, for example, and the value have been provided, has been printed out. Okay, cool. Now there is another way or better way. So actually, instead of writing this to be fancy, so let's use please provide a value, for example, and press that like that. And if I run it again, you can see please provide the value. So just, for example, or whatever, and this is just. Okay, okay, cool. And actually this is a very handy and will be used with a lot of stuff. Okay, like please provide your username, your password, or please provide the value you want to try out, or the name of the file, or whatever. Okay, cool. Okay, now it's time to talk about the if-else statement in the bash script. Now it is the same as programming language. So let's as.sh. So let's remove everything. Okay, now here the syntax is like this: if, then space, open squared brackets, make sure that there are two spaces. So there are space here and there are space here, then put the argument. So for example, if 1, then put the operator like dash equal, and then 2. Okay, so as you can see, there is a space here and there is a space here. All right, because other than that it will show us problem. Now then this is the syntax: the first argument true, else echo false. Then we will close it by using the fi statement. Okay, so it is like this: if 1 minus equal 2, or as a number, because as you can see this is used with numbers. For string we will use equal equal, or exclamation mark equal, or which means not equal, or here we can use the dash ne, okay, which means not equal. Okay, don't worry, I will provide a complete list with the common test command operators, no worries. Okay, now this example will show us obviously false because it is not equal. So let's run the as.sh. You can see that it will start showing us false. All right, now let's have a another simple example. Now here, before we enter anything, so here let's echo in double quotation, please enter a value, and then read value, okay, to this variable. Now if this variable or this value, this variable equal to, then echo true, else echo false. Okay, we can also true, but slash like this, or comma, the value is underscore value. Got me? The same thing here, just to see what is the value. The value is and or not underscore, I mean $sign, sorry about this, that $sign, and yeah, let's save. Okay, now let's run as.sh. Now you can see that, yeah, I made a typo, sorry, which is echo, not like this. So yeah, my bad. Yeah, as.sh. Now it will ask for, please enter a value. I forget the E here, whatever. The value will be 2. So you can see true. Yeah, the value is 2. Okay. Now if I run it again, if I type 5, for example, it will give us false. The value is 5, which means it is not working. Okay. Now this is the same thing. This is for numbers. Now for strings, we will use please enter a value. Let's change this actually. Let's fix it. Okay. I will not use dash equal. I will use equal and then put a variable here. So let's name it apple, for example. Then the value is whatever. The value is whatever. Okay. So if this time run it, okay, please enter a value. If I type orange, you can see false. The value is orange. But if I type apple like this, yeah, the value is apple, which is true. This is for the string. The same thing for the string not equal. So instead of equal, just put it not equal, shift exclamation mark like that. As you can see, the bash terminal here on Kali Linux is very handy and sophisticated. It is becoming sophisticated. You can see that it converted that to something like not equal, so which is something very fancy. By the way, we can also use the if then whatever, if elif, so which is elif like that, and then again put then put whatever. By the way, you need to put the provider. So if, for example, value equal orange, let's make sure it is not case sensitive, because it is case sensitive. Make sure there is a space here, because otherwise it will show us error. Okay, make sure there is a space here. And actually I want to modify this to be equal, not equal. Okay, so if the value is apple, true. Elif, so else and if together. If the value is orange, also let's print it is a true. By the way, the tab here is not needed, it's not required, but because it is just more readable actually and tidy, so it's better to have it here. So true, the value is $sign value, else the value is not either orange or apple. Okay, so let's save that. Let's run as.sh. The orange, you can see true, it is orange. The apple, true, it is apple. For example, grape, false, the value is grape, which is as we expected. Now again, this is just a simple example. We can write more sophisticated examples and use cases, but for now this is the essentials. Don't worry, we will write sophisticated bash scripts moving forward with this course. Okay, now it's time to talk about the loops in bash script. Now let's start with the for loop. So vim as.sh that we created previously, now here. So the syntax is like that: for the variable, which is I, in, and then put the sequence. So for example, I will use the braces like that, and I will put in double quotation 1 and comma 2 or rest and 3. Okay, now do put the command you want. For example, print I, then done. Okay, so it is like that: for I in this sequence, done, do done, and inside it echo the I, so it will print 1 2 3. Now let's run the s.sh. You can see that it is 1 2 3. All right, cool. Now we can have a sequence and read from a file. So for example, let's touch list.txt, okay, and let's vim list.txt, and inside it let's put first 1 or 2, third values, blah blah blah. Okay, whatever. Now here inside the s.sh, this time I want to print this file. But how did we learn to put and run a command inside the bash script, yes, you are right, using either the back quotation like that or the $sign with brackets. Let's put the back quotation, back single quotation, and let's put cat list.text, and then let's echo I. So let's run as.sh. Yeah, you can see that it will print first, 2/3 the values of the file. Also, we can have practical usage, like we want to print a range of IP addresses. So let's put this from 1 double dots and then put 10. Okay, now here echo 129.168.0. the I, and I it will be 1, 2, 3 until we reach 10. Okay, so let's save and run to see what the values. You can see that 1, 2, 3, 4 until we reach 10. Okay, so this is a practical example to generate IPs, for example. Okay, now this is for the for. Now we have another syntax for the loops, which is the while loops. Okay, just as the programming languages. By the way, it is the same. So let's delete this. The syntax is like that: while, then put inside a brackets. Make sure to follow as we learned from the if else. There is a spaces between here. Okay, now here we can put the while thing. Okay, first let's put a counter. This is just an example. Equal 1, or let's put that. Okay, now the $sign counter is -LT, which means less than 10, for example, and make sure there is a spaces. Then we will put do, and after we finish, done. And inside the while loop, we want to echo, for example, the counter. Okay, and after we print the counter, we can use this command, which is putting 2 double brackets counter plus plus, like that. So this will increase the counter. Let's run it, and you can see, yeah, it will start showing 1, 2, 3 until we reach 9, and 10 is not included. To include it, actually, it's not less than, is less or equal. So LE. Okay, and save it. Now let's run again. Yeah, you can see 1, 2 until we reach 10. Okay. Okay, it's time to talk about the functions in bash script. Now, in a nutshell, it is just like the functions in the programming languages. So, for example, fun1 and open brackets like that, then open the braces and close it. Now, then inside echo, and then, for example, this is inside fun1. Okay. Now, how to call it? Just put the name of the function, as simple as that. Okay, so like that. Now let's run as.sh. You can see this is inside fun1. So simple, so easy. Also, we can return a value from the function, just like the regular functions. So
Web Application Security Essentials. Now, what is Web Application Security? So Web Application Security is a series of protocols and tools that work together to ensure that all mobile, cloud app, website, and desktop applications are secure against malicious threats or accidental breaches and failures. Now, it is a process of finding, fixing, and eliminating vulnerabilities that leave apps open to attacks by hackers. Now, what is the web app attack? So a web app attack is any attempt by a malicious actor to compromise the security of web-based application. Web application attacks may target either the application itself to gain access to the sensitive data, or they may use the application as a staging post to launch attacks against users of the application. Now, what are the common web app application attack? The most common forms of attack include cross-site scripting, the XSS, SQL injection, SQLI, cross-site request forgery, CSRF, denial of service, DOS, distributed denial of service, DDoS. Other attack vectors come from insufficient authorization, authentication, and flaws in the business logic of web applications that allow their integrity to be compromised. Now, what is web application security testing? So web application security testing is the process of testing, analyzing, and reporting on the security of web applications. It commonly falls into two main categories. First, dynamic or automated testing. So dynamic application security testing, DAST, is known as black box testing, involves using tools where the tester has no prior knowledge of the system in order to detect possible security vulnerabilities both in the system and any underlying frameworks used. Now the second thing, which is the static or the manual testing. So static application security testing, SAST, is known as white box testing, where the tester requires a deeper understanding of the system being tested and access to the source code at rest. So SAST tools examine the source code at rest to detect and report on potential security vulnerabilities. Manual or SAST testing is more intrusive than automated the DAST testing and may involve adding, altering, and deleting data within the application. Thanks for watching. How web applications work. Now, in a computer system, a web application is a client-side and server-side software application in which the client runs or requests in a web browser. Common web applications include email, online retail sales, online auctions, wikis, instant messaging services, and more. Many companies are shifting their focus to web applications that can be delivered as software as service or SaaS, such as moving to Microsoft 365. Before that, let's check what are the web app components. Now let's start with the web app components. So first, the web app consists of UI UX web application components. This includes activity logs, dashboards, notifications, settings, statistics, etc. These components have nothing to do with the operation of a web application architecture. Instead, they are part of the interface layout plan of web app. Now we have the structural components. The two major structural components of web app are client and server sides. The client component or the client side, the client component, is developed in CSS, HTML, and JS as it exists within the user's web browser. There is no need for operating system or device-related adjustments. The client component is representation of a web application's functionality that the end user interacts with. We have the server component. So the server component can be built using one or a combination of several programming languages and frameworks, including Java, .NET, Node.js, PHP, Python, and Ruby on Rails. The server component has at least two parts, app logic and database. The former is the main control center of the web application, while the latter is where all the persistent data is stored. Now here is an image that explains how the web app works. So here is your computer or device. You can see that. Here it is. Now here is the browser. It will read HTML. It will run JavaScript, for example. Now first it requests, you can see. Then as you can see, this is the public internet. And this is the ISP, the Internet Service Provider, with DNS, IP, etc., etc. Now from here, the ISP or the Internet will request the IP, the file.php, for example, if the website is on PHP. Now here is the server or the network connected computer. This is the server of the website. Now here you can see that we have a web server, for example, Nginx. And from Nginx, it will go to the app server, the PHP, the application software or the application server software. And from here, you can see that we have a database and you can connect the application to the database. For example, MySQL, all right? And here, by the way, you can see that we can have local images, local data files, the PHP code itself, the HTML code. Here will be inside the source code, inside the server. But the client side, it will be the HTML and JavaScript. And the server side, which is the server code or the PHP code. And here it will not be revealed to the client. Okay, now after we got the response, it will send back the HTML file and the internet will be forwarding that to us, and then we got the response that we want. All right, now I want to go in details for each step from here. So let's start with the first step. So your device or computer is connected to the internet and your browser requests a URL, yahoo.com, finance.php, whatever. Now the second step, your device connects to the public internet via your ISP, broadband or cellular provider, and tries to find the address from yahoo.com via DNS lookup, which is like a phone book for network addresses to computers connected to the internet. It allows a lookup by the domain name and returns an IP address, for example, 55.55. This is just an example, by the way. So just like your name might return your phone number in a phone book, this is the network address of the computer that is hosting that domain. Don't worry, we will talk about the DNS in details in this course, no worries, and we will use it practically. And how to hack such a thing, I mean ethical hacking. Now the third step, your request is transmitted through the internet to the IP address you found, similar to typing the number on your phone and placing a call. Now the fourth step, the computer connected to that IP address would have web server software running on it, and that it will go fetch the requested file and send it back. So if it is just .html file, the server finds it on the computer and send it back. But if it is a .php file, by the way, .php, we have a .python files, depends on the runtime or the stack you are running. But in our example here is a PHP, so the web server knows to hand off the request to the application server that it will process the PHP code. Now the fifth step, so the application server receives an HTTP request from web server and finds the file with the source code, programming instructions for that web address, so for example finance.php, and executes your PHP program. The sixth step, the program references a connection to database server, just another program run in the computer, and send it a query to request data stored and organized by the database server. The seventh step, here the database server fetches the files requested from the query. Okay, now the eighth step, the database server sends back the requested data to the application server. And in the ninth step, the application server combines this data with any other data your program instructs it to add and send it back to the web server as HTTP response. Now typically you just output HTML formatted text, but your program can inject data into it as it loops, okay, etc, etc. Now the 10th step, the web server sends back the HTML text to the requesting connection, and the data, at the 11th step, the data is transmitted over the internet back to your computer or device, and the connection ends. Now here in the 12th step, your device browser reads the HTML code that was generated and display it on the screen. And here is the final step, by the way, and finally you see the code, or you see the website you are sending. Again, don't worry about the DNS, don't worry about the HTTP, we will talk about these in details, but for now keep that on your mind. Thanks for watching. HTTP, the Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Now what is HTTP? HTTP, it is the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, is the set of rules for transferring files such as text, images, sound, video, and other multimedia files over the web. As soon as the user opens their browser, they are indirectly using HTTP. HTTP is an application protocol that runs on top of the TCP/IP suite of protocols, which forms the foundation of the internet. The latest version of HTTP is HTTP version 2, which was published in May 2015. It is an alternative to its predecessor HTTP version 1.1, but doesn't make obsolete, as the HTTP version 1 is still used. Now how HTTP works? Through the HTTP protocol, resources are exchanged between client devices and server over the internet. Client devices send requests to servers for the resources needed to load a web page. The servers send responses back to the client to fulfill the requests. Requests and responses share sub-documents such as data on images, text layouts, etc., etc., which are pieced together by client web browser to display the full web page file. In addition to the web page files it can serve, a web server contains HTTP daemon, a program that waits for HTTP requests and handles them when they are arrived. A web browser is an HTTP client that sends requests to servers. When the browser's user enters file request by either opening a web file by typing in a URL or clicking on hypertext link, the browser builds an HTTP request and sends it to the Internet Protocol address IP indicated by the URL. The HTTP daemon in the destination server receives the request and sends back the requested file or files associated with the request. Now here is an example. So to expand on this example, a user wants to visit google.com. The user types in the web address and computer sends the GET request to a server that hosts that address. That GET request is sent using HTTP and tells the Google server that the user is looking for the HTML, hypertext markup language, code used to structure and give the login page its look and feel. The text of that login page is included in the HTML response. Other parts of the page, particularly its images and videos, are requested by separate HTTP requests and responses. The more requests that are made, for example, to call a page that has numerous images, the longer it will take the server to respond to those requests and for the user system to load the page. When these request response pairs are being sent, they use the TCP/IP to reduce and transport information in small packets of binary sequences of ones and zeros. These packets are physically sent through electric wires, fiber optic cables, and wireless networks. The requests and responses that servers and clients use to share data with each other consist of ASCII code. Requests state what information the client is seeking from the server. Responses certain code that the client browser will translate into a web page. Now, the difference between HTTP versus HTTPS. HTTPS is the use of Secure Socket Layer (SSL) or Transport Layer Security (TLS) as a sub-layer under regular HTTP application layering. HTTPS encrypts and decrypts user HTTP page requests as well as the pages that are returned by the web server. It also protects against eavesdropping and man-in-the-middle attacks. HTTPS was developed by Netscape. Migrating from HTTP to HTTPS is considered beneficial as it offers an added layer of security and trust. Now, HTTP requests and responses. Each interaction between the client and server is called a message. HTTP messages are requests and responses. Client devices submit HTTP requests to server, which reply by sending HTTP responses back to the clients. HTTP requests, this is when the client device, such as internet browser, asks the server for information needed to load the website. The request provides the server with the desired information it needs to tailor its response to client device. Each HTTP request contains encoded data with information such as the specific version of HTTP followed, the HTTP or HTTP version 2 are two versions, a URL, this points to the source of the website, an HTTP method, this indicates the specific action the request expects to receive from the server and its response, HTTP request headers, this includes data such as what type of browser is being used and what data the request is seeking from the server. It can also include cookies which show information previously sent from the server handling the request. And HTTP body, this is optional information the server needs from the request such as the user forms, username, password logins, short responses and file uploads that are being submitted to the website. Now let's start with the HTTP responses. So the HTTP response is the data received by the client device from the web server. And its name suggests the response is the server reply to HTTP request. The information contained in an HTTP response is tailored to the context the server received from the request. HTTP response typically include the following data. HTTP status code, which indicate the status of the request to the client device. Responses may indicate success. An informational response, a redirect or errors on the server or client side. HTTP response headers, which send information about the server and requested resources. And an HTTP body, which is optional. If a request is successful, this contains the requested data in the form of HTML code, which is translated into a web page by the client. Now we have the HTTP status codes. In response to HTTP requests, server often issue response codes indicating the request is being processed. There was an error in the request or that the request is being redirected. Common responses codes including the following. So we have the 200 OK, is that the request such as GET or POST worked and is being acted upon. We have the 300 or moved permanently. This response code means that the URL of the requested resource has been changed permanently. We have the 401, unauthorized. The client or the user making the request of the server hasn't been authenticated. We have the 403, the forbidden. The client's identifier is known but has not been given access authorization. We have the 404, which is not found. This is the most frequent error code. It means that the URL is not recognized or the source at the location does not exist. we have the 500 internal error, and this means that the server has encountered a situation it doesn't know how to handle. Now we have proxies in the HTTP. Proxies or proxy servers are the application layer servers, computers or other machines that go between the client device and the server. Proxies relay HTTP requests and responses between the client and the server. Typically, there are one or more proxies for each client-server interaction. Proxies may be transparent or non-transparent. And transparent proxies do not modify the client's request, but rather send it to the server in its original form. But the non-transparent proxies will modify the client's request in some capacity, and non-transparent proxy can be used also for additional services, often to increase the server's retrieval speed. Web developers can use proxies for the following purposes: caching, because the cache servers can save web pages or other internet content locally for faster content retrieval and to reduce the demand for the site bandwidth. We have authentication, controlling access privileges to applications and online information. We have logging, the storage of historical data, such as the IP addresses of clients that sent requests to the server. We have the web filtering, controlling access to the web pages that can compromise security or include inappropriate content. We have load balancing, client requests to the server can be handled by multiple servers rather than just once. Now here is an example for the HTTP request. So you can see that the type we have GET and POST. We are using here at the HTTP version 1. And here you can see this is the request headers, the host, the user agent, the accept language encoding. Now just have a basic idea. Now we have here the general headers, like the connection, the upgrade insecure request. And we have representation headers here as well. So here you can see the content type, the content length, and of course we have more data. This is just a simple example of HTTP request. The POST method here, we have as again the GET method, but for now keep that in your mind. Don't worry, we'll talk about that in detail later on. Now this is the example for the HTTP response. So here you can see that here is the response headers. So it is version 1, HTTP version 1. The status code is 200, okay. And access control allowed origin in star, connection keep align. And here you can see that this is the representation headers, by the way. Okay, and here we have the general headers, all right. Okay, now this is, and here we have the body here. So in case we are trying to download a file or whatever, etc., etc. Okay, and by the way, you can see that here we can see that the server is Apache, and with a lot of options, a lot of headers, and etc., etc. Okay, now this is just a simple example of how the request, HTTP request and response working. But again, don't worry, we'll go in details about that. We will use a specific tools for forging the HTTP requests and responses, and we can understand fully about the HTTP request and response, and let's say the most important headers and options for that. Okay, thanks for watching. Now, what is DNS and how DNS works? First, what is DNS? The domain name system is the phone book of the internet. Humans access information online through domain names like NewYorkTimes.com or Google.com or whatever.com, .net, etc., etc. So web browsers interact through Internet Protocol IP addresses. DNS translate domain names to IP addresses so browsers can load internet resources. Each device connected to the internet has a unique IP address which other machines use to find the device. DNS servers eliminate the need for humans to memorize IP addresses such as 192.168.1.1 in IPv4 or more complex newer alphanumeric IP addresses such as the IPv4 2400 with colon, CP00, etc., etc. Okay, so DNS server will eliminate the need for the human to memorize it. Okay, now how does DNS work? So the process of DNS resolution involves converting a host name, such as example.com, into a computer-friendly IP address, such as 192.168, etc., etc. So an IP address is given to each device on the internet, and that address is necessary to find the appropriate internet device, like a street address is used to find a particular home. When a user wants to load a web page, a translation must occur between what the user types into their web browser, example.com, and the machine-friendly address necessary to locate the example.com web page. So in order to understand the process behind the DNS resolution, it is important to learn about the different hardware components a DNS query must pass between. For the web browser, the DNS lookup occurs behind the scenes and requires no interaction from the user's computer apart from the initial request. Now we have 4 DNS servers for loading a web page. Okay, so there are 4 DNS servers involved in loading a web page. 4 types, I mean. We have the DNS recursor, we have root name servers, we have TLD name servers, and we have the authoritative name server. Now let's start with the DNS recursor. The recursor can be thought of as a librarian who is asked to go find a particular book somewhere in the library. The DNS recursor is a server designed to receive queries from client machines through applications such as web browsers. Typically, the recursor is then responsible for making additional requests in order to satisfy the client's DNS query. Now we have the root name server. The root name server is the first step in translating or resolving human-readable host names into IP addresses. It can be thought of like an index in a library that points to different racks of books. Typically, it serves as a reference to other more specific locations. We have the TLD name server. This is the TLD or the top-level domain server can be thought of as a specific rack of books in a library. This name server is the next step in the search for specific IP address, and it hosts the last portion of a host name. In example.com, the TLD server here is com, .net, .org, etc., etc. Okay, this is the top-level domain. Okay, which is the part the com here. Okay, we have the authoritative name server. This final name server can be thought of as a dictionary on a rack of books in which specific name can be translated into its definition. The authoritative name server is the last stop in the name server query, and if the authoritative name server has access to the requested record, it will return the IP addresses of the requested host name back to the DNS recursor, the librarian, and that made the initial request. Now, what are the steps in the DNS lookup? So for most situations, DNS is concerned with domain name being translated into the appropriate IP address. To learn how this process works, it helps to follow the path of DNS lookup as it travels from a web browser through the DNS lookup process and back again. So let's take a look at the steps. So often DNS lookup information will be cached either locally inside the querying computer or remotely in the DNS infrastructure, and there are typically 8 steps in the DNS lookup. When DNS information is cached, steps are skipped from DNS lookup process, which makes it quicker. So let's start with the 8 steps in the DNS lookup. First, the user types example.com into a web browser and the query travels into the internet and it is received by a DNS recursive resolver. The resolver then queries a DNS root namespace and the root server then responds to the resolver with the address of the top level domain TLD DNS server such as .com, .net, .org, etc., etc., which stores the information for its domains. When searching for example.com, our request is pointed toward the .com TLD. Then the resolver then makes the request to the .com TLD. The TLD server then responds with the IP address of the domain's name server.com. And lastly, the recursive resolver sends the query to the domain name server. And then the IP address for example.com is returned to the resolver from the name server. And the DNS resolver then responds to the web browser with the IP address of the domain requested initially. So once the 8th step of the DNS lookup have returned the IP address for the example.com, the browser is able to make the request for the web page. The browser makes HTTP request to the IP address. The server at that IP returns the web page to be rendered in a browser. Now, it was 8 steps because until we get to the IP address, this is the 8th step in the DNS. Now, these 2 steps, the 9th and 10th, this is on the browser level, okay? Now, here is an example, okay, about a complete DNS lookup and web page query. So here you can see that this is the one with blue, this is the recursive query, and this one with black, this is iterative query. So we start from here. So the example.com, as you can see, we get from the DNS resolver, and it will go to the root server, and it will get it back to the DNS resolver. Then it will go to the TLD server, specific TLD server as we mentioned, .com, and it will return back the IP. Then it will go to the example.com, which is our, here you can see that this is the client that this is our laptop or computer we are requesting. The example.com, it will return to the DNS resolver and it will go back to the laptop or the computer. Okay, now the computer here, or our laptop or computer, it will request to the server of the example.com with the specific IP and it will return back the result. Okay, now what is DNS caching and where does DNS caching occur? So the purpose of caching is to temporarily store data in location that results in improvement in performance and reliability for data requests. So DNS caching involves storing data closer to the requesting client so that the DNS query can be resolved earlier, and additional queries further down the DNS lookup chain can be avoided, thereby improving load times and reducing bandwidth CPU consumption. DNS data can be cached in a variety of locations, each of which will store DNS records for a set amount of time determined by time to live the TTL. And we have the browser DNS caching. So modern web browsers are designed by default to cache DNS records for a set amount of time. The purpose here is obvious. The closer the DNS caching occurs to the web browser, the fewer processing steps must be taken in order to check the cache and make the correct request to an IP address. When a request is made for DNS record, the browser cache is the first location cached for the requested record. And in Chrome, you can see the status of your DNS cache by going to Chrome net internals / with hashtag and DNS. Okay. Now we have on the operating system level, we have a DNS caching, OS. So the OS level DNS resolver is the second and the last local stop before DNS query leaves your machine. So the process inside your operating system that is designed to handle this query, commonly called a stub resolver or DNS client. When a stub resolver gets a request from application, it first checks its own cache to see if it has the record, and if it doesn't, then send DNS query with recursive flag set outside the local network to a DNS recursive resolver inside the Internet Service Provider, the ISP, which is the Internet. And when the recursive resolver inside the ISP receives the DNS query, like all the previous steps, it will also check to see if the requested host to IP address translation is already stored inside its local persistence layer. Alright? Now this was, as we mentioned, this was like the general idea how DNS works. Alright, thanks for watching. OWASP Top 10 Vulnerabilities. Now the first thing, what is the OWASP? Now the OWASP is the Open Web Application Security Project. It is a non-profit foundation that works to improve the security of a software. Through community-led open source software projects, hundreds of local chapters worldwide, and tens of thousands of members, and leading educational and training conferences, the OWASP Foundation is the source for developers and technologists to secure the web. Now, we have the top 10 vulnerabilities depends on the OWASP project. First, the injection, broken authentication, sensitive data exposure, XML external entities, broken access control, security misconfiguration, cross-site scripting, insecure deserialization, using components with known vulnerabilities, and insufficient logging and monitoring. Now let's start one by one. So the injection. Injection occurs when an attacker exploits insecure code to insert or inject their own code into the program. Because the program is unable to determine code inserted in this way from its own code, attackers are able to use injection attacks to access secure areas and confidential information as though they are trusted users. Examples of injection include SQL injections, command injections, CRLF injections, and LDAP injections. Application security testing can reveal injection flows and suggest remediation techniques such as stripping special characters from user input or writing parameterized SQL queries. Don't worry, we will talk about most of these and we will use it practically and how to learn such techniques. We have the broken authentication. Incorrectly implemented authentication and session management calls can be a huge security risk. If attackers notice these vulnerabilities, they may be able to easily assume legitimate users' identities. Multi-factor authentication is one way to mitigate broken authentication. implement DAST and SCA scans to detect and remove issues with implementation errors before code is deployed. Sensitive data exposure. API which allow developers to connect their application to third-party services like Google Maps are great time savers. However, some API rely on insecure data transmission methods, which attackers can exploit to gain access to usernames, passwords, and other sensitive information. Data encryption, tokenization, proper key management, and disabling response caching can all help reduce the risk of sensitive data exposure. The XML external entities. This risk occurs when attackers are able to upload or include hostile XML content due to the insecure code, integrations, or dependencies, as SCA scan can find risk in third-party components with known vulnerabilities and will warn you about them. Disabling XML external entity processing also reduces the likelihood of an XML entity attack. Broken access control. If authentication and access restriction are not properly implemented, it is easy for attackers to take whatever they want. With a broken access control flows, unauthenticated or unauthorized users may have access to sensitive files and systems, or even user privilege settings. Configuration errors and insecure access control practices are hard to detect as automated processes cannot always test for them. So, penetration testing can detect missing authentication, but other methods must be used to determine configuration problems. Weak access controls and issues with credential management are preventable with secure coding practices, as well as preventing measures like locking down administrative accounts and controls and using multi-factor authentication. Security misconfiguration. Just like misconfigured access controls, more general security configuration errors are huge risks that give attackers quick, easy access to sensitive data and site areas. Dynamic testing can help you discover misconfigured security in your application, so that will help a lot. Cross-site scripting. With cross-site scripting, attackers take advantage of APIs and DOM manipulation to retrieve data from or send commands to your application. Cross-site scripting widens the attack surface for threat actors, enabling them to hijack user accounts, access browser histories, spread trojans and worms, control browsers remotely, and more. Training developers in the best practices such as data encoding and input validations reduces the likelihood of this risk. By the way, the cross-site scripting is very important and very crucial vulnerability, and a lot of websites, like big companies, are affected by it. Now, sanitize your data by validating that it is the content you expect for that particular feed, and by encoding it for the endpoint as an extra layer of protection. Insecure deserialization. Deserialization or retrieving data and objects that have been written to disk or otherwise saved can be used to remotely execute code in your application or as a door to further attacks. The format that an object is serialized into is either structured or binary text through common serialization systems like JSON and XML. This flow occurs when an attacker uses untrusted data to manipulate an application, initiate a denial of service DOS attack, or execute unpredictable code to change the behavior of the application. Although deserialization is difficult to exploit, penetration testing or the use of application security tools can reduce the risk further. So additionally, do not accept serialized objects from untrusted resources and do not use methods that only allow primitive data types. We have using components with known vulnerabilities. No matter how secure your code is, attackers can exploit APIs, dependencies, and other third-party components if they are not themselves secure. So a static analysis, accompanied by software composition analysis, can locate and help neutralize insecure components in your application. Veracode's static code analysis tools can help developers find such insecure components in their code before they publish an application. We have the insufficient logging and monitoring. So failing to log errors or attacks and poor monitoring practices can introduce a human element to security risk. Threat actors count on lack of monitoring and slower remediation times so that they can carry out their attacks before you have time to notice or react. To prevent issues with insufficient logging and monitoring, make sure that all in-login failures, access control failures, and server-side input validation failures are logged with context so that you can identify suspicious activity. Penetration testing is a great way to find areas of your application with insufficient logging too. Establishing effective monitoring practices is also essential. Thanks for watching. Now again, most of these attacks or the top 10 vulnerabilities, we will handle it, okay? We will handle the most important things and we will have that practically on this course. Using the right tools, using the right mindset and all of that, okay? So we will learn how the black hat hackers think as well. Thanks for watching.
DireB is a web content scanner that uses wordlists to find directories and pages by issuing requests to the server. DireB can identify valid web pages on a web server even if the main index page is missing. So we will use it like this: DireB https google.com, press enter. Now you can see that it will start scanning and it will check with a word list. So let's wait a little bit to see what it will find. Now you can see that it is taking too much time. By the way, we can see that we found some values, as you can see, ads, about, accessibility, and all of that stuff. So Control C. Now we will use another arguments, which is -r to scan non-recursively, and -z. This is to add 10, for example. Let's put 10. This is to add 10 millisecond delay to each request. So press enter. Now you can see that it is much faster. As you can see, option none, not recursive, and speed delay is 10 millisecond. By the way, this is just a quick introduction to the tool. We will use it with the labs and practice so we can get used to it. Burp Suite is a GUI-based collection of tools geared toward web application security testing. Now, actually, it is one of the best known as powerful proxy tool. And there is a free community edition mainly contains the tools used in manual testing. So from here, type Burp Suite. You can find it here, the community edition, as you can see. Okay. And here you need to accept the conditions and click on next and start the Burp Suite. Okay. Now it is up, and as you can see, it is capturing. By the way, you can click on the proxy. You can see that intercept is on currently, so I can turn it off. Okay. But we want to go to the option from here, and here you can see that we have an interface, the localhost on port 8080. Now go to the browser from here. Again, let's click on the proxy, the intercept. Let's keep it as on. Now, if I go to google.com, for example, you can see that we didn't capture anything. Now, why is that? Because in the browser itself, we didn't edit the proxy settings. So we are not opening as a proxy to capture the traffic. Now, how to do such a thing? From here, from the tools to the preferences, scroll down until you see the network setting, click on the settings, and here you can see or use system or manual. Actually, we want to use the manual proxy configuration. Now it will be, as we saw, .0.0.1 and on port 8080. And click on also, use this, and we are ready. Click on OK. Now, if I refresh this, click on advanced, you can see that we are having a problem with the certificate. Now, why is that? Because this is something externally, not internally. So if I am opening a website inside the system, it will work. It's okay. But because we are using or running, as you can see, the browser detects that there are some man in the middle attack. So that's why we are seeing, because we are intercepting. So if I refresh this, it will do again the same thing. Now, how to solve this issue? Actually, let's go to the Burp Suite. From the option here, you can see that we can import to export CA certificate. So let's regenerate. As you can see, click on yes. Then in the browser itself, go to the HTTP Burp, press enter. We are inside it. Here, the CA certificate, download it. Now, let's open it. So here you can see, here are the details of it. Now in the browser itself, now from the privacy and security, scroll down until you see view certificates. From the authorities, import and choose the certificates. And yes, you can see that trust this CA to identify website and click OK. Now if I go to Google this time, you can see that it is working correctly. If I return back here to the proxy or intercept, click the intercept to be on. Again, let's put here anything, for example, Google. You can see that it is still bending. And here you can see that we are seeing the traffic this time. So you need to forward it, to keep forwarded to see what is going on, as you can see. And finally, it is working, as you can see. So if I click on the intercept is off like this, it will work normally without any problem. Okay, now actually the Burp Suite is a very huge topic. We can't cover it all of its aspects, but don't worry, we will use it in practice once we reach the practical labs section. Now we have another tool called Nikto. It's a highly configurable open source web server scanner that tests for thousands of dangerous files and programs. So the usage is like that. Okay, and then dash host equal and put the host https google.com. Okay, now let's wait a little bit to see what it will show us. By the way, as you can see, it is taking much longer time. So Ctrl C, we have this argument or this flag, which is dash max time equal 30s or 30 seconds. And let's see now. You can see that this is the result of the scan. We didn't find much, but again, this tool is very recommended to use as it will show us some information about the website. Okay, again, we will use it in practice once we reach the practical labs section.
Networking essentials. Now, what is a network? So, computer network is a set of computers sharing resources located or provided by network nodes. The computers use common communication protocols over digital interconnections to communicate with each other. Two types of network architecture. So we have the peer-to-peer, which is allow an entity to both request and provide network services. And we have the server-centric, which is the places restriction upon which entity may take request or service them. Now there are types of network topology. Topology is derived from two Greek words, top and logi, which means where topo means place and logi means study. So in computer networks, topology is used to explain how network is physically connected and the logical flow of information in the network. A topology mainly describes how devices are connected and interact with each other using communication links. In computer networks, there are mainly two types of topology. They are a logical topology and a physical topology. Now, a logical topology describes the way data flow from one computer to another. It is bound to a network protocol and defines how data are moved throughout the network and which path it takes. In other words, it is a way in which devices communicate internally. On the other hand, the physical topology describes the way in which the computers or nodes are connected with each other in a computer network. It is arrangement of various elements, link, nodes, etc., including the device location and code installation of a computer network. In other words, we can say that it is physical layout of nodes, workstations, and cables of the networks. In a computer network, there are mainly 6 types of physical topology. They are the bus topology, the ring topology, star topology, mesh topology, tree topology, and hybrid topology. Now let's start to learn these topology one by one. Let's start with the bus topology. So bus topology is the simplest kind of topology in which a common bus or channel is used for communication in the network. The bus is connected to various tapes and drop lines. Tapes are the connectors, while drop lines are the cables connecting the bus with the computer. In other words, there is only a single transmission line for all nodes. Here is a picture of it, so you can see that this is the bus topology. We have a cable or terminator here from this place to this place. We have node 1, node 2, node 3, node 4. And here you can see that this is the main cable or the bus. That is why it is called the bus topology. And we have a drop line here. You can see that for node 1, all of them are connected to the main cable or the main bus. This is why it is called bus topology. Ring topology. Ring topology is a topology in which each computer is connected to exactly 2 other computers to form the ring. So the message passing is unidirectional and circular in nature. So here you can see, here it is, image. So this is the direction of flow. You can see that clockwise. So node 1, node 2, node 3, node 4. And this is the token ring. This is why it is called a ring topology. Star topology. So star topology is a computer network topology in which all the nodes are connected to a centralized hub. The hub or switch acts as a middleware between the nodes, and any node requesting for service or providing services first contact the hub for communication. So here it is. You can see that this is the centralized device, hub or switch, and we have node 1, 2, 3, etc. until we reach 6. And here direction of the flow. So you can see that all of the nodes are connected directly to the switch and communicate directly through it. Mesh topology. So mesh topology is a computer networking topology in which nodes are interconnected with each other. In other words, direct communication takes place between the nodes in the network. So here it is. So you can see that node 1 can communicate with node 2 and node 3 and node 4 at the same time. The same thing for node 4, the node 3, the node 2. Okay, because we have a dedicated links for each one and between each one of them. Okay. So for example, if I lose the connection between node 1 and 2, I can connect node 1 to 2 through node 3, and we can connect to node 2. Tree topology. The tree topology is a computer network topology in which all nodes are directly or indirectly connected to the main bus cable. Tree topology is a combination of bus and star topology. So here it is. You can see that from the image. We have node 1 and node 2. We have hub, and the hub is connected to another hub that connecting node 3 and node 4. And here you can see the same thing for node 5 and node 6. So node 6 to reach node 2, it has to go through this hub, then to this hub, and from this hub it will go to node 2, etc., etc. Again, this is just like a topology, like a general topology, but to keep just that in your mind as a network essentials. Now we have the hybrid topology, which is a computer topology, which is a combination of 2 or more topology. So in practical use, they are the most widely used. Okay, so you have star with the mesh topology, with the tree topology, etc., etc. So here is an example of it. So you can see that this is using the bus topology, node 1, but you can see that node 4 is a part of a ring topology, like node 4, 5, 6, 7, okay, and node 2 and 3 are connected using the star topology on this hub. And you can see that node 1 is a bus, node 2 is a star, node 4, 5, 6, 7, etc., etc. are a ring topology. So this is called a hybrid topology. Now, computer networking terminology. So we have a lot of terminology used with the computer, and most common one of them is the host name, IP address, which is Internet Protocol address, MAC address, the media access control address. We have port, socket, DNS server, ARP or ARP. We have the ARP, which is the reverse ARP. Now we will talk about each one of them. The host name. So each device in the network is associated with a unique device name known as the host name. So type host name in the command prompt on Windows administrator mode and press enter. This will display the host name of your machine. Now we have the IP address or Internet Protocol address, also known as a logical address. The IP address is the network address of the system across the network. To identify each device in the World Wide Web, the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority (IAN) assigns an IPv4 version 4 address as a unique identifier to each device on the Internet. The length of Internet or IP address v4 is 32-bit, hence we have a 232 IP address available. The length of the IPv6 version 6 address is 128 bits. Type ipconfig in the command prompt on Windows and press enter. This will give you the IP address of your device. We have the MAC address, the media access control access. So also known as the physical access. And the MAC address is the unique identifier of each host and is associated with its NIC or network interface card. So MAC address is assigned to the NIC at the time of the manufacturing. So the length of the MAC address is 12 nibble 6 byte 48 bytes. Type config/all in the command prompt and press enter. This will give you the MAC address. Okay. Now again, this is on Windows. You can use ifconfig and this will show on the Linux or Mac. We have the port. So a port can be referred to as a logical channel through which data can be sent or received to an application. Any host may have multiple applications running, and each of these applications is identified using the port number on which they are running. A port number is 16-bit integer. Hence, we have 216 ports available, which are categorized as shown below. Here are them. So from 0 to 1023. These are well-known ports. We have the registered port, which is from 1024 to 49151. These are registered, and the ephemeral are from this range. You can see that 49,152 to 65,535. These are the ephemerals. So the unique combination of IP address and port number together are termed as socket. By the way, this is an image to explain so that between the server and the client, we open a socket, we either a binding or we can connect. As you can see, connecting from the client to the server on the socket that you open. Don't worry, we will talk about the socket programming and Python programming. All of that will be in the Python section. But for now, keep that in your mind. So the client, here it is, we connect and we accept from the server and we start sending, receiving, and we close the connection. And this is called, this connection called the socket. Okay. Now we have DNS server. So DNS stands for domain name system, and DNS is basically a server which translates web addresses or URLs, for example, www.google.com, into their corresponding IP addresses. We don't have to remember all the IP addresses of each and every website. The command nslookup gives you the IP address of the domain you are looking for. So this is also provides the information of our DNS server. We have the ARP. ARP stands for Address Resolution Protocol. It is used to convert the IP address to its corresponding physical address, which is the MAC address. So again, the IP address is the logical address and the MAC address is the physical address. ARP is used by the data link layer to identify the MAC address of the receiver's machine. Now we have, on the other hand, the RARP. Okay, so RARP stands for Reverse Address Resolution Protocol, and as the name suggests, it provides the IP address of the device given a physical address as input. But RARP has become obsolete since the time DHCP has come into the picture. Now, DHCP, which is the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, we will talk about it, no worries. This is responsible for auto-assign IP address for the devices over the network. Thanks for watching. The OSI model. The OSI model, it stands for Open Systems Interconnection Model, is a conceptual framework used to describe the functions of a networking system. The OSI model characterizes computing functions into a universal set of rules and requirements in order to support interoperability between different products and software. In the OSI reference model, the communications between a computing system are split into 7 different abstractions layers: the physical, data link, networking layer, transport layer, session, presentation, and application. So let's have a look here, as you can see. So here are the 7 layers we have. We have the application layer, the end user layer, HTTP, FTP, IRS, SSH, DNS. We have the presentation layer, the syntax layer, which is SLSL, SSH, IMAP, FTP, and you can see that the presentation, like the FTP, exists in the presentation and the application. We have the session layer for sync and send to port, API sockets, WinSock, and so on. Transport layer. So here is responsible for the TCP and UDP exist in the transport layer, end-to-end connections. We have the network, the packets, IP, ICMP, IPsec, IGMP. We have the data link like frames, Ethernet, PPP, or triple P. We have switch and bridge. So you can see it is inside the data link. We have the physical finally, which is the physical structure, the coax, fibers, wireless hubs, repeaters, and so on. Okay. By the way, the routers will be here inside this layer.
or categorized inside this layer. Now let's start with the physical layer. Now this is the lowest layer of the OSI model, which is concerned with electrically or optically transmitting raw and structured data bits across the network, from the physical layer of the sending device to the physical layer of the receiving device. Okay, so from sending to receiving. It can include specifications such as voltage, pin layout, cabling, and radio frequencies. At the physical layer, one might find physical resources such as network hubs, cabling repeaters, network adapters, or modems. Now for the data link layer. At the data link layer, directly connected nodes are used to perform node-to-node data transfer where data is packaged into frames. So the data link layer also corrects errors that may have occurred at the physical layer. And the data link layer encompasses two sub-layers of its own. So the first, media access control, which is the MAC, provides flow control and multiplexing for device transmission over a network. The second, which is the LLC, the logical link control, provides flow and error control over the physical medium as well as identifies line protocols. For the network layer, the network layer is responsible for receiving frames from the data link layer and delivering them to their intended destinations based on the addresses contained inside the frame. The network layer finds the destination by using logical addresses, such as IP, the Internet Protocol. At this layer, routers are crucial component used to quite literally route information where it needs to go between networks. And by the way, the router categorized in this network layer or in this layer. The transport layer. It manages the delivery and error checking of data packets. It regulates the size, sequencing, and ultimately the transfer of data between systems and hosts. One of the most common examples of the transport layer is the TCP or the Transmission Control Protocol, or the UDP. So TCP and UDP are here. The session layer. Session layer controls the conversations between different computers. A session or connection between machines is set up, managed, and terminated at layer 5, which is the session layer. So session layer services also include authentication and reconnections. For the presentation layer, the presentation layer formats or translate data for application layer based on the syntax or semantics that the application accepts. So because of this, at times also called the syntax layer, this layer can also handle the encryption and decryption required by the application. And finally, we have the application layer, which is at this layer, both the end user and the application layer interact directly with the software application. This layer sees network services provided to end user applications such as web browser or Office 365. The application layer identifies communication partners, resource availability, and synchronizes communication. Now, what is Wireshark? Now, Wireshark is the world's foremost and widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at microscope level and is a standard across many commercial and non-profit enterprises, government agencies, and educational institutions. Wireshark development thrives thanks to the volunteer contributions of networking experts around the globe and is the continuation of projects started by Gerald Combe in 1998. Now the question is, why to use Wireshark? Now Wireshark provides many features and very important features like deep inception of hundreds of protocols with more being added all the time, live capture and offline analysis, standard 3-pane packet browser, multi-platforms, so it runs on Windows, Linux, Mac OS, Solaris, FreeBSD, NetBSD, and many others. Captured network data can be browsed via GUI, graphical user interface, or via the TTY, teletyper mode, which is the CLI, the T-Shark utility. Also, it is the most powerful display filters in the industry. Rich VoIP, which is voice over internet protocol analysis. Capture files compressed with gzip can be decompressed on the fly. Live data can be read from Ethernet IEEE 802.11 PP, HDLC, ATM, Bluetooth, USB, token ring, frame relay, FDDI, and others, depending on your platform. Also, decryption support for many protocols, including IPsec, ISAKMP, the Kerberos, SNMP version 3, SSL-TLS, WIP, and WPA and 2. Okay, now it's time to install Wireshark. Now I want to make it as simple as that. How to install it? Just Google it, how to install Wireshark on Linux, on Kali Linux, on VirtualBox, on Windows, on Mac. As simple as that, and follow the steps. But for now, let's follow this. So actually, if you go to the main website of Wireshark, so type Wireshark here. So from here, go to the download or go to the wireshark.org. From here, you can see that we have some platforms. Like for the Windows, just install the installer, the .exe or .msi here, 64, 32, or portable apps if you want, or you can have the source code, or if you want, you can have the Mac OS. Then just next, follow the instructions, as simple as that. By the way, if you want it for Apple, Mac OS, or Alpine Linux, or Ubuntu, you can have these from here. So you can see here are the sources for the Red Hat, for Solaris, Oracle, and FreeBSD project, Debian, whatever. Okay, all of that is ready. By the way, if you already have Kali Linux, which is I recommend you to do that, by the way, so you can see that you can find it already there installed. If it is not installed, we can download it and install it, as simple as that. Just type how to install Wireshark on Kali Linux and follow the steps. By the way, this is not a big deal. It is just a simple steps. Just follow them, or commands. Just follow them, press enter, next, and that's it. Okay. Now in the next lecture, we will start handling Wireshark. I will see you there. Okay. So like this, from Kali Linux, I have Kali Linux. So here, type Wireshark. And by the way, if you can have it here, you can choose the interface next, which is in my case, it is EF0. And to make sure, type ifconfig command. You can see that I'm using F0, and this is the IP address of this machine. Okay, so I will choose F0. And here you can see it will start capturing the packets. So for example, if I go here, if I open the browser, I just want to show you something. Or before that, let's open the terminal. Actually, it's better. And you can start see, yeah, actually I opened the browser, but you can see that there are packets being captured, like the TCP packets and whatever. Okay, now again, let's open the machine here. So if I type restart this time, okay, so I want to quit from the browser. Let's restart the capturing. So you can see there are nothing here. So if I type Bing google.com, you can see start that we have a lot of traffic going on. Okay, so Control C, Control D to quit from this. And don't worry, in the next lectures, we will start handling how to capture specific traffic. Depends on the IP, protocol, the request, specific data inside this request, and a lot of filters, powerful filters actually, and straight to the point, no fillers at all. I will see you there. Okay, now it's time to start using and looking for a specific IP address. Now if I open my terminal, if I type ifconfig, you can notice that this is my IP address. So actually let's increase this font size like this. Yeah, I think this is better. And you can see that this is my IP address. So I want to filter the packets that being recorded here or being captured here. I want to filter them to only show that these packets have this IP address. Okay, so I want it from here, apply the display filter ib.adder, and by the way, you can see that it is very elegant. You can see that it will start showing you some suggestions and whatever. So if I click in it, so ib.adder, which is address, equal this IP address, okay, which is this one.
my IP address. So if I type enter, okay, and here I want to bing google.com, for example. So if I type bing google.com, you can see that it will start showing all the packets that has this IP address. So here the source is like this, the destination is like this, here the source is like this, the destination is like this. So you can see every packet, even this one, as you can see this one, you can see that it has the IP address that we put it here. Okay, now what if I want to put it depends on the source or destination? How to do that? Now we will talk about this in the next lecture. Now we want to show the source to be this IP address only, so which means that the IP address must be coming from us. So ib.src, as simple as that. So ib.src equal, now put the IP address, which is, in my case, here it is. So put it here and press enter. You can see that from here, the tab resource, you can see all of the packets have this IP address, which means it starts capturing this packet. The same thing for the destination. It will be ib.dst, okay, equal, don't forget to put a space here and put the IP address. So the destination will be like this. So as you can see, all of the destination has the same IP that we put inside the filter. Okay, now what if I want to be the IP address or the source IP and the destination IP to be specific? So how to do such a thing? We can use the shift 77, which means the and like that, and put ib.src equal and put whatever. Okay, now by the way, this will not work because the source and destination cannot be the same IP address. Anyway, let's put 1 in our case and this will work. Okay, so and, or you can put here or shift backslash, which is this one. This means that it is or. So it means that either the IP, the destination is like that, or the source is like that. By the way, I'm just giving you the idea. So it depends on you now how you want to work. So I just provide you with the filter and the skills needed for your job or your work. You are the engineer, you are the hacker. Prepare the filters you want depends on the analysis you want. Okay, so ib.destination, ib.source, you can put or, you can put and, or you can put ib.adders, which is adder, which means whatever. So it is a source or destination. Okay, now if you want to capture the traffics of HTTP request or specific protocol, you can provide the protocol here. So if I type HTTP, in my case, as you can see, HTTP, HTTP2, HTTP3, but in my case, I will use HTTP, and you can see there are nothing here. So if I open my browser here, sorry, my terminal, and if I type curl HTTP as google.com, you can see it will not show anything because it is HTTPS. Now, if I type curl HTTP, by the way, the curl, it is the CURL. So actually, this is tool. If I type man curl, this is to transfer a URL. It is a tool to transfer data from or to a server. Okay, and this is used with specific protocols like FTPS, FTTP, FTP. I mean HTTP, HTTPS, whatever. Okay, cool. So this time it will be curl HTTP. Okay, like that. Oh, cool. You can see that, yeah. The source, it is coming from my machine, which is this IP, and it is going to the destination, which is the public IP of Google. And now it is coming from, as you can see, this is the link or the information here. It is get slash the HTTP version 1.1, and we got the response, which is this one, the 2. The response is the source. You can see that the source here coming from google.com and going to our destination, which is my IP address, and the protocol is HTTP as we put in the filter. And here you can see it will show us that it is moved permanently or whatever. Okay, now this is the same thing for DNS. So you can type DNS and you can put or show all the DNS requests or packets. So you can see that here we are going to somewhere or whatever data we are receiving. All right. The same thing for HTTPS, by the way,
but you can see that HTTPS will not work because here it will work if we type SSL or TLS. Okay, TLS like that. Okay, so the same thing. All right, cool. Okay, now what if I want to see a specific port for the TCP? So we know that TCP is in layer 4, which is the transmission layer, and the transmission layer or the TCP use ports, right? So in that case, I will use TCP dot port. By the way, if you can see TCP dot a lot of things. So dot port, dot analysis flags, initial RRT, duplicate acknowledgement. There are a lot of things, out of order, analysis, whatever. But in our case, we will use TCP.port equal, and it will be port 80. Okay, so I press enter. After that, you can see there is nothing. Again, if I go to the curl HTTP, which is the port 80, you can see that, yeah, we start receiving a lot of traffic. So if I go actually to the port, so if I'm using this time Telnet, and let's go to the google.com and on port 888. So here, let's change that to 888. You can see that, yeah, it start receiving. So actually, let's restart that. So let's delete this and let's restart this, continue without saving. You can see that port or 888 not found. If I type telnet google.com on port 888, you can see that, yeah, it will start sending the traffic from the source, which is my laptop or my machine, to the destination here, which is the IP address of, or the public IP of google.com. And here you can see that it is not working, by the way, because this port is not opened from Google side. Okay, cool. Now the same thing for udb.port, the same thing, it will work as expected. Now what if I want to see the packets that with TCP contains a specific thing? So TCP contains, as you can see, for example, get. Press enter, and if I open here, if I try to go to curl HTTP, you can see that the get is not inside this TCP. Now what if I want it to be get capital? You can see that, yeah, because here what we have done in the curl command here, we are sending a get request. So get request, so you can see that get capital here is found. Yeah, here you can see this is the bucket, and inside it we have the get, this one, we have the get request. So get slash. Now what if I want to search for slash? Yeah, by the way, you can see it is found either in the request or either in the response. And you may ask me, how did I know this is a response? Yeah, you guessed it right, from the source destination address. So the source is this IP. This IP is not my IP, the destination is my IP, which is this one. So I assume that this is for google.com. Cool. Now don't worry, we have other stuff. How did I know this is for google.com? So from here, you can see that from here, you can see or search for the host. So yeah, from the request or HTTP request, you can see that the location is like that. So the location is google.com. Cool. So far, so good. Now to filter out all the HTTP get or post request, we can use this one. So http.request. So you can see that http.request, press enter. And here you can see that you can choose the method, the line, the URI, the version, or whatever. In my case, I will use the method, and equal, it will be get. Press enter. Now let's go here. Let's type curl, the HTTP, and you can see that, yeah, it is captured. Now here it is a get request. Now if I want to put it as a post request, so -x, I will use the -x option with the curl here and put the post capital. Press enter. You can see that it couldn't resolve this. Yeah, actually it is x capital, by the way, not x small here. Yeah, cool. But you can see that it is not captured. So how? Now if I type post this time, yeah, you can see that it is here. Now again, let's restart that so I can show you live. So here it is. Again, yeah, you can see that it is captured. So you can see post slash and it is working fine. The same thing for bot or other HTTP request. Okay, now to filter out specific protocols. So for example, I don't want to capture the DNS or the ARP or whatever. So how to do such a thing? I will use the shift 1, which is this exclamation mark, so which means not, and open the brackets and open or type inside it DNS, or you can choose or shift // ARP, for example, and press enter. And you can see that this will not work. So I think, or not DNS like that. So you can see, yeah. So if I type like that, DNS or ARP, okay, it must be a small letter because this is a case sensitive, by the way. So shift 1 exclamation mark, open the brackets. So either DNS or ARP, don't display them. So how did I know it is working or not? You can just kern to HTTP, and here you can see that it will start capturing all of the protocols. You can see TCP, SSDP, HTTP, or whatever, but DNS is not here. Now, how to know that is DNS here, by the way, or is DNS being captured from the first place? Just remove it and you can see that, yeah, it is captured. So remove it like that, press enter, yeah, DNS is here, okay? So if I type not DNS or ARP, DNS is not here. So we filtered out the DNS and ARP. So this or inside it, so which means either DNS or ARP. You can put and here, okay? So DNS and ARP are here, not, so you can see that it will start capturing, okay? So ARP is here and DNS is here. So you must type it as or. So either DNS or ARP, don't, because this is shift 1 or exclamation mark, not, don't show them here, okay? Cool, so far so good. Now it's time to talk about NC Netcat utility, how to capture password. Now Netcat is a plain text way to see things. So if I type NC-L for listening -P 9999, so right now I'm listening on the port 80, sorry, on the port 9999. Now open Wireshark here, and from here let's choose any, like that. So let's put it like that. So from here, actually I start capturing. I want to connect to our machine, so I will put the IP address, my network interface IP address, so which is this one. So ANSI this IP with this port, okay? So you can see that, yeah, it start capturing. As you can see here, it is the packets. Now if I type hi, this is my password 1 2 3 4 5 6, for example, okay? So we receive it here. Now if I click here actually, and if I right click follow TCP stream, you will find out we can find the text as plain. As you can see, hi, this is my password, and 1 2 3 4 5 6. So using ANSI for communication is a bad way, okay? Now ANSI, of course, we use it just as a client to connect to endpoints or check the connectivity, you know, like the Swiss knife, as they called it, Swiss Army knife for networking, okay? So, but don't use it for secure communication. Okay, now let's talk about the FTP. Now, FTP is a protocol, file transfer protocol, and it is born in 1971 or whatever. It used the port 20 and 21, okay? Now, although it is a very old protocol, but some organizations still use it today. Imagine that, okay? So FTP is a plain text protocol, and therefore any man-in-the-middle attack will compromise your data or your passwords. So let's start doing here. Okay, so let's start capturing. And by the way, by default, FTP is not installed. So just Google it, how to install FTP on Kali Linux. Okay, by the way, it will be like that. So sudo apt install vsftpd. Okay, like that. And put the password. And you can see that, yeah, SFTP is already installed, by the way. Now, sudo systemctl status for the VSFTPD. And you can see that, yeah, it is inactive by default. So let's enable it. So start. So sudo systemctl start VSFTPD. Now let's check it. Now it is run. Now it is running. So net state -ntlp. You can see that, yeah, the port 21 is running right now. Okay, cool. So far so good. Now if I type FTP, press enter. This is the FTP client. O for open connection. Now put our IP address, which is this one. Now put Kali. Put the password, which is the password of my Kali user. Kali123456. Okay. And here you can start get files, receive, bot, whatever. Okay. Now you can see that we have captured a lot of traffic here. So if I click on the TCP, right click, follow TCP stream again. Oh, you can see that we are capturing secure data. So you can see, please specify the password. And you can see that the password is like that. Imagine that. So we are seeing the password. So of course, then, okay. Now please, if you are an engineer working with a company, organization, or whatever, and you are still using, or they are still using FTP, please, you suggest that you should replace it with something more secure like SFTP or the SSH, because as you can see, the password is here, and which is something very dangerous. Okay, now this is for the password using FTP. Now what if I want to capture files? Okay, so for example, let's quit from the connection. So for example, let's touch a file, and let's call it file.txt. Okay, vim this file. Okay, let's put some content inside it. So this is the first line. This is first line, second line, third, etc, blah blah blah, or whatever. Okay, so this is our file. Okay, file.txt. Now let's restart the capturing. Okay, so we can have a nice page or clear page. So here, FTP, open the connection to our IP address. Okay, now put Kali 123456, and here if I type ls or dir, you can see that we have the file. Sorry, I need to increase the font size like that. So dir, you can see here is the file.txt. Now I want to get it, so get the file.txt. Okay, and put it /, which means on my current directory, or actually let's put it on the desktop so we can distinguish, because if I put it on the current directory, it is the same Kali home directory. So / desktop. So you can see that transfer is complete. Now if I go to Wireshark here, if I right click on the first, as you can see, the first TCP, follow TCP stream, you can see we are start receiving. This is Kali password. Here is the port, some information, and finally we are receiving, as you can see, retrieve the file.txt, and here are some values, transfer complete, or whatever. So how to do and how to get the content of the file, which is FTP-data. Press enter. You can see that, yeah, it is here. So from here, right click, TCP stream. You can see that we are receiving some data. This is, remember when I type dir, so we received the directory or lists. Okay, again let's put FTP-data here, and here you can see we have the retrieve the file list, and here retrieving the file. So follow TCP stream, and here, oh my god, you can see that we are seeing the plain text here completely. So you can see that this is the file as explained, or as a plain text, which is something very dangerous to use FTP at all. Okay, so far so good. Now, what if we want to capture password using HTTP? So imagine that there are still websites using HTTP instead of HTTPS, the SSL TLS protocol. And this is very dangerous thing. So if I go to my browser, and if I go to this website, now actually this is just an arbitrary website, but the main point here is to talk about HTTP and HTTPS. So techpanda.org, go to it. Now actually this is a website intended for such a thing. And here let's put admin@google.com, and the password will be P capital password 2010, and press enter. And here you can see that, yeah, it is here. Okay, we are connected or logged in successfully. Okay, now here is the thing. Now if I go here, if I type HTTP, press enter, you can see that we are capturing all of the data here. Now you can see that if you follow the info here, you can see we have a post. Now this post, inside it, open the hypertext protocol or start searching about some information, or from here, from the HTML form URL, you can see we are seeing the username or the email and the password as a plain text, which means this is a bad idea to use a website or even to create a users on a website, on such websites. Like websites that are not using HTTPS, don't use it at all, because you may get hacked. As you can see, I am seeing the email or the username, I mean, and the password as plain text. This is something very dangerous. Now the same thing for the HTTP website. Okay, we can capture files or images, videos, whatever. So actually, if I return back to panda.com or techpanda.org here and go to it here, or actually if I go open Google, I typed list of HTTP websites, okay, whatever, and I went to site list, for example, here. And if I go to any website, arbitrary website, just choose anything that are not using HTTPS, like that, for example. Here, the first thing, you can see that there are a lot of images, a lot of stuff, okay? And here the same thing, and see, and so, and all of that. So here, if I type JPEG, you can see that there are nothing. But if I type PNG, for example, oh my God, you can see that we are seeing a lot of PNG images. Now, how to capture these? So from here, from file, export object, and we will use HTTP. But the first thing, we must stop the capturing. So stop it, file, export object HTTP. And here you can see we have a lot of objects like the JSON, JPEG files, whatever. So if I type JPEG, nothing. PNG, yeah, there are a lot. So if I type save all, and let's save them on the desktop for now, and choose yes, and let's go to the desktop actually. Oh my God, you can see that we have all of the images. So the images of the birds, the logo, whatever data we have. So which means that if I am using HTTP, I can see the traffic as a plain text. Okay, I can see the traffic as a plain text. So don't ever use HTTP websites either for login, or don't develop such websites. And this is as something very serious. Now, what is a port? The port is a virtual location where networking communication starts and ends in a nutshell. Okay, so for more in-depth explanation, we need to establish a little background information. There are two kinds of network ports on each computer: 65,536 of each, for a total of 131,082 network ports. And these considered as TCP and UDP. Okay. Now each computer has an internet protocol, the IP address, which is how the network knows which computer to send packets to. So if you send a packet to the IP address, the computer knows what port to route the packet to based on application or packet contents. Each service running on the computer needs to listen on a designated port. So the first 1023 TCP ports are the well-known ports reserved for applications like FTP the 21, HTTP 80, or SSH the 22. And the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, the IANA, reserves these points to keep them standardized. TCP ports from 1024 to 49,151 are available for use by services or applications, and you can register them with IANA. So they are considered semi-reserved. Ports 49,152 and higher are free to use. Now let's start with port scanning basics. A port scanner sends TCP or UDP network packet and asks the port about their current status. The three types of responses are below, which is open or accepted. The computer responds and asks if there are anything it can do for you. Closed or not listening. The computer responds that this port is currently in use and unavailable at this time. Or filtered, dropped, blocked. The computer doesn't even bother to respond. So we either have a respond or without respond, or we have a respond that the port is currently in use. Okay. Now let's start with port scanning techniques. Now, by the way, this is just a general idea about the scanning techniques. We will have in-depth about the Nmap scanning techniques. No worries. And in a theory way. Okay. And we will have the hands-on later on. First, the ping scan. This is the simplest scan. A ping scan looks for any ICMP replies, indicates if a target is alive. TCP half open, a fast and common scan that requests an ACK or ACK or acknowledge packet from a computer, also called a SYN, which means a synchronization or synchronized scan. Okay. TCP connect, similar to the TCP half open scan, but the TCP connect scan completes the TCP connection. UDP, which is slower than TCP scan. A UDP scan works best when you send a specific payload to target, such as DNS request. And we have the stealth scanning, quiet and unobvious. Stealth scanning is commonly used by hackers for this reason. Now, what are the difference between TCP and UDP? Now, we learned that we have TCP connect, UDP, stealth scanning, TCP half open, SYN, SYN-ACK. What is that? We will talk about it right away. TCP and UDP are the two most common protocols used for the IP networks or the Internet Protocol networks. TCP or Transmission Control Protocol is a nice orderly transaction protocol. TCP sends each packet in order, complete with error checking, verification, and a three-way handshake to confirm each packet is successful, which is the SYN, SYN-ACK, and ACK. Now, I'm assuming that you have a simple idea of how TCP works. Okay, so I will move on. Now, UDP doesn't have any error checking but tends to be faster. And live streaming and online video games often use UDP for this reason, because it is faster. UDP is a connectionless protocol, so programs that use UDP just send the data, and if you miss a packet, you will never get it again, because it is a connectionless. There are no three-way handshaking, as we learned from here. The SYN, SYN-ACK, ACK, okay? So that's why it is faster and connectionless. Now again, I'm assuming that you are familiar or have a simple idea what is the TCP, what is the UDP, and how they works, okay? In a nutshell, let's say. So if you are not, please, you can just Google it, how TCP works. Just read a simple article, it's no big deal. What we need here is you need to have just a simple idea how TCP works. The three-way handshaking, verification, checking, the connection lists, and the difference between TCP and UDP. Just as simple as that. Just type difference or TCP versus UDP and read a simple article and you will be fine. What is Nmap? Nmap is a network scanner utility used for port scanning, host discovery, and vulnerability scanning. Most of its functions are based on using IP packet analysis to detect and identify remote hosts, operating systems, and services. Nmap is used by large companies as well as smaller size organizations for port auditing, host monitoring, penetration testing, and similar tasks. Now, even with Nmap constantly being updated with the new features since decades, its core function remains as a port scanner, helping users gather data by sending packets to local or remote ports. This is done by waiting for packet responses to determine if ports are closed, open, or filtered. The most popular method of using Nmap is via the terminal command line console by performing nmap full scan command. Now don't worry, we will handle all of that in the hands-on in this course. Okay, now it's time to prepare the environment. The first thing, we want to download and install VirtualBox. So from Google, download VirtualBox, go to the downloads, and from here, choose the version you want regarding the platform you want. So Windows host, OS X for Mac, Linux distribution, Solaris, and so on. In my case, I am using Ubuntu, so I will choose Linux distribution, and I will have Ubuntu 20, which is this one, okay? And then after you install it, just follow the instruction, as you can see from here, and you can just install it as simple as that. The same thing for OS X, the Mac, and the same thing for Windows, okay? Now this is the first thing. Now the second thing, we want Kali Linux, okay? Now, by the way, we can install Nmap for Windows or for Mac or for Ubuntu, by the way, but actually for you as ethical hacker, it's better to have Kali Linux, because Kali Linux is an operating system used for penetration testers and ethical hackers, okay? So yeah, it is better to have Kali Linux installed. So from here, you can go to the Kali Linux downloads, and from here, I want to choose a live boot, which is this one, and here you can download it, which is 3.7 gigabyte, which is Kali Linux 2021, okay? Or torrent, and you have the sum just in case to make sure that you have the right distribution or the right ISO file, okay? Now, the second thing, or the third thing actually, not the second, we want to have an environment to test the Nmap on. So we want to scan the port, the host, vulnerabilities, and so on. So actually, it's better to have a local machine or a testing machine for that purpose, not to test on a live target like google.com or Amazon or whatever. No, actually, this is bad. So we will have Metasploitable. Okay, so from here, Metasploitable, you can download it from SearchForge, or you can have it from Rapid7, which is this one. Okay, but of course, you need to provide information, name, email, the company you're working with. You can put arbitrary values, by the way. Okay, so you don't need to register and all of that. Okay, now after VirtualBox is downloaded and installed, now we want to have Kali Linux operating system. Now you may ask me, but why we need Kali Linux? Because by default it has the Nmap already there, okay? And by the way, as again, we are as ethical hackers, we have to learn the right way, which is using a Kali Linux, because this is used mainly by ethical hackers, okay? Or hackers generally. So from here, open the VirtualBox, new, and let's name it Kali or Kali Linux. And here you can choose Linux, and let's choose other 64, okay? And you can choose next, put it as much as you want. By the way, 512 megabyte will be enough, but in my case, I have a lot of RAM on my laptop, so I can put 2 giga, no problem. And here you can create a hard disk, next. In my case, I will put it as 50 gigabyte, or no, actually it's better to have it as 20. Now it depends on your hardware again, because I have a lot. Okay, now this is the first step. Now here, let's go to the setting. While I'm choosing Kali Linux, let's go to the network, make sure it is a bridge adapter, and make sure you are using the adapter that you want. In my case, this is the Wi-Fi, not the Ethernet. And then go to the storage. So here, choose the empty and choose the disk file and choose Kali Linux, okay, which is this one, and press OK. Now after this is done, let's click on start. And as you can see, it will select, we want to select the Kali Linux 2021, which is this one. And let's start. And here in my case, I can put live. You can just run it as live, or you can just start the installer. which is this one. I will choose English, continue. United States, continue. Now for the host name, choose Kali or whatever you want. Domain name, leave it as empty. The full name for the new user, because by default Kali doesn't support the root by default. So you need to put a user here. So in my case, I can put Kali. Username for your account, Kali, it will be. And it will be Kali, the Kali 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I know it's simple, just this is for the sake of this course. Okay. This is the password. By the way, you need to provide a secure password. This is just arbitrary password for the sake for this course. Okay. Now, if you got stuck on the configure the network part, make sure that you have the NAT first. From here, from the setting, return it back to the NAT. Then, after it is done, you can return it back to the bridge. Now, why we need the bridge, not the NAT? Because we want to be on the same network. Okay, so the Kali Linux will have an IP address on the same network of the Metasploitable machine, which is that we want to use for testing. Okay, don't worry, we will handle that right away. Continue, continue, and you can choose either separate or all files in one. You know, in our case, it doesn't matter. So continue and finish. And yes, continue. Okay, now you see this use a network mirror and choose yes, continue, continue. Now you will see that install the grub bootloader. Yes, and you can choose this device, which is the main device, which is our main device. Continue. Now the installation is complete. Now let's select the first one. Here's let's put the user that we created previously, Kali, and the password is Kali 123456. Now we have the Kali Linux is ready. So from here, let's go to the full screen. Yeah, I think this is better. And from here, if I click on it, so here if I type ifconfig, you can see that this is the IP address, which is inside the NAT network. So from here, from the machine setting to the network, and select bridge adapter. Press OK. If I type ifconfig again, you can notice that it is still the same problem. So for that, ifconfig down to the EF0, or actually it's F0 down. And of course you need a sudo permission, so sudo this and Kali 123456. So you can notice that if I type ifconfig again for this, you can see that the network is down. So you will notice that, yeah. So again, up, sudo ifconfig. Actually, I think I must. Yeah, I think it's better to increase the font size. So sudo ifconfig F0 up. Okay, like that. So sudo ifconfig. You can see that now we have the IP address, which is this one, which is inside the network. And this is what we want. By the way, you can see that nmap is here, right? As you can see, nmap is here. And by the way, if you don't like the opacity like this, just from here, from the file, the preferences, from the from the application transparency, put it to 0 and apply. You can see that now there are no transparency at all. And you can change, and by the way, you can change the color. So from here, green on black, if you like this. Actually, I prefer this because it's not just like I am talking, I am hacker or something. No, to feel like that. No, actually, it's better for your eyes, or at least for my eyes. I think this is better, comfortable for my eyes. Okay, now the next step, we want to prepare the environment. We want to download and install the Metasploitable, or we already downloaded it, so we want to install it so we can test nmap against it in the next lectures. Okay, now after we prepared the Kali Linux, we want to prepare the Metasploitable, which is the machine that we want to run the Nmap against to test port scans, vulnerability, host discovery, and all of that. So from the Metasploit, make sure you are downloaded the Metasploitable 2, okay, which is you already downloaded. Now from here, new, name anything. So let's name it Metasploit or Metasploitable 2, and choose Linux, choose other Linux 64, 512 megabyte will be enough. Create, next, yes, 8 giga is enough, or more than enough actually. Now click on the setting for this machine, make sure it is a bridge adapter, and from the storage here, so actually we want to remove this, and we want to add a new hard disk. So from here, add, so let's choose it, yeah, the VMDK file here, choose it and click choose. So you can see that we only have this one and the empty, so we have this one and it adds a primary device 0. Click OK and just start it, as simple as that. Now after it is booted, you can see that it is only CLI command line or a terminal, and it will ask for a login, username and password. By the way, you can find them on the same Rapid7, which is the MSF admin, which is this one. So if I go here, MSF admin, and again MSF admin, you can see that now we are logged in as MSF admin. And if you type ifconfig, you can see that, yeah, we are inside the same network, which is what we want. Now here, the environment is ready. Now we have the VirtualBox. Inside it we have Kali Linux, the attacking machine, or the machine that has Nmap that we want to run the scanning techniques and all of that. We will handle it right away in the next lectures. And we have the test machine, or the hacked machines that we want to run Nmap against it to test, scan, check the vulnerability, host discovery, and all of that. So you will not run that on a live machines or live targets, which is bad practice or bad thing. You may get in trouble. Okay. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. We will start handling the Nmap scanning. Scanning techniques of Nmap. Now there are some scanning techniques of Nmap we will to discuss. UDP scan by using the option -SU capital. Fin scan by using the option -SF capital. Ping scan by using the option -SP capital. TCP SYN scan using the -S capital. TCP connect scan using the -ST capital. Version detection using the S-V capital, okay? And we have the idle scan using the -S, the L, okay? So we want to discuss each one of them, okay? So let's start with UDP scan. So this technique is used to scan the open UDP ports of the target IP or host. Here you do UDP scan sends UDP packets to every port of the target and waits till it gets response. So if it receives error message stating that the ICMP is unreachable, this means that the port is closed. But if it gets any approachable response, then it means this port is open. So here is the command that being used, nmap-su, and put the target IP or host. Fin scan. In fin scan technique, packets are sent with fin flag, sometimes because of firewall, so SYN packets might be blocked. In such case, fin scan works by bypassing the fin firewall. Fin packets are sent to close the ports. If no response is received, it is because either the packet is dropped by firewall or the port is open. So here is the command nmap-su capital and put the target. Ping scan. This technique is only used to find out whether the host is available or not. Ping scan is not used to detect open ports. So it sends ICMP echo request and in return get ICMP echo reply which means that the host is alive. Here is the command nmap-sp and put the target. TCP SYN scan. In this technique, Nmap sends SYN packets to the destination but doesn't create any session. As a result, target computer will not be created any log of interaction as no session was initiated. So here is the command nmap-ss capital, and now another name called stealth because no session is being opened.
We have the TCP connect scan. Unix socket uses a system call named connect to begin TCP connection, and if it succeeds, connection can be made, and it fails. If it is failed, connections cannot be made. Basically, because the port might be closed. So here is the command nmap-st capital with the target. We have the version detection. So this technique is used to find out about specific service running on open port. It is version and product name, okay? And it is not used to detect open port. However, this scan needs open ports in order to detect the version. It uses TCP sync scan to know about the open ports. Here is the command nmap-sv capital. So for example, you are running Apache or Nginx or whatever, you can detect the version. We have the idle scan. So it is an advanced scan that doesn't send any packets from your IP address. Instead, it uses another host from the target network to send the packets. So here is the command -si and put the target. Now, don't worry, we will handle all of that in details in a practical manner in the next lectures. Thanks for watching. Okay, now the first thing, boot the Metasploitable and Kali Linux, and we will start. Now, if I type ifconfig inside Metasploitable, you can see this is the IP that ends with 110, and here inside the Kali ifconfig, it ends with 109. Okay, cool. Now the first thing, we will use nmap utility and the IP address, which is 168.8.110, which is 110 for the Metasploitable machine. So if I type like this, you can see that nmap simply with IP address, it will give me all of the open ports. And in my case here, you can see the FTP, SSH, Telnet, and a lot of ports. The same thing if I want to do for a host name, but don't do this actually. So for example, google.com, and if I press enter, so nmap the IP, nmap the host name, google.com, amazon.com, Cloudflare, whatever. But actually, don't do this on a live target, because you may get in trouble. Now, of course, not just simple nmap scan, it will get you in trouble, but it's better to do that on a local machines or test machines. Now you can see google.com has 443 HTTPS and HTTP open only. Okay, now it's time to talk about how to detect hosts. You will use the ping scan technique. So nmap-s and p is capital, and this time we want to provide the range or the subnet of the IPs. So 8.0/24 like this. So S means or stands for service, and the service will be P, which means ping. It will send ICMP packets, and it is Internet Control Message Protocol. I recommend you to read more about it, the type of the packets, echo reply, echo request, and so all of that. Just a simple article will do the job, okay? And press enter. Now this will start scanning the whole network inside, or the whole network for this specific range. Okay, so in my case, I found 4 hosts are up. As you can see, this is the first host, the second host, which is, this is for the Kali Linux, Kali machine. Oh, sorry, this is for my Metasploitable machine. This is for the Kali Linux machine. This is some machine on the network, and this is for the router. Okay, now it's time to scan all the ports. By default, when we run the nmap, this one, okay, remember when we run it like this, it will scan the first 1000 port. So in my case, I don't need that, or one specific ports. In my case, I need to scan all of the ports. How to do such a thing? The same command, but this time, let's increase the font size a little bit. This time, it will be -p-, like this, and you can see it will take longer time. Okay, this time, it scanned and find that there are other ports like these ones, as you can see. So it scanned all the ports. By the way, we have other options or other shortcuts like -p 1/, which means 1 from 1 to 6
535 like this, it will do the same job. So either to provide the port range or to put it like this, dash B dash. Okay, P stands for port, it's simple. Or you want just to check if the port 80, port 443, the HTTPS is open, so you can put that like this, 80 slash, or sorry, comma, then put 443 or put 112, for example. Okay, so it will start scanning only these three ports. So as you can see, the 80 is open, the 443 HTTPS is closed, and the 112 is closed. All right. Okay, now how to scan multiple IPs? We can do this nmap, put the first command, or the first IP I mean, and put the second IP. Okay, so I want to scan the Metasploitable machine and my machine, the Kali machine, like this. These are the ports for the first machine, which is the Metasploitable, and the reports for our machine or the Kali machine is all host. The host is up, but all the 1000 scanned ports on this are closed. Again, you can put another command, which is dash b dash, so it will scan all the ports for these two machines. Let's wait a little bit. So you can see that the first machine, or the first target, which is this one, these are the IPs or the ports opened, and all of the ports, as you can see, all of the port range are closed. Okay, to scan the top ports, okay, so we will use this command, dash dash top dash ports, and we want to put the number of ports, so 100 top ports, and for the IP address of my machine, the Metasploitable, which is this one. So you can see that it will start scanning the first 100 top ports, including these, as you can see, by the way. So if I change this to top 1000, top 10,000, and so on, you can see that the number will be increased. So here, the one unknown, but here we have this MSG, SRVR, whatever. Okay. Okay, now to read from list, first let's create the list. So touch list.txt, vim list.txt, and here let's put our IP address, and let's put Microsoft.com, Amazon.com, and Cloudflare.com, or anything. Again, it's better to have a test machines rather than live targets. Okay, but this will do the job. So yeah, we have it here, list.txt. So nmap -i l capital list.txt. So here it will start scanning the ports, the hosts inside this list. So you can see that 4 IP addresses, one host is up, scanned. Okay, by the way, we can put -sp capital as well. So you can see that here are the first IP address, which is the Metasploitable, here for Microsoft.com. There are other addresses for Microsoft.com, of course. The same thing for Amazon.com and Cloudflare. Okay. So what we learned, that we can create a list of the IP addresses we want, and we can specify everything we have learned on this, for this list of IPs, okay, or hosts. Here you can see that we have the parameter needed to get from a list, and before it we can put anything we learned, -sp capital, -p dash, -p specific ports, and so on. Okay, now to save to a file, so nmap -o n capital, and put the IP address we want. Sorry, I have to put output.txt, for example, and you can see that if I type here, we have output.txt. So if I type output.txt, yeah, you can see that all of the result will be here in this file. So we can use -o n capital like this. So let's increase the font size a little bit. So output.txt, and here is the IP address, and we can put an, instead of an X, And here, instead of text XML. So if I type here cat output.xml, you can see that this time it is in the form of XML. Now it depends on what your needs. Now it's time to disable the DNS, and that's to speed up your scanning. So nmap -n, we will use -n, and the IP address we want to scan. So here without -n, by the way, this will work fast because this machine is within the network we have. So without -n, it is much longer. So we will use -n. So if I type man nmap or nmap help and put -n, you can see that this is to never do DNS resolution, always resolve. Okay. Now here nmap -a. So if you see man nmap here, -a capital, and we will use it with T4. So -a here actually to enable OS detection and version detection, skip scanning, and transroute. So let's test it out. Nmap -a on 192.168.110 for the Metasploitable. And you can see it is taking longer, but it gives us every details possible that needed. So you can see that there are a lot of information, the version of the FTP, for example, here, and we have anonymous FTP allowed, whatever. Okay, so you can see that there it will start detecting the versions and the OS used there. Now, but it is taking longer. So to make it faster, T4, type the T4 option, as you can see. Now to get the version, we can also use this command, nmap -sv, v capital, and put the IP address that we want to scan, like this. Sorry about this, I have to put dot here. And this will give us the version as well. So actually, if I remove the -sv, you can see that it will give us port, state, and service. But with -sv, port, state, service, and version. So you can see that FTP, but which version? This is the version. As such, which version? This is the as such. And Debian, Ubuntu, whatever. Okay? Okay, now it's time to run the using TCP or UDP. So nmap, as simple as that. S for service, T for TCP, or U capital, T is capital or U capital, by the way, for UDP. So T, and let's put the IP address. So this is will scan. So this will scan TCP ports only, and using the U capital here, this will scan on UDP. But you can see that it needs root privilege. So sudo shift1 like that. So you can see it's still working because it will take a longer time. Okay, now it's time to talk about the NSE scanning vulnerabilities, CVE, or common vulnerability exposures. So the command will be nmap. We will use -p capital N. Now this is, it will assume that all hosts are online, so it will disable the host discovery. By the way, if you type man nmap and /bash pn like that, you can see that it will treat all hosts as online, and it will skip host discovery. Okay, so nmap -p capital N, and here we will put -- script. Now this is used with the NSE, the nmap scripting engine. So here you can choose or use the script that you have created using the LUA or the Lua language. So vuln and the target. Now this vuln, it will scan for vulnerabilities. This is a script used and created to scan for vulnerabilities. So like that, put the IP address In my case, it will be 105. The IP address has changed, by the way. It's okay, no problem. And press enter. By the way, this will take a lot of time because you can see that the progress is moving a little bit. Now, I already make a scan for the Metasploitable 2 machine, which is this one. And you can see in my case, it took 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So here we can see that we are using the FTP, and you can see the FTP version is vulnerable and it has a backdoor. So as you can see, it is exploitable using this CVE. So which means that we are in the wrong. So this FTP server must be upgraded. By the way, this is a Metasploitable 2 after all. It is deliberately used to be hacked or to be vulnerable after all. Okay, so you can see that there are other vulnerabilities, like here we can see in the SSL there are some problem, whatever. Okay, and if I keep scrolling down, you will notice that we have Diffie-Hellman problem, TCP. I think you can see that the Apache server has problems, whatever, as you can see. So you can see that it scanned for vulnerabilities, and this what makes Nmap a very powerful tool. Okay, now it's time to talk about the DOS attacks, denial of service. Now Nmap, thanks to the NSE, the Nmap scripting engine, we can use this tool as DOS tool. By the way, don't use that to harm others. Use it to help your companies, organization, whatever, in a good ways, okay? And to harden your system, okay? So it will be used like that, Nmap, and we will use it on this port or this IP, I mean this host. Okay, we will use -pn, we will use -- script, and we will use the DOS, the slow loris attack, and this is very common type of DOS attacks, and it's very powerful, by the way, because you cannot distinguish between the real attacks and the real users, because after all it is HTTP request, right? So slow loris and -- script args, because we want to put arguments, and we will put the HTTP -slow loris dot run forever equal true. By the way, this will be very exhaustion for our machine, so we have to put something before it, which is the max parallelism. So -max parallelism, so it will be like that, and press enter. And by the way, this will keep running until exhausting the machine we are hosting, which is the Metasploitable machine. So after a long time, you will notice that the HTTP server there, when you go to your browser and put this IP, you will notice that it will become slower and slower, which means that the attack worked. So if you keep press enter, you will see that 2% is done. Like that, as you can see. Now Nmap is very powerful. You can see that it has the brute force utility. So Nmap -- script, and you can choose, as I provided in the theory part, we can have a brute force attack against WordPress, SQL, and FTP server. So in my case, I will choose it on FTP server. So FTP -brute, and the IP address of the machine, which is the Metasploitable machine. So if I press enter, it will work. But it's better to have -p option, which is the port, and put the 21, which is the port for the FTP server. So like that. So Nmap -- script FTP brute -p, it will be 21 for the FTP, and the IP address for the host or the machine. Now actually it will take longer time. So for now, as you can see, it is not moving at all. But with that, you can brute force the FTP if it is vulnerable, by the way. But this will take longer time. You know that because it is brute forcing after all. So it will take a lot of time. By the way, the brute force attacks is not the modern way to do the hack, to be honest. Because unless you have a supercomputer, don't do the brute force at all. Well, at least that's my opinion. Why is that? Because it will take forever. That's it. As simple as that. Okay, now to detect a malware on your site or on the site, so we will use this. So nmap -- script, and it will be http -malware -host, and then put the IP address of the machine, which is like that. Okay, and it's better to have nmap -s a small v capital, which is to service to version, to get the version of the machine. And you can see that it start scanning, and we got the following results. So you can see that here there are some information, and you can see that this RPC bind is somehow vulnerable or whatever. Okay, well, I'm not saying that nmap is 100% accurate, but it is one of the best tools you can find out there. After all, for you as ethical hacker or as a hacker, you need to write your own tools. Depends on the targets you are attacking. Of course, I'm not saying about black hat things. I'm talking about white hat things to protect your organization or the companies or organization you are protecting or you are working with. Now, other ways actually is to use the Google malware detection. So -- script, it will be Google, it will be http -google -malware, and instead of typing the --sv, which we will use the -p, which is port 80. Okay, or we can put it as that, it will do the job. So like that, and press enter. By the way, you can see that because we are using a local machine, and this is not accessible from the world. So let's put another machine here or another IP. So let's put Amazon.com, for example, because Amazon is a competitor for Google. I'm just kidding, by the way. So here you can see that it will show us something like that. So actually it's better to have a public IP instead domain, because you know we have a load balancers and all of that stuff. So here you can see it didn't detect any malware or whatever.
Nmap firewall and IDS evasion techniques. Now we start with the fragment packets. So this technique was very effective, especially in the old days. However, you can still use it if you found a firewall that is not properly configured. The Nmap offers that ability to fragment packets while scanning with the -f option, so it can bypass the packet inception of firewalls. We have to specify a specific MTU technique. So Nmap is giving the option to the user to set the specific MTU. Now MTU is the maximum transmission unit to the packet. Okay, we will talk about MTU, no worries. Now this is very similar to the packet fragmentation technique that we have explained above. During the scan, that size of the Nmap will create packets with size based on the number that we will give. In this example, we gave the number 24, so the Nmap will create a 24-byte packets, causing a confusion into the firewall. Have in mind that the MTU number must be multiple of 8, so until we reach this number, as you can see, 8 million and stuff, okay, etc. So you can specify the MTU of your choice with the command -MTU number target, okay? We have the using decoy addresses. So in this type of scan, you can instruct Nmap to spoof packets from other hosts. In the firewall logs, it will not be only your IP address and the IP addresses of the decoys, so it will be much harder to determine from which system the scan started. There are two options that you can use in this type of scan. Nmap-D using the R&D 10 with the target. This is to generate a random number of decoys, so you can see random R&D. We have the Nmap-D, which is using decoy 1, 2, 3, etc., etc. This is to manually specify the IP addresses of the decoys. By the way, you need to put manually the decoys IP addresses. We have the idle zombie scan. This technique allows you to use another host on the network that is idle in order to perform a port scan to another host. The main advantage of this method is that it is very stealthy because the firewall logs files will record the IP address of the zombie and not your IP. However, in order to have proper results, we must find hosts that are idle on the network. And Metasploit framework has a scanner that can help us to discover hosts that are idle on the network, and it can be used while implementing this type of scan. By the way, the Metasploit framework, we will talk about it, no worries. For now, keep that on your mind. Now here is the command that will be used, nmap-sl with the zombie IP, which is the one with the idle we talked about, and with the target IP, the victim. We have source port number specification. So a common error that many administrators are doing when configuring firewalls is to set up a rule to allow all incoming traffic that comes from a specific port number. The source port option of nmap can be used to exploit this misconfiguration. Common ports that you use for this type of scans are 20 or 53 and 67. We can append random data. So many firewalls are inspecting packets by looking at their size in order to identify a potential port scan. This because many scanners are sending packets that have specific size. In order to avoid that kind of detection, you can use the command -data-length to add additional data and to send packets with different size than the default. We can scan with random order. In this technique, you can scan a number of hosts in random order and not sequential. The command that you use to instruct nmap to scan for hosts in random order is randomize or -randomize hosts. This technique combines with the slow timing options in nmap and command and can be very effective when you don't want to alert firewalls. MAC address spoofing. Another method for bypassing firewall restrictions while doing a port scan is by spoofing the MAC address of your host. This technique can be very effective, especially if there is a MAC filtering rule to allow only traffic from a certain MAC address, so you will need to discover which MAC address you need to set in order to obtain results. Specifically, the -spoof MAC option gives you the ability to choose a MAC address from a specific vendor, to choose random MAC address, or to set a specific MAC address of your choice. And another advantage of MAC address spoofing is that you can make your scan more stealthier, because your real MAC address will not appear on the firewall log files. So you can specify MAC address from a vendor, then you can spoof using the -spoof MAC. You can use Dell, Apple, or 3Com. Generate a random MAC address. You can use -spoof-MAC and with 0. This is to generate a random MAC address. Or you can specify your own MAC address by using the -spoof-MAC and put the MAC address of your. Send bad checksums. Checksums are used by TCP/IP protocol to ensure the data integrity. However, sending packets with incorrect checksums can help you to discover information from systems that is not properly configured, or when you are trying to avoid a firewall, you can use the command nmap-badsum IP in order to send packets with bad checksum to your targets. Alright. Now this actually was like a theory, because this is just one of the techniques we will use, but no worries, just keep that on your mind, and you can, by the way, check that and practice that on your machine and check the techniques we talked about. But these are theory and not that commonly used, okay? But we will have a section in this course to talk more in details and to use such technique with a real world scenarios, all right? So thanks for watching. What is Python and why it is used in security? Now, what is Python? Python is one of the versatile programming language created by Guido van Rossum. Sorry if I misspell it, but created between 1985 to 1990. An interpreted language, Python has designed that focuses on code readability and allows programmers to write code in fewer lines as compared to other like Java and C++. Now, why it is used in security? So Python is still preferred choice for cybersecurity professionals because it is easy to learn, easy debugging, wide use object-oriented language, open source language, high performance, extensive support libraries, improved programmers' productivity, user-friendly, data structures and productivity, and for its productivity and speed. Now the conclusion. A lot of resources mentioned above and several other make programmers prefer Python over any other programming language. And using Python by cybersecurity professionals over any other programming language is also common due to factors such as better response time, user-friendly data structure, and security.
Therefore, it is important to ensure that the focus is on making sure that the aim is met as well as ensure better performance. Thanks for watching. Alright, now if you are using Kali Linux like me, you will notice that Python is installed by default. So if I type Python like this, you can see that, yeah, it is Python 2.7. Now, why it is Python 2.7 by default? Well, actually, because it is more compatible with some tools. So actually they are still using Python 2, but this doesn't mean that it is Python 2 actually. So if I type Python 3 like this, you can see that it is Python 3.8, which is the latest version for Python 3. So everything is working correctly. So here we opened the interpreter. So if I type quit like this, we exited from that. So this is Python. Now, you may ask me how to install Python if you are using Linux, another Linux not installed by default, for example, or Windows or Mac. Well, actually, just go to your browser. So from here, I want to Firefox. And from here, just type Python, download or download Python. It doesn't matter. And as simple as that, go to their official documentation page or to their official page. And here you can just download it as is. Okay, so you are currently downloading the interpreter. Now, what is the interpreter and what is the compiler and so on? Well, I will not go into low level details about the interpreter, the difference between them and the compiler and so on. No, actually, you can read about it, but I recommend you to read about it actually. But the interpreter, simply and briefly, it is just the program or utility that is responsible to translate your code, the things that you write on the editor, to translate it so the machine can understand it. Okay, now this is just a simple explanation. You can read more and I recommend you to do that. Now here, if you are using Windows, Linux, Mac OS, just download it. Okay, download the interpreter. Next step, nothing important. Okay, nothing big deal. All right, okay. Now this is the first thing, which is the interpreter. Okay, now if you want to write your code, well, actually there are a lot of text editors, including the Vim actually, and to be honest, Vim is for the genius people. Anyway, now actually it's good and it's better to use either Sublime or Visual Code Studio. Well, if you have a specific or a preferred text editor, it's okay, you can use it, no big deal. Okay, so here actually I want to install Visual Studio Code. So go to Google Visual Studio Code and download from here. And yeah, you can see it is Linux, and yeah, it is Debian, which means Debian, because Kali Linux actually is the upstream for it is Debian, so it is Debian based. So yeah, let's download it and let's save it. Now let's wait until it is saved. When it is complete, just go to where it is. Actually, I have it on download, and use this command sudo. For that, let's clear the screen. Yeah, so like this, sudo d package, which is the Debian package. Okay, -i, which means install, or -i, which means install this package, and I will name it, which is the thing I downloaded, which is code and blah blah blah. And by the way, I'm using 64 architecture. Now depends on the architecture you have. Okay, now let's wait a little bit until it is installed. Yeah, everything is working correctly. Now from here, type Visual Studio Code, and you can see now we have it here. All right, so where it goes, yeah, here it is. Okay, so simple. All right, now actually in this course we will use Kali Linux, and we will use Python 3, and we will use Visual Studio Code. Now what you prefer, it's up to you actually, and everything will work. Okay, so you prefer Sublime, you prefer some IDEs. Okay, so yeah, it will work, no problem. Okay, but in this course we are using these. All right, now there are one last thing actually I want to mention, which is IDEs. Well, actually, my personal opinion, I don't prefer IDEs at all. Okay, so we have this by Charm, and actually it's very popular IDE for Python. So you can see here, you can just download it from the JetBrains.com, the official website for them.
Well, actually, the thing is why I don't prefer IDEs. Well, after all, you are hackers, right? You are a hacker. You need to know how the things work in a low level details, all right? So by using the interpreter, GCC, using the compiler, using the Vim editor. Actually, by the way, Vim editor is better in our case because after all, we are breaching into the systems. We are using terminals. So you will not find Sublime there, right? You are using, you must learn how to use Vim actually. But because we are just learning the Python here, okay, so it doesn't matter. So we will go with Visual Code Studio because it is highlighted with syntax, better formation, you know, it is friendly actually, you can see. Now here actually you can just download the PyCharm, okay, and we have the full-fledged professional or the PRE community, and either way they are good, okay. Of course, the professional version is does have more features, blah blah blah, and so on. Okay, all right. But in my case here, I will not use it. I will use Visual Code Studio. All right. Now I will see you in the next lecture where we will start learning the first Hello World program in Python. Now don't worry, we will learn everything in details. Okay, so we will start from the Hello World simple program until we reach to the level so we can be able to write our own ethical hacking tools, port scanner, backdoor, login, directory brute forcing, and actually a lot of things. So yeah, just keep with me. Let's start step by step, and if you feel you are good in Python, you can skip some of the lectures. It's okay, no problem, no big deal, but it's better to keep with me. Okay, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, now it's time to write our first Hello World program. So actually from here, new file. Now let's quit from the welcome page, and here, as simple as that, just type print, and inside it here just double quotation and Hello World. All right, so you can see that the brackets here is mandatory, so you need to put them. Now let's save this. I will put it on the desktop. I will name it first.py. Okay, so let's save that. All right, now you can see that now it is highlighted, which is something very good. Well, actually, let's increase the font size. Now you can see that here we have Python extensions and so on. Okay, so you can install it, which it's okay, no big deal. All right, now let's open our terminal from here. Now let's go to the place where we put our program. Now let's clear the screen first. Yeah, ls, which is first.python. So as simple as that, you will use the interpreter to interpret the Python you wrote. So Python 3, because we are using Python 3 first. As simple as that. Yeah, hello world. Now you can see that it is very simple, no big deal and no complexity at all. Just write your program here using the editor you prefer editor. In my case, Visual Studio Code, and then from the terminal just use the interpreter Python 3 first.py. Now the IDE concludes everything in one program or one step. Just you write your code here, and you can build it from here or run it from here, and it will show you as a console here or as something like that. Okay, that the output of your statement. Okay, and again, I don't prefer actually IDEs again because you are a hackers after all. You need to go into systems. You need to know how to write codes in a very low level details using the Vim, using the interpreter, the GCC, and so on. Okay, so for now, just keep with me and you will learn a lot. All right, I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, now it's time for the data types. Now actually, what is it? What is data types? Now data types, as simple as that, it is the way how to store your values. So you want to store numbers, to store characters, floats, or specific things. Now actually this is what data types. Okay, now in Python we have some data types like the fundamental data types or essential data types like int, float, pool, string, list, tuple, set, dict, or dictionary. Now int for the integers, float for floating point, pool for the boolean true or false, string for characters, set of characters, which means strings, I mean words and so on, list for if you want to put a list or a set of list. Now tuple is the same as list, but with some differences. We will talk about that, don't worry. We have set and we have the dict or dictionary as well. Okay, now these are for the fundamentals. Yeah, by the way, we will learn all of that in details step by step, so don't worry. For now, just keep with me. Now we have another things which is called classes. Now actually the classes or the class, here you write or you put your own data type. So you modify you customize your own data type. And don't worry, we will have that in details. Now we have other thing which is the specialized, as you can see, or the specials like the modules and so on. And finally we have the non-data type. Now actually non-data type is very simple, or it indicates that the value is none, which means that it is not just empty, it is none, which is null. I mean nothing here. Okay, not set yet, so you didn't set it yet, so which means that it is none. Okay, and we will have a lot of use cases and a lot of examples how to use that. Okay, so for now just keep with me. Now in the next lecture we will start the hands-on, and we will start, as you can see, all of these one by one. All right, thanks for watching. All right, now it is time to start with the numbers. Okay, so again, this is the first.py program. So inside it, let's print 1. Okay, like this, as simple as that. Now let's open the terminal here, and let's just up the up arrow and press enter. Okay, the up arrow, so which is the last command, as you can see. By the way, I'm pretty sure you are familiar with that, but I'm just giving you some hints in case you don't know. Okay, so up arrow, press enter, which is the last command, which is the Python 3 first.py. And you can see that it is 1 because we print the one number. Okay, now what if I type the operation plus or the addition operation like this? Now, and if I typed, for example, and if I copy and paste that, the same thing for multiplication, for addition, sorry about that, subtraction, multiplication, and division, by the way. So, but let's change the values. So here let's put 10 minus 1, and here let's put 2 multiplied by 4 or by 3 anyway. Here let's put 10 multiplied by 5 and so on, just arbitrary values. Okay, now here if I return to the terminal and let's put that, you can see that it is 2, 9, 6, 2.5 and so on. Okay, which is 2. By the way, this is integer multiplied by integer, but it will give you the as a float value. Okay, which is 2.0. Okay, because this is the division. Now we have this function or method called the type, and inside it let's put the value. This will return you the value what will that returned. Okay, so if I type here type 10 multiplied by 5, now this should return float, and the same thing for the 1 plus 1. I don't need to put them for everything, just let's do that and test it out. Okay, so yeah, if I type here, you can see that the class is int for the first one, which is the 1 plus 1. Okay, now for 10 divided by 5, you can see that it is a float, which is the 2.0. So as you can see, by using this function, we learned how to know what is the data type for this specific number. Okay, now actually there are other things, which is the exponential. So if I type print like this and 2, the exponential is double star. Okay, or the arithmetics. Okay, power to 3. So this will give us 8. So if I return here to the terminal and put here, yeah, it is 8, but let's clear the screen. Actually, yeah, it is 8, as you can see now. And we have the module, which is the, if you can see, it is the 2 in forward slash. So if I type here 2 and here is 4, okay, so this should return 0. So yeah, as you can see, it is 0. Now don't worry about the math. Actually, this course is not about math, but I'm just giving you a brief overview how to use Python in that. Okay. Now in the next lecture, we will start learning some of the math functions actually that can be used, like the absolute, like the cosine, sine, whatever. Okay. But again, this course is not about math or something like this. This is about ethical hackings, about creating your own ethical hacks using Python. But to do that, you need to understand the Python first. Okay. All right. I will see you. All right. Now let's start with the math functions. Now actually, the math functions is imported by default. So if I type this function, for example, the print, then inside it I put the round function. Okay, now the round function, it will return the value rounded. So 1.1 should be 1. Okay, so yeah, my keyboard still okay. So here it should return 1. So let's clear the screen first, and yeah, you can see it is 1. All right, now it is 1. If it is 1.5, it will be 2, and so on. Yeah, actually this is the round function. Yeah, this should be 2 as well. Okay, so actually these functions or methods, which is the round, the absolute, cosine, sine, these are imported from the standard library, which is the math. Okay, so before I show you, let's print another math function, which is the abs, which is the absolute, I mean. So here put -4, for example. Okay, so if I go there, it should be 4, not -4, which is the absolute function. It's okay. Now, actually, just go to your browser and type the Python mathematical functions. And then from there, go to any website. Yeah, it's okay, but it is better to go to the official documentation. Well, actually, this is the best practice, by the way. So yeah, this is docs.python.org. The math functions, everything is there. So you can see that we have the ceil, the combine, the copysign, absolute, factorial, floor. Actually, everything will be fine there. So if you are interested in such things, okay? But don't worry. Again, this course, we will not handle math at all. All right? So this is how far we are gonna go. Just that's it. Nothing important. All right? Because this is for ethical hacking, security, cybersecurity, and writing your own tools. Not for data science, deep learning AI, or algorithm, or whatever. Okay? It's not about that. All right? Okay. Thanks for... Okay, now it is time for the operator's precedence. Okay? So, well, actually, in Python, the precedence is the same as the math. So, multiplication, so addition, subtraction, this is the least precedence. Then multiplication and division, this is the second. Then we have the brackets, or before the brackets we have the exponential, then we have the brackets. Okay, so let's have a real quick example. So print, so let's say 3 plus 4. Okay, now let's put spaces here so it will be more comprehensive. Multiplied by 2. Now this will give us 4 multiplied by 2, then 8 plus 3, which is 11. So let's see. Let's clear the screen first. So yeah, it is 11. Okay, now if I typed brackets here, as you can see, like this, so here you can see that it is 3 plus 4, which means 7. 7 multiplied by 2, which is 14. So if I type here, yeah, it is 14. Okay, so real quick, the brackets is the highest priority or precedence. Then we have the exponential. Then we have the multiplication and division. Then finally we have the addition and subtraction. Okay, so that's it. Thanks for watching. All right, now it is time for the variables. Now the variables is very simple, no big deal in Python, because so for example, I want to put here, which is var1. Okay, this is the name of the variable. Now we have equal, and let's put 10. Now this variable is integer variable. As you can see, if you hover here, you can see that it is integer. Now print var1 like this. So let's go to the terminal, and yeah, it is 10. As you can see, var1 is 10. So here, another thing, we can use variables with each other. So if I type sum, equal var1 plus var2. Okay, now let's put another variable called var2, and inside it let's put 20 like this. So yeah, let's print the sum here, and let's see what will happen. Okay, so go here, clear the screen, let's go here. Yeah, it is 30 as expected. Now what if we type var1, okay, plus var2 here inside the print function immediately, and by the way it will give you the same thing. Okay, so either with the space or without space, it is the same actually. So yeah, like this. So you can see that it is 30 as well. All right, now this is the same thing for 0.5. So if it is float, integer, it will print and will do everything as expected. All right, now actually one thing I want to mention, which is we can put all the variables inside each other like this. So if I type var2 and put var3, and then I put respectively 20, 30. So actually let's remove that. And if I typed var1, var2, var3 as well, and I save it. So let's go here and check. Clear the screen first, and yeah, you can see it is 10, 20, 30. Okay, so you can see that we put all the variables on one single line. So Python accepts that. All right, now it is time for the strings. Now actually in Python, you see that it is not like the C or the C++ or whatever, C# or Java, that you use or you define your variable depends on what your data type, like int, float. So you don't type int var1 dot something equal something. No, you just type the variable and it is automatically defined. Okay, now the same thing for the string. So if I type var underscore s, which means var string, anything, you name it, anything, it's okay. So here inside it put double quotation like this, and inside it put hello world or anything you want. So, and let's print it out. Now let's go to the terminal, let's run this. Yeah, it is hello world. Okay, now actually this is the same thing for doing another thing. So if I type user and the user equal user1, okay, for example, and we have password or password, and the password equal pass1. Okay, yeah, by the way, it's actually it's bad practice to put a password inside the code. Yeah, you know that. I'm sure you are familiar with that, because, well, putting the password inside the code. Now what if this code shared with others? Well, this is stupid, to be honest, but anyway, this is just for example. Now also we have this thing in Python, which is the long string. So I want to put, for example, article, or let's say not article, let's say long underscore description. Okay, so this is the name of the variable, anything, but put 3 single quotation, and in multi-line put line 1, line 2, blah blah blah, anything you want, then close it with 3 single quotations. Okay, you can see that like this. Okay, now save that, and you can print anything you want. So for example, let's print the long description here. Okay, yeah, like this. Anyway, let's write it manually. Okay, so long description here, and now let's run that. Let's clear the screen first. Yeah, you can see line 1, line 2, the blah blah blah, something like this. Okay, it worked 100%. Now there is another thing, which is the concatenation. So if I want to add the user, so let's delete that, the first thing. So user plus or addition with the password. Okay, so this will concatenate the user with the password as well. Okay, so if I saved that, and if I put or open the Kali Linux, the terminal, I mean user1 pass1, okay, which is the user which is this value and this value. And yeah, by the way, if you hover here, you can see that it is str. By the way, if you type the type function, okay, so type function like this, and let's close it. So the value should be str from class str, which is string. Okay, you can see that the class is str, which is string, and this is very good actually. We can put string, multi-line string, username, password if you wanted to set inside, but we mentioned that this is bad practice to put a password. Actually, it is better to use environment variable. And if you are using cloud, by the way, for example, AWS, you can use parameter store or secret manager. This is something from the AWS SSM system manager feature, and they are enhancing that. And actually, it is very used in the production. Anyway, that's it for this lecture. All right. One last thing I want to mention about string, which is the string concatenation. Yeah, you can see that when we typed the type or user plus with password actually, but if I type user, for example, with 99, for example, okay, sorry about this, let's remove it like this, 99, for example. Now this is integer value, as you can see, with a string value. Now this should give us an error. So let's return here, clear the screen, and let's run it again. You can see that we can only concatenate string with a string, not an integer. Okay, so for that you need to convert the 99 into something else, which is into string, and we will, in the next lecture, we will learn how to do that. Okay, I will see you there. All right, now it is time for the type conversion. Okay, so let's put this var1 equal and put hi, or let's name it string. Okay, and we have var2 and its type is the number, which is 100. Okay, now if I want to print one of these, it will work fine. We already saw that 100 as integer and string as a string, which is var1. Okay, and if I put the type function, you can see that it is the same. Now what if I want to concatenate var1 with var2? But we already saw in the previous lecture we cannot concatenate string with other values, string only with the string. So how to do that? Well, actually we will use a specific functions for that. So str and int function. So str, this is to convert to a string value. So if I type var2, so this will convert var2 to str, and for int, it will convert the value inside it to integer. So if I type var1, it will convert it to an integer. But by the way, you cannot convert something like this, which is a sequence of characters, to integer. But it may work for a specific character. So C, A, B, C, D, one of these. Okay, because each character has its own ASCII code. All right. For now, we want to check this out. Okay, so when we the first thing, I don't need the integer. I will test on the string function. So here it will convert the var2, but actually it will not convert it inside the var2 and update the value inside of the var2, because we didn't put the assignment here, which is the equal. So this value, I want to print it out. Okay, so let's do that. Actually, it's pretty simple. So here str 100. Okay, so if I type this, if I saved, okay, and print it, it will print 100. But how to distinguish between if it is integer or not? You will use the type function, as we learned. So yeah, like this. And if I save, and let's check what will happen this time. Let's clear the screen and let's check this. You can see that the class this time it is string, which means that the value has been converted to a string value. So this is not integer anymore. This is a string. Okay. Now how to check or how to convert it? You can just use var2 equal str for var2, as simple as that. Okay, and then you can just print the var2, and let's print it inside the type to check if it is working or not. So like this, let's save that, let's check if it is working or not. So yes, yeah, you can see that we have end of file parsing error. Let's check what is the wrong. Yeah, actually I forget to put a brackets here. Actually I forget to put a brackets here. So let's save now and check again. You can see that the value is str, which is what is expected, because var2 is now string. The 100 is now string. As you can see here, the var2 is string, not integer anymore. All right. Okay, so far so good. Now it is time for the escape sequences. Okay, now let's imagine we have this value, okay, which is var, for example, and we have I or am a hacker. Okay, now you can see that we have a single quotation here. Now actually this will ruin everything for us. If we imagine if we are using a single quotation here, not as a double quotation, so like this. So actually this will ruin everything for us, because you can see the open quotation, the single quotation here opened, and now we closed it here. So this will give us an error. So it's if we print the var, and let's check how it is. Yeah, so if I go here, if I clear the screen, if you can see that here syntax error, invalid syntax on side the I am, because the am is outside of any quotation. As you can see, it is outside of any quotation. Now how to do that actually? Well, the best thing is using the sequences, the escape, and this is the best practice, by the way, by putting backslash here. So which means that backslash escape this character, which is the single quotation, and I am a hacker. So if I save now, and by the way, you can see that it is now highlighted using the Visual Code Studio. So if I go there, if I type by here, you can see now I am a hacker. Now, which is something very good. Now, what if I want to put something else? Now, if I want to put I am a hacker slash or backslash anyway, engineer. Okay, like this. Now this will give us error. Now actually, if I type this backslash, because backslash is used to escape or to do things. So if I put backslash with n, this will give us a new line. So if I type here backslash n engineer, forget about the e, so backslash n, so this will not do this as a backslash. This actually will assume that this is a new line. So if I saved now and I print, you can see that now I am a hacker engineer, so without the n here. Okay, now just assume the word is engineer without e. Okay, just follow me, okay, in here. So how to do that actually? I think you guessed it right. Yeah, just put 2 backslashes. Okay, so the first backslash is the one that we want, but we need to escape it. How to do that? By using the backslash slash. Okay, like this. And now let's go there. Let's run it again. Yeah, you can see that I am a hacker slash engineer. Okay, all right. So what we learned here actually, that using the backslash to escape any special characters, like the single quotation, like another slash, and so on. Okay, thanks for watching. Alright, now it is time for the formatted strings. So now let's print this field. Okay, so what if I want to print something and with variables, and this can be changed? Okay, so yeah, follow me for now. So hi, for example, and here I want to put a specific user, and this user I don't need to hard code it. I need it to be here. So the user equal, okay, Mike, for example, okay, and age equal 25, for example. Okay, so here it is, and I want, sorry about this, and I want to print Mike. But you know that I can't put user here because this is a variable, right? So how to do that? Actually, we will use the formatted strings. So I will put brackets like this, and your age is, and another formatted, two brackets or two braces. Now here, after I finish everything inside the print function, I will put dot here, and I will put format, okay? And then I will open two brackets and put the first function, sorry, the first variable and the second variable. The first variable, hi user, which is the mic. Another here, a list or comma, then put age, okay? So like this. So let's see what will happen here. Clear the screen. Let's run. Hi Mike, your age is 25. So if I return here, yes, hi Mike, your age is, which is the age variable, which is 25. By the way, I can put here a hard-coded value, but actually this doesn't make sense, right? Sorry, I got a problem with my keyboard here, actually, yeah. So I can put Mike here and the 25 here, and it will work as well. So to make sure it is working, let's put 29 this time, okay? Okay, let's test it out. So, hi Mike, your age is 29, which is working correctly. All right. Yeah, by the way, you can put your variable here immediately. So if I type, the format is new user, for example, equal with double quotation John this time, and the age here, so I put age equal 35, for example. Okay, but now before we print this, we need to edit this value. This time we will put the new user actually, and we will put the age here as a new age here, or the age here, which is this one. So yeah, let's save this first, then let's run it out. You can see that, hi John, your age is 35, which is the new values that we put here, okay? Okay, one last thing. So actually, what if we want to write something else? So here inside the John, I don't need to put that. I want just to use the user variable, which is the same previous way, and the age variable as well, okay? So by the way, this is 0 index and this is 1 index, okay? So here inside the new user, if I type 0, let's delete the new user, all of it. So 0. And if we here inside, instead of age, we want to delete and put 1 as well. So let's check this out actually. So yeah, let's type it. You can see, hello Mike, your age is 25. Okay, so actually here, if I toggle this, if I put 0 here, and if I put 1 here, so this will be inverted actually. So if you can see that now, hi 25, your age is Mike. This should the result be, hi 25, your age is Mike, as you can see. So by doing that, we are making sure that everything, yeah, actually you can see that we can just index whatever we want, depends on whatever we want. All right, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Now for the string indexes, I want to show you this something. Now actually the string by its nature is a sequence of characters. So let's put this variable, and inside it let's put A, B, C, D, E, F, G, okay? Now actually what is string is, it is a sequence of characters, and each character has its own index. So we will start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay? So actually it is like this. So if I print the variable, it will print everything, right? And we already saw that. So let's see again. Yeah, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, okay? Everything working as expected. But if I put the squared brackets like these, and I put the 0, for example, now this will print only the A character. So if I return here and run it, you can see that it is a character only. Now let's return here. Now what if I type, or I want to have the A, B, C, D only? So I will put the colon here, as you can see, and put the from where to where. Okay, so from to, as this. So from 0 to 2, or 2, 3. Okay, so like this. If I return here, run again, you can see A, B, C. If I return again, you can see that from 0 to 3. But 3, as you can see, 3 is not included. So if I want D to be included, just remove 3 and put 4 instead. Then like this, go here, and as you can see, A, B, C, D. Now another trick. Now what if I want from B to the end of this? So from B, which means from 1. Okay. And by the way, the syntax here is n-1, which means if it is to 4, which means I need to put, which means if I want it for D, I want to put 4, which is 4 minus 1, which is a 3. Okay, so you need to add an extra number for this index. Okay, now what if I want it from B until the end of the string? So I just remove it like this. I put it 1 to anywhere, or to nothing. Okay, so this will write 1, which is from B, to the end of the string. So let's check this out. You can see not A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No, it is B, C, D, E, F, G. All right. Okay. Now this is just to have an overview and have a look about it, so you understand that it is not just as is. It is very elastic for you. Okay. Thanks for watching. All right. Now it is time for the Boolean's data types. Now the Boolean is something either true or false, 1 or 0. Now this is it. So how to test this out? Let's put var, this var variable. Okay, and let's put inside it true. Now you can see that the true is, the T is capital, and without, sorry, I forget about this, without quotation. So var 1 is equal true, and if you hover here, you can see that it is Boolean. And the same thing for var 2, and this equal this time false, but as you can see, the F is capital as well. All right. Now actually, if I print this, it will show us. So let's print var 1, for example. Okay, now let's return here. Yeah, you can see that it is true. Now as expected actually, which is true. Okay, now what if I put 0 here? Or let's put 1, 0 for false and 1 for true. So if I put true here, let's put it as 0. So you can see that it is integer, not a Boolean. So if I put it, or I print it out, it will be as an integer. So how to do that? Actually, we have this built-in function, which is the bool. This to convert the value to a Boolean function. So bool, like this, to a Boolean value, I mean. So as you can see, this is to return true when the argument x is true or whatever. Okay, so you can see that var 1, now this time it is Boolean, but let's print this out. So let's print this time the var 2. Okay, so this should give us the false value. So if I type here, yeah, you can see it is false, though it is 0. You can see that though it is 0, and it is an integer value, but by using the Boolean function here, it return, or it convert this value to 0 to something for the Boolean to understand, which is the false. 0 means false and 1 means true. Okay, as simple as that. Now don't worry about we will talk about these more in the conditional and the loops section or lecture. There we will handle everything in details. Okay, but for now, just keep that on your mind. All right, I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now it is time for the list to be explained. Okay, now the list actually is a sequence of objects. So if I type list1, for example, which means list1, and then you open a squared bracket, okay, like this, and put the value you want. So 1, 2,
3. Okay, another list, so let's put list 2. Okay, and here inside squared brackets, let's put strings, so A, B, and C as well. Okay, now let's put another third list, yeah, like these, and let's put this time something cocktail. Let's say it's collection of integers of let's put another values. Actually, let's put 10. Let's put here high, and here let's put false, and then let's put for example, let's put 1.5. okay, so it is something like that. All right, now here actually we can print everything we want, depends on whatever we want. So if I want to print for list 3, for example, and I will open the brackets and put the indexes, and indexes start from here. So this is 0, and this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Okay, so I put list 3 for 0, so this will print 10. If I put 1, this will print high, 2, 3, and so on. But if I put 4, as you can see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is not here. So if I put 4 for here, for list 3, and I return here, and let's clear the screen first. Yeah, and here if I put, you can see that it is, the index is out of range because 4 is not existed. Sorry about this. Let's return here. Yeah, you can see that 4 is not existed actually, only the index 3. Okay, so if I type 3, or let's put 2 here, and if I print it, so yeah, it is false this time, which means the second, or the third, I mean the third object from this list 3, 0, 1, 2, which is the third, and everything as expected. Yeah, actually one thing I forget to mention is that we can, as we learned previously, actually I already mentioned that. So list 3, I want to print false and I want to print high. For example, how to do that? Actually, it's very simple. 0, 1. So I will start from 1, put the colon, and minus 1. So I want it to false. So 0, 1, 2. So I don't need to put 2 here. I will put 3 because I need, so 3 minus 1 will be 2. Okay, so 0, 1, 2. So it will print high and false as well as a list actually. So if I click here and test it out, you can see that it is this time as a list, and you can see that it is high and false as well. So you can see that it is very elastic, and you can do a lot of lists actually. So for example, you are putting a shopping cart, for example, putting specific values and so on. Okay, thanks for watching. Okay, now it is time for the list methods. So just open your browser, go to list methods Python, and here you can see that for the W3 schools, and actually this is a good reference and source for information, you can see that all the list or the array methods we have on Python. So you can see that we have append, we have clear, we have copy, count, extend, index, insert, pop, remove, reverse, sort. Okay, now one thing I want to mention here. Well, actually, it is not expected from you to memorize all of these actually, because I'm telling you from my personal experience and as a real world experience or real world scenario, you are not expected to memorize all of these. What is expected from you is to know that in Python, in the list or the arrays, there are methods, and these are the methods. And you know that there is something called append. So it is to add element to the end of the list, or clear, or copy, or count, or whatever. Okay, and actually there is something called sort, by the way. Yeah. So you just Google it, or you search about it. Yeah, how to do this. You don't need to ask on forums or blogs, but you know where to go. Now I'm telling you, actually this is, after all, this is my personal opinion. If you memorize it, yeah, it's okay. It's actually, it will save you some time, yeah, instead of searching about it and copy paste. No, actually you can just type it. But actually it's not that matter, or it will save you that time. Actually, it's no big deal. Actually, you will see that these small details is not important to memorize it actually, but what is important is to know how to search about it and how to find it. So for example, I want to sort. I will go to here to this example, and I can see that we have this cars, Ford, BMW, Volvo, whatever, and cars, which is the name of the list, and dot sort. As simple as that. So this will give you the cards sorted. Okay, sorted I think by alphabetics. So the first one will be PM because this is B, and then will be Ford, which is because this is F, and V, which is because this is V capital. And of course the capital letter is different than the small letters and so on. Okay, again, no big deal. You can read about it more, you can check it more, see more examples and so on. Okay, but what is matter here in this lecture, in this course, is to know that for the list there are methods, built-in methods, and you can search about it, and they are documented well on the web, either the official documentation or some good references and resources like the w3schools.com, which is something I recommend you to check. Okay, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now it is time to talk about the matrix. Well, actually the matrix is something like the list, but it is sometimes called array or multi-dimensional array or something like that, because some programming languages like the C++ or C#, or I think Java itself also use the concept or the term array, not list. Okay, but anyway, they are the same sometimes in a lot of use cases or a lot of things, just naming, no big deal. Okay, so let's put this matrix to create it. Now I open a bracket, squared brackets, but this time I will put a bracket like this. So put this and put this, and let's put this, okay, as well. Now I know you may get confused, but follow me for now and I will explain everything in detail. So 1, 2, 3, and here put 4, 5, 6, and here put 7, 8, 9. All right, okay. Now I want to print some values from here, right? Yes, this is what I'm all about. So print using the print function. Now I will use the name matrix. So far so good, right? Nothing new. Now this is the new things that have been added here, which is using two brackets, two square brackets. Now actually it's very simple. Just imagine with me. Now this is the first line, this is the second line, and this is the third line. Do you get it well or not? Yeah, actually you are right. This is 0, and this is 1, and this is 2. Okay, now inside 0, which is this one, we have 0, 1, 2. Okay, I mean as an index, I mean, don't get confused between the numbers. So actually it's better to use A, B, C. Yeah, actually like these. So I want from the first line, which is 0, okay, the first sequence or the first list, which is 0, I want B, okay, so which is 0, 1. So I will put 1. So this will print the B character. Let's check this out. From here, you can see that A is not defined. All right. Do you know why this happened? Yeah, because actually I put it as array, as a variable, actually, not as a values. So I need to provide the single quotation or the double quotation, by the way, because I want it to be as a character, not as a variable. So if I don't put that, actually it will be considered as a variable. And actually it is good that happened, and we saw that by practice that we need to be careful here. Okay, all right, now let's check what will happen. Let's clear the screen first, and Python here you can see that we print B, and this is the same thing if you want to print A. So for example, you want to print B and C, so you will put here colon like this, and you want it C, so 0, 1, 2, so it will be 3. Why? Because 3 minus 1 equal 2, which is 0, 1, 2. So B and C, this will print B and C. Let's check this out actually. Yeah, you can see that it is now B and C. Well, actually the matrix and the use cases is very complex subject. So actually you can use that for the screen pixels, or using image processing and a lot of things actually in deep learning and AI. But for in this course, we don't need to handle that in details because after all, we are writing an ethical hacking tools, okay? Not and something for AI or data science, okay? Thanks for watching. Now it's time to talk about the none. Well, actually, the none is how from its name, yeah, it is none, nothing, okay? So if I type this var equal none, and if I print this, actually this is not the same as the white space. The white space has value, but this none, which means null, it is not set yet. It doesn't have any value, arbitrary value. Okay, so this is not like the zero, not like the white space. No, this is something different, which means that this is none. So if you can see that this is none type, yeah, as you can see, not zero, not white space, not nothing, which means it is the value for this variable is arbitrary or it is not set yet. So let's check this out. Actually, you can see that the value is none. Okay, thanks for watching. All right, now it is time for the dictionary. Now actually the dictionary somehow it is the same as the list, but this time with the key value pair. So if I have this var1, okay, and equal, now this time I will put brackets, braces I mean. Okay, now here I will put key value pair. So I will put the first thing, which is name, then put colon, then put the name of this guy or this person, which is Mike. Age, for example, and put the value, which is 30 or 31 or whatever. All right. Now, as you can see, if I want to print this value, so I want to print the name of the variable, which is var1, and then put the squared brackets. But this time I will not put 0, 1, 2, like the list indexing. Now, this time I will put or provide the key value, okay, which is name or age or whatever. And of course, with brackets like this, double quotation, because this is a string. And now let's check this out. Actually, if I print this, you can see that the value is wrong. Yeah, actually, I forgot to put the list here, which means the name Mike, age is 30, and I will print the var with name. And let's see what will happen this time. You can see that it is Mike. Okay. Now, I want, and I can put and print the age, actually, like this and like this. So let's check this out. Actually, it should be 30. Yeah, everything is working as expected. And by the way, actually, you can put dictionary values inside the list. So let's have a look here. So actually, the var1 this time, I don't need it to be like this. I want it to be like this, like a list. And inside the list, I will put some of the values like 1, and the other value is 2 or whatever. And the third value, I want to put it as a dictionary. And here inside it, I will put the other thing, which is what we handled, the name Mike. And yeah, don't forget to put the comma here. And the age, put anything you want, which is 30 or whatever. And let's print var1, but this time I cannot do that because this is a list. This is not a dictionary. So I will put 0. This will print the first one, which is 1. And 1 will print the second index, which is 2. And third, I will put 3 like this. So this will print the dictionary. So let's check this out if it is working or not. Yeah, you can see this is out of index because this is 3. Sorry, I forgot. It must be 2. Yeah, you can see that the name is Mike and the age is 30. Okay, so far so good. Now, what if I want not everything from the third index, which is the dictionary index? I want the name and or the age. How to do that? Well, actually, it is very simple. You can just open a new one, and this time we will put the name. Okay. So if I return here and put it, you can see that
This time I print the name from the dictionary, which is the mic. Okay, the value. So as you can see, key value bearer. Okay, so name, mic, age 30, and you can see from here, from the third index 0, 1, 2, the third index, print name. Don't print the whole dictionary, so it will work 100%. Okay, thanks for watching. Okay, again, now we will talk about the dictionary methods this time. Now, again, open your browser. Here, put Python dictionary methods and open any website you want. And I recommend you again to open w3schools.com. And here you can see Python dictionary methods, which is everything from this list. Clear, copy from keys, get, items, pop items, set default, update values. Now again, open any one of these, and you can see that we have all the descriptions, all the things. Again, I will not handle all of these in details actually, because they are very simple. Just copy and paste them. Just try them out if you are curious. Well, actually nothing here to be taught. So from its name, clear, it will clear everything. Copy, it will copy the dictionary, but how to use it, how to do that, you can see the examples here. Because in this course, there are other things that matter actually to be taught rather than these. It is not expected from you to memorize these actually, but you need to learn and to know how to find them, and you need to know that for the dictionary in Python, there are methods can be used and save you a lot of trouble and efforts. Okay, thanks for watching. Okay, now it's time for the tuple to be explained. Okay, now actually as simple as that. The tuple is the same as the list, but this time the tuple is for read only. So the data inside it cannot be sorted, cannot be modified, and so on. Okay, so let's have a quick example. So tuple, okay, or tub equal. And the second difference, actually, we don't use squared bracket this time. We use a brackets like these. And let's put A, B, and let's put C. Now print the top tub, and this time I want the index 1, which is B. Okay, so let's print this out. Let's see if it is working or not. Clear the screen first. And yeah, you can see it is B. All right, so far so good. But this time, if I type top 1 equal h, for example, or let's put h, okay, now you can see that it will not work. By the way, if it is a list, it will work, okay, because if it is a list, I can change any object inside the list using the index, okay, for that list, and then change any value you want. But this is because it is a tuple, it will not work. So let's check this out. Yeah, you can see the tuple object doesn't support item assignment. So which means that we cannot do that. And actually it has a lot of methods for tuple. You can read about them. Just Google it, tuple methods for Python, and everything will be there. And as simple as that. Thanks for watching. Okay, now it's time for the conditional or the if statements. Okay, now it is as simple as that. The syntax is like this. You put the if, and then you put either brackets or without brackets, but I prefer with brackets actually. And then here you put the condition. And the condition, if it is true, then it will print. So yeah, let's put explicit value, which is the true. This will be run the if body, which is this one. So let's print yes, it is true. And here we can use something called else. So if it is else, yeah, let's print this time. Let's print no, it is false. Okay. So by the way, this will print yes, by the way, because the condition here is true. So let's have a look here. Let's clear the screen, and yeah, you can see yes, it is true, which means that it worked correctly because the condition is true. All right, now it's time to have some variables, some things actually worked or used in real world, not just a simple statement. So let's put var1 equal 10, and here inside it I will put the if var1 less than or greater than or equal. You can use this equal or not equal. Okay, you can use this, but for now let's use less than 20, or less than 5. So is 10 less than 5? No, false. It will print no, it is false. So let's check this out. No, it is false. Okay, now actually we can put boolean variables here. So var2, let's put this time false. Okay, or let's put it as a true, so it will show us a different value or different output. And here you can just put the name of the variable. This is the first one. So the name of the variable will do the job, because if the var2 true, if it is var2 is true, so which means the output of the condition here is true, which means it will print here. Or you can put or use the equal operator. So equal, and if it is equal to a true, so this time it will print yeah, because it is true. So it will print yes, it is true. But by the way, if you put the var2, which is the true, equal to false, now is var2 equal to false? No. So this time it will print no, it is false. Okay, all right. Now it's up to you how you write your programs, why to use the condition, when to use it, what condition you can actually put subtraction, addition, divided by 2, modules. Actually depends on what your use case. Now this is the first syntax, which is if else. Okay, now actually what if I want to put inside the else, which is something called the nested if else here. Now actually there is something called indentation. You can see that here the if here start from here, as you can see, and we put the colon here, and here is an indentation, which means, as you can see, 4 spaces, which means that this print statement is inside the if body, and the else the same thing. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces, and here I can put print or whatever I want here. This means that this print function or this statement is inside the else body. Okay, but because actually if I put it like this, so let's put anything, no, anything. If I removed the indentation, and this is what called inside the Python, like this will give us an error. So if I type here, yeah, you can see expected an intended block, which means that you forgot something. So you can put this. Actually, if I type 2 spaces, so let's see, yeah, actually it works. You can see that if I type 2 spaces, it will work. But actually, it's better to use 4 spaces because it will be more elegant and modern way to write your code. Now, one last thing. So inside the else here, I can put another if, and this is what I want to talk about. So if I type if, another if, and put whatever I want, then inside it print whatever, and for that else, so you can see statement here, and inside you can see put else as well, and put whatever you want, and then you can print whatever you want. Okay, so actually, so here another example here, you can see this is outside of the else, but if I put it here like this, now that actually this is inside the else, and this is inside this if, and this is outside the if else here. Okay, yeah, I think it is simple, because if you are using Visual Studio, you can see that it is highlighted. We have line this here, which means all of that is the name. All of that, you can see that all of that is for the else, and here all of that is for if, and so on. Okay, now the last thing I want to say about or talk about, which is the elif. Okay, now this is another thing, which is combination of else and if. So elif. Okay, so elif, put the condition you want, and the same thing with indentation and so on. Okay, but yeah, don't forget to put indentation here like this, which means that this is inside the elif body. Okay, and of course you need to remove the else here like this. So yeah, everything is expected. So you put the first condition, okay, then you use the second condition,
then you used a third condition or fourth condition. Okay, so you need to have more filtering, so you can use the nested if else. All right, now actually this is just a simple overview or brief about if else and the conditional operators. Okay, now don't worry about that, we will use that in practice when times come to when we start writing our own tools, and actually in a very practical way. So for now, just keep in your mind what is the syntax, how to write, what are the statement, how they work. And we learned that we have if, we have else, we have if else, we have if, elif, the nested if, I mean, and else, whatever. Okay, so, and we learned that we have indentation. So this is to distinguish between which statement for which instructor or which instruction. So this is for the elif, this is for the if, or if this is for the else, and so on. Okay, thanks for watching. All right, now it's time for the for loop. Okay, now actually for loop in Python is like this. The syntax is for, then put the variable you want in this thing, and here you put a bracket, and you want to 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, and put the colon here, and don't forget to put it inside the indentation. So here let's print I, and you can see that if I print I here, it will print 1 2 3 4 and so on. Okay, so let's check this out actually. So yeah, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, as expected. All right, so far so good. Now if I return here actually and I print I here outside of the for indentation, so let's have a look what will happen. You can see that this is from the inside the for loop, and the outside of the loop is 5, as you can see, which is the final value of the I, because I is a variable after all, and its final value is 5. Okay, so that's why it got printed as a 5. All right, that's it. Okay, now if we want to use the for loop, but this time I want a counter here. Okay, well, how to do that? Well, actually there are a lot of ways, but using the range function is very popular and very easy way to do that. So for I in, and I will use the range function as this. Okay, and from 2, so from 0 to 10 for example. Okay, and then let's print I. Okay, so for I in this range, and print I, and print the final I. Now let's check what will happen here. Let's clear the screen first, and yeah, as expected. So you can see it starts from 0 and ends to 9. Now why it is 9? Because this is n minus 1, so which means 9 in my case. So if I want it to be 10, I need to provide as 11 here, and it will work. We are using a for loop with array. All right, now it is time for the while loop. Okay, so actually the while loop is somehow different, but they are the same. I equals 0. Let's start from 0, and I will put while here, and while I is less than 5. Okay, then yeah, sorry, I forget to put the indentation here, the colon here, and indentation here, so I will print inside it. So let's print I, and we want to add the value, or we will get an infinite loop. All right, infinite loop means that we will still be in the same loop, okay, over and over. But by doing that, you make sure that everything will stop eventually. Okay, so I will keep increasing the I value until it reaches 5. So 5 less than 5, false. I will get out from this while loop. Okay, now let's run this and test it out. Actually, it's better. Yeah, you can see 0 1 2 3 4, and when it is reaching 5, then it will go. So it is actually, let's have a look here. So we will start from 0. Now 0 less than 5, yes, true. I will print 0, and I will add 0 equal 0 plus 1. Now the new value for I will be 1. Okay, now again, 1 is less than 5. Yeah, press 1, 1 plus 1, and over until we reach 4. 4 less than 5, yes. print 4, and 4 equal 4 plus 1, so which means the new value for I will be 5. 5. Now let's return and check the condition. 5 less than 5, no, false. When this means that I will go ahead and I will quit from it. Okay, so far so good. All right, now another thing here actually used not just in the loop, actually in the loop, while loop, for loop. Okay, the condition, something called continue or break or pass. Okay, so let's have an example. I equals 0, I is less than 10 this time. Now I will keep updating, or I will keep printing the I value. Okay, but here I will have a condition inside the while loop. As you can see, we are in the side the while loop. So if I equal 5, then I will break. Okay, now follow me just in this example and let's see what will happen. So this should print only from 0 to 5 because we already printing before 5. Okay, before this condition I mean. Now the break here, actually this statement will break from the current loop, or the current loop, which is the when we have it as a while loop here. Okay, now let's have a look here. Let's clear the screen first. Now you can see that it is infinite loop. Did you guess why? Yeah, because we forgot to add here. Yeah, actually we forgot I equal I plus 1. All right, now actually it's good that we saw that in practice what is infinite loops. Now let's clear the screen and let's button. So you can see that we are printing from 0 to 4. Okay, now as you can see, when we increased, when it became 4, print 4 plus 1, which means 5. Now if it is 5 equal 5, yes, then break. So it will print from 0 to 4, and which means that we printed 5 times. Okay, now let's have another example for continue statement. Now if it is continue, now let's have another syntax. Now this time let's print these after the if condition. Okay, so I will have it here, but again it is inside the while indentation. So let's print I, and let's increase the I value. I equal I plus 1. All right, okay, so if the value is 5, this time I will put continue. Okay, now you may ask me, what is the continue? Now we learned what is break. Break from the current loop. Okay, now continue, which means that continue immediately to the loop. All right, okay, so this will give us an infinite loop. Why is that? Now follow me. I equals 0, it will keep until it is reached 4. So 4 less than 10, yes. Is 4 equal 5? No, so I will not do this condition, and I will go print 4. Now 4 plus 1, which is 5, so the new value is 5. 5 less than 10, yes. 5 equal 5, yes. Continue. So I will go again. 5 less than 10, yes. Is 5 equal 5, yes. Continue. So this will give us an infinite loop. Okay, so let's test this out. Actually, it's better to have it with real action. So yeah, you can see that we have an infinite loop, but without printing anything. As you can see, the cursor is stopped moving, so which means that this is an infinite loop, and actually this is bad. So to avoid that, we will add the I equal I plus 1 here, and we can remove this, or you can comment it out. It's okay, no big deal. So now let's have a look. Yeah, you can see that this time 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can see, or you can notice that 5 is not here. Now why is that? Let's have another look. Now when we reach 4, 4 is less than 10, yes. 4 plus 1, 5. Now if it is 5, let's continue. So when it is continue, it will return again. So 5 less than 10, yes, but it will increase. So we didn't print 5 at all. So 6, yes. Is I equal 6? No, so I will print 6 and over until I reach 10, actually, or 9. And why, you may ask me, but why it is 10? Because if you have noticed here, so when we reach 9 less than 10, yes, I added here
As you can see, I didn't quit from, I added 9 plus 1, which is 10, and I print it out. Okay, so that's why it is 10 this time. Okay. Now, finally, we have another thing, which this time called pass. Now, pass means that don't do anything, just pass this. Now, what is that exactly and why it is used? Now, sometimes you wrote functions or you wrote specific indentation and you don't need to do anything currently, or you don't need to do anything just to check if it is something or not. Okay, and you don't need to include anything. You just need it to be empty. But you know that empty is not acceptable with Python. So if I removed this and put if I equal 5 without anything inside it, so let's test it out. This actually it's better. And if I run this, you can see that expected an indented block, which means that we need to put something here. So how to do that? Actually, we will use the pass, which means that in this indentation or this block, there are nothing, but actually not nothing, it is pass. So just pass that. So let's have a look here. Let's run this. Let's see what will happen. Let's clear the screen first. Yeah, you can see this time we printed everything, but this time 5 is included because we didn't continue when it is 5. So we already print that. So which means that when we reached 5, we did nothing. Okay. And we print 5. Okay. That's it. All right. Thanks for watching. All right. Now it is time to learn the functions in Python. Now the functions, you write a specific command or specific instructions, and then you call that function over and over. You don't need to write and rewrite everything over and over. So for example, you add 10 to specific value. Okay. By the way, we already saw functions. Yeah. You know, by the way, print is a function. Apps is a function. The int is a function. Int with this that convert the value. The str that we saw is an function. Okay, but these are called built-in function, and what we are going to do is write a customized function. So I want to add function to add 10 to the value that I put or I sent. Okay, so how to do that? Actually, before that, let's have a look on the syntax. The syntax is like this. You type the name def, which means define, and the name of the function. Let's name it fun1. Okay, open the brackets, and inside the brackets we have bar1, bar2. So these are called parameters. These are value that can be passed when we call this function. We will have that, and we will see it. Now I will open the colon here. Actually, I think you are getting familiar with Python now, because you can see that these are the same thing that used when we used if condition, while, for, and so on. Okay, we can just open the brackets and put the colon here, and we need to put it inside the indentation. Okay, now here inside it, let's print this is inside fun1. All right. Okay. Now also we can have a return value, so we can return value, return for example 10. All right, or return function, or return variable that we defined here inside the function. So if I type, or if I declared I equals 0, and if I return it here, so return I, so this will return 0. Okay, so this function will print this is inside fun1, and it will return I, which is the value of 0. Now how to call this function? Actually, now just as simple as that, I will put the name of the function, which is fun1. All right, but you can see we require to add parameters because we have bar1 and bar2. But for now, let's delete these like that, and let's see what will happen. All right, by the way, the value returned I equals 0, it will be here. So let's have a look what will happen. You can see this is inside fun1, yeah, but the value 10 is not here. Why? Because we didn't print it out. So if I print it out like this using the print function, now if I return here and run it again, now this time not this is inside fun1 only, but we have the value of I, which is 0. Okay, so far so good. Now let's have another thing. Okay, now what if we have a parameter? So here bar1, and we have bar2. Okay, and this will return I plus bar1
plus bar 2. Okay, so far so good, right? And when I return or I call the function, I need to provide values. So I will provide 10 for the bar 1. So simple, right? And 20 for the bar 2. And as you can see, it is integer and integer. All right, now this is what we will receive and we will get. So 10 plus 20 plus 0, which means 30. Okay, so let's have a look here and let's run it. So you can see it is 30 as expected. All right. Yeah, by the way, if I print I here, let's put a brackets. Yeah, if I print I here, yeah, let's have a look what will happen actually. Yeah, you can see that I is not defined. Why is that? Because I is inside the scope or the indentation block of this function only. So this is a local variable. But if I define it here, all right, let's have a look here. So if I define it here, I equal 10 this time or 11 this time. Now I value will be 11. But the precedence when we are inside the fun1 is go to the local variables, which is the I equals 0. So here 0 plus 10 plus 30 plus 20, sorry, which means the value will be 30. But when I receive it here, I will not print I that one inside the fun1. No, I will print it that the global I. Okay, let's have a look what we will receive. Now this time the first I is equal 10 or 11, and you can see that this is inside fun and 30. So which means that we didn't do that. Actually, if I remove that and I returned only the value of I like this, so this should return 0 only. Okay, and actually let's print this inside. You can see that, yeah. I'm pretty sure you are getting the idea, but it's good to have practice on that. So I bar 1, bar 2. So yeah, like this. So you can see that I here will be 0, the printed one. But the print I outside the function will be 11 because this will use the global I. Okay, you can see that, yeah, 11. This is inside fun1, and the inside fun1 is 0, okay, which is this one. And the return value will be 30, which is 0 plus 10 plus 20, the parameters we pass. Okay, all right, so far so good. Thanks for watching. Now we learned what is function and what is the parameter, what is the return, the values, and so on. Okay, but now what if I want to add for this fun1 more than parameter 1 and parameter 2? I want a lot of parameters. How to do that? For that, we will use something called the args or star args. Okay, so here instead of typing the bar 1, bar 2, no, you just delete that and put star args here. And when I return here, I can put 10, 20, 30, 40, and so on. Okay, actually, let's delete this print statement and the return value as well. And the I here, I don't need that. And actually, I don't need to print anything. I just want to call the function, and I will do the print inside the function, which is like this. And here, let's delete this. It's okay. No need for that. Yeah. So you can see that now, and when I am inside the function one, as I put a lot of arguments, and all of them are integers. Now I can just print these arguments by doing the args like this. Okay, so let's print that and see what will happen. Let's clear the screen. Yeah, you can see 10, 20, 30, 40, which is something fine. And of course, if I want the first argument or the second argument, I will need to put 1, which is 0, 1. Okay, so let's save that and test if it is working. Yeah, you can see this time now it is 0, 1, which is the 20 value. Okay, okay, so far so good. Now another thing, we can use something called key arguments or the keyword arguments. Okay, and for that I will put that inside the parameter for the function or the argument. So here you can put 2 stars and key from the kid character W args. Okay, like this.
and then instead of using or printing the args, I will print the key args, the keyword. Okay, but actually what is the keyword args? So here when you put this thing which is var1 equal 11 for example, and var2 equal 12, okay, so this will print var1 and var2 actually, because these are the keyword arguments. As you can see, the parameter is star keywords. Okay, so let's run this and check this out. Actually, it's better. Yeah, you can see var1 is 11 and var2 is 12. And actually, for the keywords, actually, this is something familiar. We already saw that. This is the dictionary. So if I put here and put in double quotation var1, for example, and I return here and test it out, you can see that we just printed the var1, which is the 11, which is, as you can see, this is the dictionary, okay? But the args is like the list, all right? All right, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now it's time to talk about the packages and the modules in Python, okay? So actually, you can see, or you remember when we created our first.py file, okay? Now it's time to be more realistic, okay? So here, you can see that we have the first.py. Okay, now the first thing, let's make this directory and let's name it Python underscore files. Okay, and by the way, let's remove this first Python. We don't need it anymore. So let's clear the screen and let's go to the Python. Now let's go to the Python files. Okay, now here inside it, let's touch our first file and touch. This is command used to create text files. It's okay. You can use whatever you want, or you can use actually the Visual Studio itself. From here, you can create a new file from here. Anyway, they are the same, nothing important. So main.py, okay, this is the main function. And let's create another thing. Now this time we want to create first.py, first something. It's okay. Okay, now let's make another directory, and this directory we will call it functions. Okay, it's okay, just arbitrary names. So we have the first.py, the main.py, and we have the functions. Now inside the functions, so let's go to the functions. Inside it, we want to create another file, and this file we will name it fun1.py, and let's create fun2.py. Okay, clear. Ls. You can see that. Now let's open a file or open a folder from here. Okay, and the folder will be Python files. Okay, now okay from here. And you can see that we have it here. Let's quit from this. We don't need it. Yeah. So you can see that we have the functions, we have the main, we have the first.py. Okay. So again, the first thing I will go to the main. Now the main here, I will print this thing, and this thing will be called, this is main.py. Okay. And the first here will be print, this is first. And the functions, inside function one, let's define this function, whatever function it is, it's no big deal. And let's print inside fun from fun1.py, and fun2, let's have it the same as fun1, like this, but this time will be from fun2, like this. Okay. Okay, so far so good. All right. Now I want for all of these to be connected together or can be imported together. So we will use this statement, which is the import statement, and I will import a lot of things. So actually I can import modules, library. So for example, OS, this is a library or a module can be imported using Python, and this can use or run commands on the operating system. We have sub-processes, we have math, we have a lot of things actually, but all of these are standard or built-in. Now what if I want to add one of these? Actually I can do that, it's okay. So the first thing you need to understand that we are inside the main, and the main is the same level as first, so I can just add import first. Okay, so if I import first,
I can do whatever I want. So for example, inside first, let's remove the print statement, this. Let's put I equal 10, all right? And here from first, I want to print the I, okay? But I can't print I like this. I need to modify or to add this thing, which is first dot I, okay? And I is the variable inside the first dot by. That's the one we imported, okay? So let's print this and run the main actually to check this out. So let's return here. You can see that we have the main by, so Python 3, the main dot by. Yeah, everything is working as expected, which is 10. This is by dot main dot by, as you can see. Now, if I removed the first actually like this, this will not work because I is not defined here. Again, let's run. Yeah, I is not defined because I is defined inside the first dot by, which is I equal 10. This is inside the first. Okay, so to do or to understand or to import the I inside the first, you need to put first dot I first, then we can print it out. All right. And of course, you need to import it first. All right. Now, what if I want to import these functions? Okay, I want to print the function, this function. Okay, I want to call this function that inside fun1.by fun1. How to do that? I need to use the import. Yeah, you are right. But this time you can see that fun1 is not the same level as the main, which is the one we are. No, they are inside the functions directory. So you need to put functions like this and then put dot symbol and then use fun1 as expected. Now, how to print that, or actually how to call this function? So I want to call this function, which is fun, and that print this statement. How to do that? Well, actually you can do this by putting this thing functions dot fun1 now dot fun with this. So this will call the function inside the fun1 that inside the functions directory. Okay, now hope this will work. Let's see if it is working or not. Now let's clear the screen first and let's run it. Yeah, inside fun from fun1, and this is inside, or this is main.py. Yeah, everything is working correctly. Now this is the same thing for fun2. Okay, okay. Now let's return for the first. Okay, let's put a comment here actually. Now by default, by the way, this is the comment in Python, and let's print the value from the first .i. Okay, now we already saw that we don't need to run it again. But actually, what if I don't need this to be here? I want to just print I immediately. Okay, how to do that? Well, it is easy. So print like this, and yeah, as you can see, import first here. This time we will use this from argument or from word. So from first, import star. Okay, you can see that. So I imported from first.py, import everything. So this time I don't need to put the first here. You can see I can print I immediately. So it will print I from here. Okay, now let's check this out actually. Yeah, you can see 10 has been printed without using first.py inside the main, I mean. Okay, another thing. So actually this will be working on the functions as well. So if I import functions without putting functions.py and I called the function, but this time I called not one, and that's the thing we already saw. Now this time I will print the fun2. Okay, now let's comment this print statement and see if this is working or not. So you can see, yeah, functions has no attributes fun2. Why is that? Because you can see that we import functions, and inside functions we cannot do anything. So you need to specify fun2 actually. So like this. Now if I type it, yeah, this is inside fun from fun2.py. All right,
Thanks for watching. Alright, now it is time to talk about error handlings in Python. Now the first thing, there is something called the input function in Python, which is like this. Input, open the brackets, inside it put the prompt message. So please enter a value. Or let's do this. And then we can print this value. Okay, but actually let's store that inside a function, which is inside a variable, I mean, and let's print the x like this. So you can see this will receive an integer value, or actually this is if you notice here, it is a string value actually, but we will print it out. Okay, so let's run this command. I mean the main.py, which is the Python. So please enter a value. I will enter hello. And you can see now it is hello, has been printed. Okay, but by the way, you can put, to be more elegant actually, you can put colon here with a space, and let's try again. So yeah, you can see now it is more elegant. Please enter a value, and I will put lol or whatever. Okay, so this is it. Okay, good. So far so good. Now let's return here, and this time let's put another value. So 12. Yeah, it will give us 12. Again, what if I type colon here? So a double quotation. Yeah, everything is working correctly. Now this time, what if I used the integer value? Okay, so I want this value to be entered as an integer. Okay, so I'm using the integer converter function. So anything we enter here must be integer, or if not integer, I will convert it. Okay, so let's run this and see. Enter a value. If I typed a, you can see that it is wrong. Why? Because invalid literal for int with base 10 a. But if I run that, and if I run 10, yeah, 10 is acceptable because this is an integer. But if I run or put any string value or any value rather than int, it will show us this error. Okay, by the way, if I type 10.5, it will give us error as well, because this is a float value. The value must be integer only. Okay, so far so good. Now how to do such a thing without erroring, without putting these errors? So we want the error to be handled. Okay, we don't need to print out there are error. This is not elegant. We need an elegant solution. How to do that? We will use the try except, which is the error handling in Python. So how to do that? By using try what? Try these. Okay, now if there are errors or something, except. So as you can see, these are inside the try indentation. So except and double quotation and colon here, I mean, if there are error, let's print, for example, oh no, there is an error. Okay, anything. This is just arbitrary example. Okay, so if I try this again, when I enter 10 or any integer value, it works fine. Okay, so let's clear the screen and let's try enter high, for example. Yeah, you can see now it is, oh no, there is an error. Okay, so it handled the error with elegant way. So if there are error here, not like before it will give us what is the error, and actually this is bad. No, this time if we face any error, actually it will print this statement, or it will do these things inside the except. So for example, your value that has been entered is negative. You can, inside the except, you can put it or use the absolute function, the abs, and convert it to something positive, and then you can assign it to the value you want. Okay, well actually it has a lot of use cases. You can read about it if you are interested. Actually, if you open your browser and you go or typed Python try except, then you can go to the w3schools.com, and here you can see that there are a lot of examples, and not just try except. There are another format, which is you can put or raise the name error and other errors. Actually, you can see.
So try print x except name error, okay, and print, and then finally except this, okay. So actually there are other formats like the using the else as well. So you can see try these, print hello except something else, and we have the finally, and here you can see that it will be raised, as you can see, try except finally. So this will try the except after it is finished, and you can see there are a lot of examples here. All right, if you are interested to have or to learn more about it, okay. But anyway, it's not that big deal to know everything, but just know that there are other format and other use cases. You can read more about it, but for now, keep in your mind, this is the way to handle the errors in Python. Thanks for watching. All right, now it is time for the Python file IO input output and how to handle it, okay. So you want to read file, to open file for writing, to open file already existed for writing, or append to a specific file, we will use, and actually this is supported in Python. Good news. Now, how to do that? Actually, it is like this. So first declare a variable, and we'll name it. I will name it in my case f, which is referred to file. I will use the open function. This is to open a file description. Then it has the following. So it has the first parameter, the second parameter. The first parameter is the name of the file. Okay, so I will name it whatever I want, and you can choose this file to be either read, write, read, write, to append to it if it is already existed or not. Now, actually, that's depend on the mode, which is the second parameter here. But in my case, I'm using the read mode, which is I want to read a file that already existed. So I will return here. And by the way, you can see that the main.py here, it is here inside the Python files, if you remember what we did previously. So you can see that now I will create a text file here, and I will name it test.txt, okay. And I will put here, as you can see, some values inside it. Yeah. By the way, I'm using the echo command and the touch command to create a text file and to add this specific value, which is the some values inside it. Actually, it's up to you. You can use whatever text editor you want. No big deal. So actually, let's open this file, and I'm using Vim, by the way, here. So let's put line 2, arbitrary values, line whatever. And here is end of file, for example, or end of, or the end of line, okay. Last line, for example, okay. And let's save it. By the way, if you don't like Vim, I recommend you to learn it and to know how to use it. For actually, it's very powerful text editor. Yeah, I know it is old-fashioned, let's say, but actually for you as a hacker, pen tester, cybersecurity engineer, it's important actually and very recommended. I recommend you a lot to learn about it, and its shortcut, it's powerful usage. Anyway, just use any text editor for now if you are not familiar with Vim, and put arbitrary value inside the test.txt file that already here inside the same level of the main.py that we are writing. And now let's name it. So test.txt file, and I will open it for read. Okay. All right. Now I want to print the content of this file. I will use the read function. So f, which is the name of the variable that we stored this thing, and I will use read. Okay. So this will read the whole content of this test file, but it will not be printed because the output will be here. So I will use the print function for that, and then I will print the read like this. So actually, if I go there and see if it is, will show us what we need. So if I type the Python 3 main, yeah, you can see it is as expected. The some values, line 2, blah, 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 until we reach the end of line, last line. Okay. So as you can see, we open this file for read. As you can see, the mode is read, and the test.txt file is there and existed. But what if we put test2 actually and try to read this out? Actually, read2, the text is not here. So as you can see, no such file or directory. Error. Now, actually, don't worry about this. We will handle it in the next lecture immediately. How to handle the errors in the file IO. And you know, it is not something big deal. It is the same way as what we learned previously from the error handling. And you can see that we will start using specific file errors or specific errors inside the except. Okay, anyway, until that time, it's no big deal. Okay, for now, let's open a file for writing. So test2, but this time the mode I will use it for write, which means I want to write inside it. Okay, and this time I will add this content. So let's see, content equal, and this is the content. I want this new content to be overwritten onto this test2 file, but actually it is empty and it is not existed. So yeah, this is the only data it will be. So some content. Okay, and for that I will use, this time I will use the f.write function. Okay, so the write function here, it will write to this f that we open it for writing. And what we will write? We will write the content variable. As you can see, content like this. And yeah, this is the variable. And finally, after everything is correct, we want to print and read what inside this test2. It should be some content, right? Let's check it out. Actually, yeah, you can see the file is not readable. Yeah, you may ask me, but what happened? Well, maybe you forgot something actually. Well, this f.read, yeah, we open it as what? As a write. So how to read something opened as a write? This is not right? So how to do thing here about it? Well, actually, we will use the close function. So f.close function. So this will close the file description that we open it as a write. Then we can create a new variable and use the open function and name it test2.text. And this time we will open it as read, not as a write. And then we can read this out and it should be working. All right, let's check this out. So let's clear the screen first. And you can see, yeah, it is working as expected, and which is some content. Okay, so far so good. All right. And yeah, regarding the modes actually and the functions for the file IO, you can just open your browser and type Python IO modes. And from there you can see there are a lot of websites, a lot of references, but actually I recommend you to go to the official documentation, because there you can see that there are a lot of examples, a lot of functions you can use. So yeah, I need to go to the IO, not the input output. Yeah, here you can see that we can add, this is the open, the encoding. So you can see that we have modes this time, and don't worry, I will show you the modes right away, just quickly, I mean. So here you can see that we have a lot of functions actually. So you can see that the flush, closed, is SATI, readable, read lines, seek, tell. Actually, a lot of functions can be used and useful can be, depends on the situation you want. So actually, if I go to this website, I just want to show you something here. The modes, actually, you can see, yeah, these are the modes that are available on Python. So yeah, you can see that we have read binary or read RB. So this is to read in binary format only. We have read RX, R+, which means read, as you can see, open file for both read and write. Okay, so not just for reading, you can be for reading and writing. And you can see that the pointer placed at the beginning of the file. All right, we have write, we have RB+, which is read binary. We have write binary, W+, and as you can see here, the W+ is for read and write, but this time overwrite the existing file if file exists. If file does not exist, it will create a new file. Okay, and the same for WB+, the read binary plus, A for append, and now this is something new, and we have AB appended for the binary, and we have appended for both reading and in a binary format, because this is AB+, by the way, and the pointer will be at the end of the file if file exists. Okay, all right, have a look there, try these out. if you are interested. Now in the next lecture, we will talk about the error handling for the Python files, how to, when we open a file, that file is not existed, how to handle such errors in very smooth way. Alright, thanks for watching. Alright, we already talked about how to open a file in the Python for reading, for writing, appending, whatever, okay? And we checked the modes that are available: read, write, read plus, read, write, appending, for binary, and so on. Okay, now what if we want, so f equal open, and we want to open a file, that file is not existed actually, so test3 this time dot text, and we want to open it for read. Okay, it's a simple example, okay, actually, no worries. And I want to print the content of it as we learned previously, no big deal. So read, and yeah, so let's save that actually and check if it's working or not. It should did. As you can see, we don't have test3 here, so yeah, no such file or directory. Okay, now how to solve such a thing? We don't need such a thing actually. This is ugly and this is not practical, so we will use the try, and we already saw that how to do that. So try these. Okay, so far so good. Now accept this thing. Now remember when we put just accept, now no, this time we will put another value. Now we will use something, file not found error, like this. The F is capital, file not found, like this. So this means that the file is not found. This is not just an error, this is a specific error from this error. Now why is that? Because we don't need just any error, I will do this. No. For example, if the file not found, I will do specific thing. If the file there is errors with the IO, so the file is existed but the file cannot be opened, for example, I will do another things, and so on. Okay, so if this happened, so I will print, for example, file not found. Okay, so far so good. Now another exception, except IO error. Now if happened there is a high IO error, this time I will print IO errors happened. Okay, now whatever. Okay, cool. Now let's check this if it is working or not. Now this should be printing file not found because the test3 is not found. Okay, so let's open it actually. Yeah, so far so good. File not found, which means it worked correctly. So which is better actually? This is file not found with handling the error, or this is error no such file or directory and a lot of files, a lot of text. Actually this is ugly, this is not good. And by the way, not just that, actually this is more practical. So it's not like printing just a simple file not found. So for example, if the file not found, I want to create it, okay, and I want to put a specific value inside it, then I will read it. So you can see that there is some practical things here actually. And if the file IO error or whatever, and this happens for a lot of use cases or a lot of situations, whatever, there you can just read about it, so it's no big deal. Okay, then I will do specific things or whatever. Okay, yeah, you can see that, by the way, I am writing the print here in a bad way, so it is prytn, not print, and you can see that it didn't show me any error. By the way, why this happened actually, because the interpreter, Python interpreter, is doing the things step by step. So it will go to the try, then to the f open, then to the print, then to the accept, and so on. So you can see that it is sequentially, and it didn't check the syntax. So you can see that the print is error. There was error in the syntax. The print, I wrote it in the wrong way. So it didn't show anything error here because the accept go to the file not found and it stopped there. Okay, so it didn't go to the accept on IO. Right? Okay. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Alright, now it is time to write our own first port scanner. Okay, now actually I am assuming that you know how port scanners works, so I will start right away. Okay, now actually I already write the program, as you can see, to avoid wasting your time, to avoid stupid mistakes, taking a lot of time. Actually this is not good, but don't worry,
Okay, actually I will explain that in details line by line. Okay, so by the way, I already upload this code, so you can download it, you can have a look there, and you can have practice that with me. Okay, so the first thing, which is the import, and we imported the PyFiglet. Now what is this library or module? So actually if you write it on Google, as simple as that, now actually you can see that it is just takes ASCII text and render it in ASCII art font. Okay, so if I return here again, so you can see that I'm using this variable and I'm using the PyFiglet dot Figlet format, and I'm using some text here, which is the port scanner. Okay, so I'm typing the port scanner here and I'm printing the ASCII banner. Okay, so if I open my terminal here and run my code, by the way, I'm putting it here, port scanner.py, and I want to run it. Okay, so like this. For now, ignore this invalid amount of argument. We will talk about it right away. But for now, you can see the port scanner has somehow the vibe of a hacker or something like that. You see, so you can see that it is somehow elegant, and you know, for to putting as an ASCII or something. Well, by the way, you can just put port scanner, or we don't need that. So what is matter is the functionality, not the stuff about it or the way it look. So if we return here, you can see that the port scanner has been written as an ASCII text banner. Okay, so if I type test, for example, so and I return here, actually you can see that now it is test, by the way. All right, so far so good. Okay, so if we return here, let's return this to port scanner, and you can see that we open a variable using this PyFiglet, which is the imported one, dot Figlet dot format. This is a function within the Figlet library, and inside it we can put the text we want, which is port scanner, and then we print the variable we defined, or we stored that inside it, which is the ASCII banner. Okay, now this is for Figlet. Okay, now we can see that we imported the sys library, and this is used, you can see that here, and this is what I talked about, which is the invalid amount of argument. Now here you can see we used sys.argv equal to, so then the target we will take, or will do something. We will talk about this right away, don't worry. Else, which means the argument is not 2, or so it is less than 2 or more than 2, this is not acceptable, so we will print this invalid amount of argument. Okay, now by the way, we already saw that, so let's see again. So you can see that this is the Python 3, and this is port scanner.py. so if I write here, so actually you can see that it is invalid amount of argument. Yeah, by the way, I forget to save here, so let's return, let's clear the screen and run again. Yeah, you can see that invalid amount of argument. Okay, now this is not acceptable, because why is that? Because we put only port scanner, but we need to provide the IP address. Actually, by the way, you can see here, you can say here invalid amount of argument, you must put, so you can modify that, you must insert or put or enter the IP, for example. Okay, it doesn't matter, actually, no big deal. So let's delete that and run it again. You can see, yeah, invalid amount of argument, you must enter the IP. Anyway, it's no big deal, actually. Okay, now here for the sys. All right, so far so good. Now for the socket. Now this is the main library, actually, that being used in port scanner. Okay, so this is socket to open a socket and connection between the victim machine. So we want to scan their or his ports. Okay, you can see that when we saw it is less than 1, less than 2, or greater than 2, it will print invalid amount of argument. But if we provide the argument we want, so if I return here and put it like this and define something here, actually, so you can see that this time we will go through the if body, and we will define a target variable, and inside it we will use the socket dot get host by name. And actually this is function within the socket library, and here inside it we will use the sys.argv1. Okay, so by the way, argv1, which means that this one. Okay, so actually it starts from here, so 0 1. Okay, So you know that why it is 2, because this, the port scanner.by, this considered to be one of the argument, by the way. Okay, so this is the first argument and this is the second argument. Okay, now I know this is not an IP address or not an host, but this is just arbitrary example, by the way. I will put a real IP address right away. Okay, but for now keep with me. Okay, so this is the first argument, this is the second argument. Okay, so that's why we put if it is only 2, it will be acceptable only if it is 2 arguments, which means the name of the Python program and the IP address that we want to scan the port on. Okay, so what we will get here, so we will get the sys.arg, which is the sys library here, .arg v, and the 1, which means this one. Okay, so start from here, 0, 1. I'm pretty sure you are getting familiar with that, so I will not repeat that again. Okay, so this is 1. Okay, now if it is done, so we will store the get host by name. So the get host by name here, by the way, if you can search about it, so just put it like that and say Python and open the official documentation, and from here you can see that we have it here. So yeah, get host by name. So this, what this do, it translate a host name to IPv4 address format. Okay, so actually it translate to IPv4. Now the IPv4 is returned as a string, such as this one. Now if the host name is an IPv4 itself, is returned unchanged. So either you provide, for example, a host name, for example google.com, and it will translate that to its own IPv4, as you can see, or you can just provide the IP address of this machine and it will scan it immediately, or sorry, it will return it unchanged immediately. Okay, all right, now let's return again. So the IP address that we provide here, so by the way, actually it's not good practice to scan a real machines. Actually it is very dangerous, you will get yourself in jail for that. Well, I know it is not for just scanning the port, but actually it's better to be cautious in these scenarios. So by the way, how to do that, actually I have this machine, as you can see, I'm using the Metasploitable machine, and this Metasploitable 2, actually you can just download it, no big deal, you can download it and run it on your virtual box, as you can see, as a virtual machine, and then you can just have it here, ifconfig, and I will get my IP address, which is as the following. Okay, so which is this one, which is something within my machine and within my power, so no harm and no damage will be done. Okay, so you will be safe and you will not go to jail. So if I type it here, you can see that the port scan worked. Okay, so and so on. All right, so you can see, but don't worry about these, we will talk about these in details right away. I'm just showing you step by step. Okay, so we got the IP address immediately. Okay, unchanged. All right, now we talked about these. So far so good, if it is the argument, and else if it is invalid argument. All right, now here just some accessories to make the utility we are writing more elegant. So you can see that here, if I return again and run this command, you can see that I'm doing these, some of the text, you can see dashes multiplied by 50, so which means that this will be printed 50 times instead of typing it like these, I mean. Okay, so instead of like that, no, you can just put the number you want, put that string, I mean, you want, and multiply it by how many times you want. Okay, now here scanning the target, and this is the target. As you can see, if I return here, you can see scanning the target, and this is the target, which is the IP address I provide here. And here scanning started at something, and here, okay, this is the second thing, or the other thing we will talk about, which is the date time. So actually I imported from date time, import date time, and here date time dot now. So here it will return actually the time currently. So if I return here, you can see that the time is like this. Okay, so I return what is the time currently, which is like this, as you can see, which hour, which minute, second, millisecond, or part of the second, and so on. Okay, all right, again we just print it as is, so you can see the scanning started at something, so to be more elegant, and so on. And we print another dashes. So you can see we have these here. All right, so far so good. Now here is the real deal. Okay, now here is the real board scanner. Now all of that was just for banner, for printing out and to be more elegant and so on. Now this is the functionality. This is the real deal. Okay, now I already told you that we import the socket, and the socket library here is the main thing that we will use for our board scanner. Okay, so I opened a try and accept. So try this, don't worry, I will talk about it right away, and accept something, accept something, accept something. All right. Okay, now for the try these. Okay, let's start with the for loop. Now for port in this range. So by that, actually, we start scanning the ports from 1 until we reached this number. But by the way, not this number minus 1, which is 99. Okay, by the way, you can put here a variable like this and put x equal input and put inside it, please enter a value. Okay, by the way, you need to convert that to an integer like this. You can see that like this. So here we can prompt ourselves so where to scan, not as a hard-coded port. No, you can just customize it as you wish. Okay, but for now we don't need that. Actually, let's return to the previous. So we don't need that. Well, actually, you may ask me, but this is a symbol. Yeah, I know. And why should I learn or know how to write my own board scanner, where there is a tools like Nmap, for example, and it is very powerful, open source, and it has a huge community. And actually, of course, it is very powerful in comparing with this tiny tool. Actually, yeah, I know. But for you as a hacker, not all the time you need to depend on other people's tools. You need to write your own tools sometimes. Okay, so that's why. Okay, let's continue. So we started with the for loop, and we will start from 1 to 99. Now here we open a variable, and this variable we called it s, and inside it we used the socket library dot the socket function. Now this is function from the socket library, and here we defined that this socket that we want to open, the socket is like a bucket, imagine that, and we defined the criteria, the standard we want our connection to be with the other people or with the other end, and we define that it is to be AFINet and SOCStream. Now what are those? AFINet, which means IPv4, okay, and SOCStream here means that it is for TCP, transmission control protocol. Okay, so which means that we are opening TCP connection on IPv4 with the other end. Okay, and we store the value of that, or the returned value, inside the s variable. So this s will be used later on, as you can see here. Okay, don't worry, we will talk about it. Now, after we open that, now we decide, or we put the socket dot set timeout, or set default timeout. The socket, by the way, this is the library we imported, and the set default timeout to be 1. Now why it is 1? Because we don't need to have the connection up for 30 seconds, for example, because this will take a lot of time. We can put actually another values like 10 seconds or 5 seconds or whatever. Okay, but 1 second for it to be more fast. Okay, so why is that? Because when we connect to a specific port, for example, but don't worry, right now we didn't handle the port functionality. We didn't handle the port functionality yet. Right now we are talking about the connection. So here we will talk about the port, okay? But don't worry, we will talk about it step by step. For now, follow me. Okay, so default timeout. So when we connect with that criteria to that specific port, we will not handle more than 1 second. Okay, so after 1 second, it will be considered timeout, because we assuming that 1 second means that the port is closed. So we don't need to know more about it, or the port is open. We will know within this period. Okay, anyway, all right, now we will have the result variable, and inside the result variable we will use the s variable that we stored our socket criteria, which is IPv4 and TCP, and we will use, as you can see, s dot connect x. Now connect x, it accepts 2 arguments, but as a tuple. By the way, you can see that it is accepted as a tuple. All right, Now, the first thing is the target, which is if you return here, this is the IP address we entered. Remember, when we put the IP address, the second argument, argv1, yeah, and the port number. Okay, so the port number, it will start from the loop, so it will start from 1 until 99. So it will try 1, then 2, then 3, 4, until it will reach 99. Okay, so then the return of these will be stored on the result. By the way, the connectx will return 0 if there are a connection. Other than that, it will be considered closed. So 0, as you can see here, yeah, if the result equals 0, this will be considered port is open. And you can see we used the format the port, because I'm using the braces here. Okay. Other than that, it will be considered closed. Now, how did I know that? Actually, it's not from myself. I got it. No, actually, this is how the function works. It returns 0 for connection or for a connected socket, and it will return other than that. So 195, 0, 1, I mean 10, some errors or some values, okay? And these will be considered closed, okay? So no connection at all, okay? So either there is a connection or there is no connection. If the result here, if it is 0, which means that the result of the connectx will be 0, which means the port is open, there is a connection. Other than that, will be considered closed. But you can see that I didn't put else here because we just need the opened port. We don't need any port, right? By the way, you can customize that on your own if you want to have some elegancy, like you need to know if there are no ports opened, you need to print closed. And actually, it's no big deal. You can just put it here. And this is something can be done by defining outside the try here a Boolean variable, and inside it put is no port true, and if there are some port, it will be true false. Okay, and here outside the try or outside the for loop, you will print no port is open. Yeah, actually it's up to how the logic you will use on that. Okay, no big deal. Okay, now after we checked the result is equal 0 and we print the port is open or there are nothing, then we will close the connection. So as you can see, s.close, yeah, here it is, the s, which is the variable we stored our socket criteria. So s.close, okay? And for these, anything or any exception happened, either if it is keyboard interrupt or socket.gaia_error or socket.error, we will print and we will do the following, which is print exiting program, or print host name couldn't be resolved, or print server not responding. By the way, the gaia_error and error, these are from the socket, by the way, from the socket library. You can read about it. So actually, it's better to have look here. So you can see that it is here, yeah, a subclass of OS error. This exception is raised for address related errors, blah, 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 and so on. You can read more about it if you're interested. But anyway, because sometimes this is these for the host couldn't be resolved. Actually, these are used for the host couldn't be resolved. And the socket.error, these are used for the server not responding. Okay. Now, actually, this port scanner is not 100% accurate, but you can say it is good for a start. Okay. All right. Now it's time to test this out. By the way, I recommend you to install a Metasploitable virtual machine and run it on your system like this, and copy the IP address, and let's try our port. So you can see that here I put from 1 to 100. Okay, so let's check. So you can see that port 21 is open, 22, 23, 25. By the way, this machine actually is compromisable, actually, yeah, because this is the Metasploitable. It has a lot of holes, a lot of vulnerabilities, bugs, a lot of dangerous breaches can be done to it, actually, yeah, but this is intended for that. So that's why I'm using on machines, not on a real world or real life machines like google.com or like some servers online. So you may get in jail for that, or get in trouble at least by using that or by doing that. Okay, now thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed this lecture. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, now it's time to write our own first web directory discovery. So again,
I already write the code and upload it. So to avoid any stupid mistakes, syntax error, actually to avoid wasting your time. Okay, but don't worry, again, we will go through this line by line and explain everything in details. Okay, all right. Now, actually, I already upload the code, so you can download it and open it so we can test it together. All right. Now, the first thing, we import this library, which is called requests. And actually, this is the main library that used for the web directory discovery tool. Okay, all right. Now here we defined a target URL variable, and we input please enter a target URL, and then we have the file name variable, and inside it please enter the file name of the file containing directories. Okay, by the way, you can put that as a sys.argv 1.argv2 and so on, but it's up to you how to customize your script. But for now, just we will do these things. Okay, now we defined a function, and this function, as you can see, we called it request, and we put a parameter called URL. Okay, now this function we will call it here, actually, by the way, here you can see, but don't worry, we will go to there. So for now, def request URL. Now try this except this, and on this exception pass. Okay, now try this. What is this? So we will return, because this is a function, we will return the requests, which is the name of the library we used here, or module, dot get, and we will use this function, the get function, and this will send a get request. Okay, for what, or to where? To this HTTP / which is a concatenation with the URL, and URL is the variable or the parameter we passed here from here, as you can see. But don't worry, we will go to there and we will handle that and repeat the logic again. But don't worry, let's follow me for now. Now try this. So if there is no error, it's okay. We will return request to the response to somewhere. Okay, but if we have except request dot exception dot connection error, and by the way, the except here, this is something from the library itself, which is the request library. So except this thing, and this thing actually, which is request dot exceptions dot connection error, then do what? Pass. Or you can put this URL is not found or something, but actually it makes sense to only send the what we found, not what is not exist, right? Because it is a directory discovery after all. All right, so far so good. Now this is the function. This will be used to send the request or return the request. Now how this logic actually work, we will talk about this right away, which is file. We define this file variable equal open, and here open is, we already talked about these. So we open the file name, the directory or the file that containing all the directories. So /login, /admin, /something or whatever. Okay, and we will open it as a read. So the file we provided here, we will open it as a readable, and we will go as for loop here, which is for line in file. So we will go through line by line for this specific file that we provided here by timing its name. So this is for the first line, and the first line we defined a variable called directory, and we can see that we used line, which is the first line from this file, dot strip. Now this to strip it from any white spaces. Okay, and after we strip it from any white spaces for this specific line in this file, we store it inside the directory variable. Okay, now we have the full URL, which is the target URL, which is the something, as you can see, that we provide here. Enter the target URL, either IP address or a domain name. It's okay, it will do the job. Then we will add or concatenate the slash here, the forward slash, and then we will concatenate the directory, which is the one we strip from here, which is line.strip, and we will put it inside the directory and we will use it here. Okay, so the full URL will be the IP address or the domain name with slash with the directory or the line we have in this specific file, which is the one that we open it from here, as you can see. All right, so far so good. Now we will create a variable called response, as you can see. So we will use the request function, as you can see, that we defined here, and we will pass
the full URL that we have it here. Okay, so the full URL will be passed to this request function, and then it will try or accept, depends on it. So try, if it is good, nothing error, nothing problem, we will return the value, and the value will be request.get the HTTP with the URL, okay, which is the URL we provided here, okay, where it is, yeah, which is the full URL, okay, including the target URL, this slash, and this directory. Okay, by the way, if we provide the full URL or the target URL, if we provided HTTP, this will be redundant actually, or it will be extra. So HTTP // and another HTTP // okay. Well, actually there are a lot of ways to get rid of that, but anyway, we will not handle it here. It's okay, it's no big deal actually. You can just put a filter, if else, or you can do a lot of things actually. But anyway, we will just assume that the URL is the domain name or the IP address, okay, without using the protocol, which is the HTTP. All right, now after we got the request from here and return everything, so return either this or pass if as request.exception.connection error, which means there is no connection, so we will pass. But if there is a connection, which means the URL is existed or the directory is existed, it will be returned and will be stored inside the response, okay. Now if the response is empty, so it will not, this if statement will not work. But if the response has value or has a returned value, so yes, if response yes, which means yeah, it has value, so which means that we will print this thing, which is discovery or discovery at this path, and we will print the full path that we pass it to the request. All right, okay, so far so good. Now let's have it here. As you can see, I already have the code here, which is directories.py. By the way, I already uploaded it, so you can just download it and let's try it out together, okay. All right, now Python 3 and then directories, okay. By the way, I have this list.txt file actually. If I open it using any text editor, Vim for example, you can see that I have some data inside it, okay. So test login, let's put login here. As you can see, PHP my admin, web login, this is for the WordPress admin, twiki, or actually a lot of things actually, but this is just for testing, for example. And yeah, actually before I run this command or this program, I already have this Metasploitable machine that I already talked about in the previous section. So you can see that I have it here, and this is the IP address for it, so I will use it here actually. And by the way, if I go to its IP address, which is this one, you can see that we have it here, and you can see that we have twiki, readme.txt. Actually, I put some of these actually here, so you can see that PHP my admin. So yeah, let's copy that and paste it there. Well, actually, yeah, let's put it here. Yeah. So actually, this is for testing. So instead of testing on real machines, and actually this is a better way to do that. By the way, if you are using Kali Linux, you already have a long list of words, which is the roq.txt. I think it is very big, and you can just use it there if you are interested to check more, okay. All right, now let's run the command. You can see it will start asking for target URL. Let's put or provide the IP address, which is 11, as you can see, 1110. Yeah. So enter the name of the file, which is what we have on the current directory. But remember, this must be in the current working directory of the program or of the directories.py. So yeah, you can see that. Yeah, discovered directory at this, because I already know there is something called like that, and discovered PHP my admin. All right. So actually, if we have a long list of words and we want to test them out, we can put it and use this long list of words, okay, and it will start looking and searching for directories inside this, okay. All right. And by the way, you can customize it wherever you want. So you can, instead of putting please input or please enter the target or please enter the containing directories, no, actually you can just provide this as a sys.argv, as what we learned in the port scanner section, and use this actually again sys
sys.argv2 or sys.argv3 or whatever. And you can just use this instead of writing it like this. No, you can put the IP address here and provide the name of the directory or the list of the directories that's supposed to be here, okay, or the suggested directories, okay. By the way, you need to provide your Python program here with a very huge list so it can search everything possible for this URL. And again, I'm using Metasploitable. I recommend you to install it, to download it as a virtual machine and run your program on this Metasploitable. Don't use that on a real machines or real servers because you will get in trouble. All right. I warn you, actually. You need to be cautious in these situations. All right. Thanks for watching. Now it's time to create our login brute force app, okay, for the web application. All right. Now, actually, I already uploaded this file, which is the brute force.py. So you can download it and writing the code step by step or tracing the code step by step. And already I have this file, which is rocku.txt. And actually, this is the file. Yeah, as you can see, it is here. So this is the file, the same file as the Kali Linux file, which contains a lot of text files. So if I cat it here, it will take a lot of time. As you can see, it's still bending. As you can see, yeah, let's copy that. So if I get here the u-h, this is to see the size of the file. You can see it is 144 megabyte. And by the way, I already uploaded that for you if you want to use it. This is a huge word list. And by the way, if you have Kali, you can find it there. It's okay. But if you don't have it, you can download it and start with me. And by the way, I will use this rocku.txt as a word list so we can check the users or the password, I mean, for this specific user that we provide. Don't worry, we will handle that right away. But follow me for now, okay? Now, but again, please don't use these to attack people, to damage systems and so on, okay? I warned you. I'm not responsible for anything of that, okay? Please use it for you as a white hacker, to have a career, to have a job, to defend people and so on. Okay, now let's start. So this is the first thing, which is the import request. We already talked about this in the previous section. Now here I'm using something new, which is term color, and it is no big deal actually. It is just print a color for a specific text or something, because as you can see from term color, we imported colors here. So the colored function, as you can see, this found username or found password will be printed as a green, and you can see that where it is. Yeah, you can see that here, the trying with the password, it will be printed as red. Don't worry, we will handle that right away, step by step. But for now, these are used just for coloring the text, okay? Just to give you the vibe of a hacker or something. Anyway, no big deal. All right. So now let's have this. This is the first thing, URL. This is a variable. We input, please enter a page URL. So you put the full URL here, okay, that you want to try and brute force on it, okay. Now we have the username here. Please enter the username for the account to brute force. So you are using user, root, admin, user1, whatever, okay. So it depends on you. And by the way, we can have a list for this as well, but actually it will be exponential, so it will take forever actually. Anyway, but we are assuming that we know the username, so that's why please enter the username, okay. Now here we have the password file, and here you can see enter the password file to use. So you put the name of the file, but by the way, which is the rocku.txt. This is the text file or the word file that has all the passwords inside it. And you can see that they are in the same level as the brute force.py, which is the program we are writing or we are interpreting. Okay. Now, finally, we have this variable, which is the login failed string. So here you can see that please enter a string that occurs when login fails. So when you type root and with the password tour, for example, which is the inverse of root, it will give you login failed or invalid credential or access denied or something like that. So you need to know the target machine, what will give you when you put a wrong credential. Okay, don't worry, we will handle all of that in this lecture. So just follow me for now and we will reach that level.
Okay, now we have this function, which is the diff cracking. But before I go into it, actually, this is the main logic of the brute forcing. Before I go through it, I want to check here, or I want to have a look here, so to understand this more. So you can see here, actually, this will be executed before, or interpreted, let's say, before the diff cracking, because we call the cracking from here. Anyway, follow me for now. So you can see that here with open, and here you can see that we are using the with and as statement. Okay, so with this function, which is open password file, the file we opened for the password, as you can see, which is this one, and as a read mode. So with that as a password, so which means that everything you opened here as a read, or all the passwords that you have it here, open it as a password here. So store them there, and we will start that right away. Okay, so after that, you can see that we have a colon here with this as this. Inside that, inside the with as statement, we are calling the cracking function. Okay, which is cracking the username that we insert here. We assuming it is user, admin, root, whatever. And with the URL, which is the URL we input here, enter a page URL. Okay, so we are calling the cracking function with these arguments, or these variables that we stored here, and using the with as statement by doing with open this file, which is the password file, as a readable and as a password, make it as a password, okay, variable. Okay, now actually, after we use the with as statement and we call the cracking function, so now it is time to handle the cracking function. So you can see that we define the cracking function. This is the first parameter. By the way, I'm using username here. By the way, this is not the same variables. This is only for the scope of the cracking, not for this one. Don't get confused, please. Okay, and the URL here is not the same for this URL. I mean, as a variable, not as a value. Yeah, by the way, because we are passing this username as, which is this one, as you can see, this variable that we are passing to the cracking function here, but we defined the name here is username. By the way, I can put username too, okay, and user and URL too, and I need to change the necessary here inside this function, okay, because this is username, or this variable is not the same as this variable. They do not point to the same address. Okay, anyway, for now, just follow me. Let's let it as is, which is username and URL. Now here we have the for password in passwords. Okay, now we already talked about the for statement, and by the way, we are using the passwords that we use it with the with open password file read as a passwords. All right, cool. Now we are handling the passwords one by one. So you can see that we open this password file, that the RockView file, and you can see it is very huge file. So if I cat it here, yeah, you can see it's still printing. Yeah, so I interrupt it. All right, so you can see that it will start using this password one by one. So, and all of that will be inside the for loop, which is this one. Okay, so it will start with this one, for example, until it reach or complete or whatever. It will start with this one, this one, this one, until we got what we want. Or anyway, we will handle that right away. So here we have, after the first statement, which is the password now, it will be password.strip. Again, we already saw that in the previous section, as we don't need white spaces or whatever. So we are using this one. Okay, now print. Now, as you can see, now we are using the colored function here that I mentioned, which is using the term color library. So colored, by actually this is a function accept a tuple, and with the first thing, which is, as you can see, the first thing, and the second thing, which is, as you can see. So the first thing, which is trying with the password, and the other thing, which is the color of this text, which is red. All right, don't worry, we will handle that as a hands-on right away. But currently, let's understand the code first, then we can try it out. All right, so we just trying with the password, which is, we have it here after we strip it, and we have it as a red. So this to tell that we are trying this password currently. So we don't need something or utility so to give me a black screen and it is still rendering. We don't know the progress about it. No, we need to know where are we currently. what is the password that we are currently trying on, and so on. So that's why we are printing trying on this password. So now we have data, and this is a variable, and inside it you can see that we have these things, and you can see that the username is username, the password is password as a dictionary if you noticed, and the login as a login, or the login here is as a submit, okay? Because here this is used for the login button when we put the username and when we put the password and so on. And you can see that the username here is the username, we have it here. Actually, we got it from the username, and the password here is the password we got it after we strip it, okay? All right. Now you may get confused, but follow me. In the next step, we will understand actually in the next line. So here you can see we have a response variable, and we are using the request.post this time, okay? We don't use the get, and we have the URL, which is the URL we inserted here, which is this URL, by the way, yeah? And data equal data. So the data here, this is used for the post function, and the data this time will be this data, which is this one that we have, that includes the username, as you can see, which is the username, the password, which is the password after we strip it, and the login, which is submit, okay? Because this is a post request. Now you may get confused or you don't know what we are talking about, but don't worry, when we try this code, you will understand everything, okay? Now, if this login failed string in the response.content.decode, and you can see that the response here, which is this one, after we got it from the request.post, so the response.content.decode. So if we find the login failed string that we entered here, that occurs when we login fails, which means that we need to pass, which means that this didn't work. Else, which means that, yeah, we found it, we didn't found it, we didn't found the login failed string, which means that, yeah, we connect successfully, which means this time we need to print with the colored function, yeah, found this username, and we will put the username we found with a green this time, not there is a red, and yeah, print found the password, and again, the password we have here after we strip it out, yeah, as a green as well. And let's exit from this function, so as we don't need, as you can see, this is an infinite loop, or maybe actually it's not an infinite, but it is a very huge, actually it is the same as the number of lines here inside this file, which is the roq. So if I use this command, which is the word count -l, so this is to count the lines inside the roq text, you can see that we have a huge number of lines. Yeah, actually you can see there's a huge number of lines. So we will wait until that. This doesn't make sense. If we find the password and the username, or the password for this username, then we are good to go. We don't need the other things, right? Okay. Now imagine, or let's assume that we didn't found anything. We still inside the pass until we reach the last command or the last password in this file, which is this number. Okay. So after we finished the roq.txt file and still we didn't found the password, it will get out from this cracking function and it will print password not in the list. Okay, so that's why we put the exit function here. So this exit function, it will exit from the current brute force.python, which is this one. Okay, so if we find it, it will exit. If we didn't find it, it will still keep pass until we get out from this cracking function, and then we will print this password not in the list. By the way, this is my logic. You can use your own logic. Actually, there are a lot of logics how to do that and how to do such as things. Actually, let's try this out. Actually, it's getting boring here, so let's time to do this. So yeah, Python 3, so brute force.py, and let's press enter. Please enter the page of the URL. By the way, I recommend you to download and install the Metasploitable, which is the Metasploitable machine. And here you can see that we have this thing, which is the DVWA, or the Damn Vulnerable Web Application. And actually, this is something very popular to test your web application and so on, to test your skills on hacking the webs. So actually, this is very good. So for the username, we have this one, anything, and the password, anything. So you can see that we have a login failed. All right. Now let's return here. So what is the page for the URL? As you can see, I just copy and paste it like this, as is. Press enter. Now what is the username? So actually, by the way, if you can see that the username is maybe root, maybe admin, I don't know. So let's try admin. I think it is admin here, yeah. And for the password, by the way, actually this is something very simple because the username is admin, by the way, and the password is password. So it is something very simple and easy. I don't need programmed actually to find this out, but let's assume that it is something complex. Anyway, now enter password file to use, which is rocku.txt file that we have, and enter the string that occurs when login fails, which is login failed, like this. So let's put it like this, and yeah, you can see that trying this, trying this, trying this until we reach the password. So you can see that trying password, yeah, admin password. So let's try this out. All right, time for testing. Password, yeah, everything working as expected. So you can see that, yeah, actually change your password because it is very simple and very easy. Stupid actually password, not just simple, it's stupid password. Anyway, now you can see that we are able to log in to the page with this username and this password, and with very you can see cool way. As you can see, this will give you the vibe of a hacker. As you can see, this is the color here is red and the color here is green, but you can see that because I'm using already a green color here, so you can see that this is why it is green, but actually the green scale here, or the green color, is not bright like this one. This is just for it to be fun. Okay, and by the way, one last thing I want to mention, please, I warn you to use this on a real target or real machines. Okay, so actually I'm not responsible for any attacks, damages, or anything that happen. I'm teaching you an ethical hacking to use it to good for you and good for your company, your organization, country, institution, whatever. Okay, so don't use it for bad purposes. Thanks for watching.
Now, Ron's Cafe scene. Let's start with it. So actually, in this scene, when Elliot said that he started intercepting all the traffic in his network or in your network, and that's when I noticed something strange. So, and then Tor website difficult to see, but I saw it when he said that actually. Whoever in control of the exit node also in control of the traffic, which makes me the one in control. All right. Now he said that actually. And when he said, I own everything and all your emails, files, pics, all of the website content, he owned everything. All right. And then he called the FBI or the police. Okay. Now for Ron's Cafe scene, is it real or accurate? Okay. Now I don't want to say it is 100% accurate or real because that sounds stupid, right? Well, actually it is real somehow, and it is somehow accurate. Not 100%, of course. Okay. Now, again, is this hack possible in real life? Again, I'm not saying it is 100%. It is possible. Yes, this hack is possible. And we will do that actually in this course. How to build the environment and how to hack such environments. All right? Of course, don't do that to harm others or damage the systems. Please do that to defend yourself, defend your company, your cafe, your business, whatever. Okay? Now, in this scene, what we will learn what is the deep web, what is the dark web, what is the difference between them, and what is Tor, or the Onion router, how this Tor thing works, how to deploy a simple website on the deep web, all right, using the Tor project. We will learn man-in-the-middle attacks and a lot of its techniques, and we will learn the packet sniffing and what it is using the Wireshark. And finally, we will build the scene in real life. Okay, so we will build the scene or build Ron's Cafe environment. Then we will start hacking this environment. Okay, using real tools, real techniques, and something it can be applied on real life. All right. Now, don't worry. We will handle everything actually. How Elliot managed to do such attack and what are the technology there. All right. I will see you in the next lecture. Now, deep web versus dark web. Now, actually, they are not the same. Now, first of all, the deep web and the dark web are not the same thing. Please don't get confused. Though they can overlap significantly. All right? So what is the deep web? This is the first thing. Now, the deep web refers to all pages which are not indexed, which means that most search engines will not return them to you after a search. Their crawlers do not see these pages, making them de facto invisible to these search engines.
This means that in order to access one of these pages, you need to either know their exact address link or to click on another link once you get in the deep side of the web. Also, the deep web can include significant parts of the legitimate mainstream web like Netflix or Amazon pages or whatever, okay? So simply because they are personalized for users and not all URLs are meant to be indexed, okay? Now, on the other hand, what is the dark web? Now, the dark web is a layer even deeper. Technically, also part of the deep web, by the way, which makes it inaccessible unless you know exactly where to go. So, but it is focused on illegal activities and services. It can be pretty gruesome. Some people call it the place where humanity's darkest side surfaces. Alright? Why is that? What is exactly on the dark web? Well, there are marketplaces for various drugs, from mild, recreational, and borderline illegal ones, like weed, to the hard stuff. And there are a marketplace for various fire weapons and ammunitions, obviously unregistered. There are software needed for deeper browsing, like on your browser, and listening directories, list of other deep web, dark web websites and their links, so you can access them. Again, what is exactly on the dark web? There are a few rare books scanned. There are a lot of blueprints for 3D printing stuff, for legal things to illegal things. So, for example, some of them a blueprint for how to build the guns. A blueprint for building guns in 3D using plastic or whatever. And actually there are a lot of these. There are some building plans boasting to offer undetected access via secret tunnels to important buildings. Okay, again, there are WikiLeaks documents. There are a so-called hidden wiki portal claiming to be the original Wikipedia plus its mirrors. And there are files claiming to contain nude photo of various celebrities, all behind a Bitcoin wall and probably fake, of course. Now, there are websites with videos depicting abuse towards children, animals, war prisoners, etc., etc. There are child pornography content, okay? So actually this is the subject of what Elliot did capture from Ron Scuffy Bandwidth. He captured there are a website that running a child pornography content. Don't worry, we will talk about or how Elliot detect this website. Don't worry, we'll talk about this in detail, all right? And there are racist content and content promoting violence against various minorities like Ku Klux Klan propaganda or videos of actual hate crime being perpetrated and so on, okay? Now, there are recipes on how to cook human meat and video footage. There are marketplaces for hiring hitmen, though for the most part, these services are reported to be yet more Bitcoin scams. Still, some of them are for real. And there are rumors of so-called the red rooms, okay? Like video footage of torture and murder. They require a Bitcoin fee to enter, but they are also scams, just an urban legend. But there are a lot of bad things for bad people, to be honest. Now, this picture will explain everything. So you can see that here is the surface web. We have Google, we have Bing, Wikipedia, YouTube, Facebook, whatever. This is the surface web. It is legal. Now here, this is the deep web. Now deep web is not illegal. As you can see, these are websites that are not indexed, like academic information, medical records, legal documents, scientific reports, subscription information, conference proceeding, government, organization-specific repositories, and so on. All right. Now, on the other hand, the dark web actually, here were the illegal stuff. So illegal information, Tor encrypted site, drug trafficking sites, private communication, and so on. Now all of that actually is illegal. Okay, so deep web and dark web, they are different. Now, of course, deep web and dark web, the same technology. These are websites that cannot be accessed directly. You need the address for it, okay? Or websites are not indexed. But the deep web is something legal. The dark web is something illegal, okay? Now, is it illegal to access the deep web or the dark web? Now, obviously, it's no. No, it is not illegal to go browsing on non-indexed page, all right? Now, or to use a high privacy like Tor,
don't worry, we will talk about Tor in details. Even you will understand how the system works, how Tor works. Now, again, like Tor, traditionally associated with the browsing, the deep web and dark web. And in fact, part of the deep web might include your old blog from 10 years ago, which search engine failed to index because it's very old and devoid of content. Okay? Now, what is illegal actually is not just to access and browse the overlay network called the deep web or dark web, but to look into the illegal services sold on these networks, or to attempt to hack things without permission. That's what can get someone in trouble, not just simply the browsing. Okay? So here is a list. What is the difference between deep web and dark web? Deep web is the portion of the internet is hidden and not shown from conventional search engines. Now the dark web is a subset of deep web which is intentionally hidden. Now deep web, to access this you require password encryption or special software. Dark web, to access this you require Tor project or similar browser. Alright? Now for the deep web, it is larger than the surface web. Of course, we saw that in the picture. Dark web, it is a subset of deep web, but it is size immeasurable. Why is that? Because we don't know. We don't know. Because it is illegal. It is hidden. It is intended, as you can see, intentionally hidden. Alright? Now, the deep web, they are usually used for legit purposes that require anonymity. Okay? Like political stuff, university research, medical records, and so on. We saw that actually. But in the dark web, sometimes used for illegal activities, drug, child pornography, weapons, ammunition, and so on. Deep web, it includes all unindexed web pages. The dark web, it only includes subset of unindexed web pages inside the deep web. Now in the deep web, you can access it with a VPN, it's okay, but the dark web need lots of precautions to access this data. Okay, alright. Now in the next lecture, we will start handling what is Tor. Now what is Tor and how the Tor works, and actually Tor is this thing that needed to create a Tor website, to create a dark website. Now actually I'm not telling you to do a dark website or to do some bad stuff like child pornography or weapons websites or something like that. No, but we need to understand the technology and to know how this technology works, so to capture the bad people that doing bad stuff. Alright? We need to know how bad people think. Alright? And by the way, this is what Elliot did in the show when he captured the Tor website that running on Ron Scuffy, or using the bandwidth of Ron Scuffy. Now what is Tor and how it works? Now what is Tor? Now the name Tor can refer to several different components. Now Tor is a program that you can run on your computer that helps you or helps keep you safe on the internet. It protects you by bouncing your communications around a distributed network of relays run by volunteers all around the world. It prevents somebody watching your internet connection from learning what sites you visit. Okay? So actually this set of volunteer relays is called the Tor network. The way most people use Tor is with Tor browser, which is a version of Firefox that fixes many privacy issues. Now the Tor project is a non-profit or charity organization that maintains and develops the Tor web software. It has received funds from the US government primarily, and additional aid from Swedish government and different NGOs and individual sponsors. Alright? Now who created Tor? Now actually Tor uses the principle of onion routing, which was developed by Paul Severson, Michael G. Reed, and David Goldsklag. Now I'm sorry, maybe I mispronounced the names, so again I'm so sorry about this. At the United States, they created that or developed that at the United States Naval Research Laboratory in 1990s. Now again, you may say, now this is boring stuff, please. I know this is somehow boring, but please follow me for now, because when the real hacks start, it's very important to have a history of Tor. Now, because somebody may say, no, oh, Tor, yeah, they have a connection with the NSA, and they are spying others.
Now, this may sound true. Now, maybe this is true or this is false. I'm not sure actually. But I want for you to know all of the history and every details about it. Now, further development was carried out under the financial roof of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, the EFF. Okay. Now, here is the most important part. Actually, I know that was a very boring part, a history of Tor project, but this is the most important part, and this is required to focus here to understand what Elliot did. Okay, now Tor uses the concept of the onion router method, in which the user data is first encrypted and then transferred through different layers present in the Tor network. Okay, now here is the first step. Now here actually, Tor makes it possible for users to hide their location while offering various kinds of services, okay, such as web publishing or an instance messaging server, alright? So Tor using something called rendezvous points, okay? And the other Tor users can connect to these onion services, or formerly known as hidden services, okay? Alright. Now here, you can see that in the step 1, Bob, here we have Bob, we have Alice, we have this DB or database server, we have this, as you can see from the Tor cloud or the Tor network, there are a lot of relays or nodes, and these nodes called the IB or introduction points, as you can see, IB, which means introduction points. And here, the green lines here is Tor circuit, which means that there are a network between those three for Bob, okay? And here is the public key, and here is the rendezvous point, okay, or the RP, okay? Now, the step 1 is that Bob picks some introduction point, as you can see, IB 1, 2, 3, and build circuits to them, alright? Alright. And he will ask them to act as introduction point by telling them its public key, okay? But note that in the following figure here, the green links are circuit rather than direct connection, okay? So by using a full Tor circuit, it is hard for everyone to associate an introduction point with the onion server's IP address, okay? So these are not connection, these are circuit. And Bob share his public key with them, alright? Alright. By the way, I got this from the official website of Tor project. If you are interested to read more, I provide you with the link to it. Please check the external resources here from this lecture. You can see it. Just go to it and read more if you want to. Actually, there are a lot of low-level detail of the protocol if you are interested, okay? But I will try to make it readable and easy to understand as much as possible. The step 2, Bob advertises his service, which is the xyz.onion at the database, okay? So actually, here, Bob assembles an onion service descriptor, as you can see, this one, the dots square here. So actually, this descriptor containing its public key and summary of each introduction point, and sign this descriptor, which is this one, with its private key, okay? So Bob will sign this descriptor, as you can see, that contains the introduction point and the BK, and after it signs with this Bob key, this private key, it will go and it will be uploaded to the hash table that inside the database or the DB server, okay? Now, in step 3, here you can see that Alice hears that xyz.onion exists and she requests more info from the database. She also sets up a rendezvous point, though she could have done this before, okay? So here actually, Alice will want to connect or to contact the onion service, which is the Tor or the Bob stuff, to learn more about the onion address first. So then Alice can initiate the connection establishment by downloading the descriptor from the distributed hash table. So it will get the descriptor that Bob uploaded. Remember in the previous, Bob upload this descriptor that's signed by his private key and he uploaded to the DB. By the way, it contains the introduction point and the public key. Then Alice retrieve it, okay? Now Alice know the set of introduction points and the right public key to use. Okay, so around this time, the Alice will create a circuit to another randomly picked relay and ask it to act as a rendezvous point by telling it a one-time secret. Okay, now in step 4, actually, Alice will write message to Bob, encrypted to BK, listing the rendezvous point and a one-time secret, and asks an introduction point to deliver it to Bob. So you can see that the descriptor, this time, it has the one-time secret, and it put it on the rendezvous point, okay, and it will request to be delivered, and Alice will request it to be delivered to the onion service. Okay, now the onion service here in our case is Bob. Okay, now in step 5, Bob connects to Alice rendezvous point and provides her one-time secret. Okay, so Bob will connect to the rendezvous for Alice and it will provide it with a one-time secret. So Bob will decrypt the Alice introduce message and it will find the address of the rendezvous point. Okay, so how Bob actually know about the rendezvous point? Actually, it got this encrypted key, this encrypted descriptor, and it decrypted, and it will find the address of the rendezvous point and the one-time secret in it. So the service creates a circuit to a rendezvous point and sends the one-time secret to it in a rendezvous message. Okay? Now finally, Bob and Alice proceed to use their Tor circuit like normal. So because the rendezvous point notifies the Alice about successful connection establishment by Bob, then after that, both Alice and Bob can use their circuits to the rendezvous point and communicating for each other. Okay? Now, actually, the complete connection between Alice and Bob consists of 6 relays. 3 of them were picked by the client, which is Alice, and 3 of them were picked by the onion service, which is Bob in our case. Alright? So actually, it is secure. And each time, actually, it is randomized. Okay? So, it creates multi-layered encryption, like the onion, and it is hard to follow back to keep the identity of the user safe. As a result, nobody can link your identity to any single point. Okay? Now, here is a simple graph actually. So you can see that we have this Tor client and this is the destination. Now, here is the entry guard and here is the Tor network. And inside it, we have a relays or middle relays. Finally, we have exit relay, and this exit relay, it will give the traffic to the destination. But you can see that the green is encrypted and the dotted red lines are not encrypted by Tor. Okay, so for this Tor network, the entry guard and the exit relay knows what is Tor client. Okay, actually, the entry guard know the IP of Tor client, but the exit relay know where is the destination. As you can see, these are not encrypted by Tor, so the exit relay will understand or know what is the destination. But actually, will exit relay know the IP of Tor client? No. Actually, the middle relay will not know the IP of Tor client. Only the entry guard will know the origin or the IP of the Tor client. Okay? But exit relay will not know. Middle relay will not know. Another question. Will the entry guard know the destination? No, actually. It will not know. The middle relay? No. It will not know. But the exit relay, yeah, it will understand and it will know the destination. Because this is the entry guard, it will know the origin or the Tor client IP. And the exit relay, it will not know the IP of the Tor client, but it will know the IP of the destination. And the entry guard will not know the IP of the destination, only the IP of Tor client. Okay? Now I know you may get confused, but again, if you want to read more about Tor, actually you can check the link I provide you to the official Tor project and you can read more about it if you are interested. Here, what Elliot did actually is that he know that there are a destination or there are a server running behind or running on the Tor network. Okay? And how he did know that? We will discuss that in details. No worries. Okay? So one encryption layer is decrypted at each successful Tor relay, and the remaining data is forwarded to any random relay until it reaches its destination server. So for the destination server, the last Tor node or exit relay appears as the origin of the data. Okay? So it's thus tough to trace the identity of the user or the server by any surveillance system acting as the middleman. Other than providing anonymity to standalone users, Tor can also provide anonymity to your websites and servers in the form of Tor hidden services. Also, peer-to-peer applications like BitTorrent can be configured to use the Tor network and download torrent files. Now, is using Tor illegal? No, because Tor browser and dark web aren't illegal on their own. However, if you end up performing some illegal activity, obviously, on the dark web using Tor, that will surely invite trouble. So as always, we recommend, by the way, I got this from the official website. As you can see, we recommend that you use this technology to perform legal actions and enhance your privacy only. So of course, obviously, don't use it for bad stuff. Now, the NSA agent Edward Snowden used Tor to leak information about PRISM to the Guardian and the Washington Post. However, the story is not all good because Tor faces criticism for the reason that it acts as a medium for different illegal activities like data breaching, drug dealing, gambling, being home to dark websites, and so on. Okay? Now, Tor is also used by criminals' minds to communicate over the network or the internet while keeping their identity hidden, which makes it difficult for the security agencies to trace them. The US National Security Agency NSA has called Tor the king of high secure, low latency internet anonymity, and it has received similar comments by Business Week magazine, like perhaps the most effective means of defeating the online surveillance effort of intelligence agencies around the world. Okay? Now, another speculation made is that Tor takes its funding from the US government, which may lead to the assumption that NSA may have compromised the identities of individual Tor users. However, Tor's former executive director, Andrew Luman, disclaimed any confederations with NSA. Well, I'm not saying to believe that or not. I'm just reading you. You are the one to judge if this is true or not true. So, is Tor browser safe? There are various of claims that have been made about compromising Tor's anonymity and security from time to time. The most famous one was the Bad Apple attack, in which the researchers claimed to have identified around 10,000 IP addresses of active BitTorrent users who were connected via Tor. And the Heartbleed bug was behind another major compromise in April 2014, which halted the Tor network for several days. Okay? There are traffic fingerprinting method that used to analyze web traffic by analyzing the patterns, responses, and packets in a particular direction. This technique can be used to attack the Tor network by making the attacker's computer act as the guard. Okay? So the attacker's computer will act as the guard, or the entry guard, the entry point that we saw previously. The main vulnerability was found at its exit points, where the level of security is very low as compared to the rest of the Tor network. Man-in-the-middle attacks, or MITM. Okay? Now, what is man-in-the-middle attack? Now, it is a common type of cybersecurity attack that allows attackers to eavesdrop on the communication between two targets. The attack takes place in between two legitimately communicating hosts, allowing the attacker to listen to a conversation they should normally not be able to listen to, hence the name Man in the Middle. As you can see from this graph, we have Alice and we have Bob, and Alice will send a message to Bob. Now we have Eve, which is the eavesdropper, and it will start listening to the message and intercepting the traffic. And actually, this is what Elliot did in the scene when he started intercepting the traffic, and he noticed the Tor website. Don't worry, we will talk about this later on in details, how he managed to do such a thing. Technically, I mean. Now here you can see that Alice and Bob are having conversation, and Eve wants to eavesdrop on the conversation but also remain transparent. Now Eve could tell Alice that she was Bob and tell Bob that she was Alice. This would lead Alice to believe she's speaking to Bob while actually revealing her part of the conversation to Eve. And Eve could then gather information from this and alter the responses, pass the message along to Bob, who thinks he's talking to Alice. As a result, Eve is able to transparently hijack their conversation. So the types of man-in-the-middle attacks. We have the roach access point. So devices equipped with wireless cards will often try to auto-connect to the access point that is emitting the strongest signal. Attackers can set up their own wireless access point and trick nearby devices to join its domain. All of the victim's network traffic can now be manipulated by the attacker. This is dangerous because the attacker doesn't even have to be a trusted network to do this. The attacker simply needs a close enough physical proximity. We have the ARP spoofing. Now ARP is the address resolution protocol and it is used to resolve the IP addresses to physical MAC or media access control addresses in a local network area. Okay, now when a host needs to talk to host with a given IP address, it references the ARP cache to resolve the IP address to a MAC address. If the address is not known, a request is made asking for MAC address of the device with the IP address. Because after all, this is a layer 2, the data link layer, which is MAC address. So we need the ARP to resolution or to map the IP to MAC and vice versa. Actually, we have something called reverse ARP as well, RARP. This is to do the vice versa thing, okay? Now, actually, this is the thing that Elliot used to hijack the traffic, technically, okay? But again, we will talk about this, how he managed to do that, what are the tools, and how to do such attack. Don't worry, we will do that. And we will build the environment for that, actually. Now we have also the attacker wishing to pose as another host could respond to request. It shouldn't be responding to it with its own MAC address. So with some precisely placed packets, an attacker can sniff the private traffic between two hosts. Valuable information can be extracted from the traffic, such as the exchange of session tokens, yielding full access to application accounts that the attacker should not be able to access. Now we have the MDNS spoofing or the multicast DNS. So the multicast DNS is similar to DNS, but it is done on local area network, the LAN, using broadcast like the ARP. This makes it perfect target for spoofing attacks, and the local name resolution system is supposed to make the configuration of network devices extremely simple. Also, the user do not have to know exactly which addresses their devices should be communicating with. They let the system resolve it for them. Devices such as TVs, printers, and entertainment systems make use of this protocol since they are typically on trusted network. So when an application needs to know the address of a certain device, such as tv.local, an attacker can easily respond to that request with fake data, instructing it to resolve to an address it has control over. So since devices keep a local cache of addresses, the victim will now see the attacker's device as trusted for a duration of time. We have the DNS spoofing. Similar to the way ARP resolve IP address to MAC address on a LAN, DNS resolve domain name to IP. Okay, I think you are familiar with that. If you are not, it's okay. This is the domain name system or server. This is to map domain names to IP or IP to domain names. So when using DNS spoofing attack, the attacker attempts to introduce corrupt DNS cache information to a host in an attempt to access another host using their domain name. Okay, so this leads to victim sending sensitive information to malicious hosts with the belief they are sending information to trusted source. An attacker who has already spoofed an IP address could have a much easier time spoofing DNS simply by resolving the IP address, by resolving the address of a DNS server to the attacker's address. So we have man-in-the-middle attack techniques. The first thing, which is the sniffing. Attackers can use packets capture tools to inspect packets at a lower level using specific wireless devices that are allowed to be put into monitoring or promiscuous mode can allow an attacker to see packets that are not intended for it to see, such as packet address or to other hosts. Now we have the packet injection. An attacker can also leverage their device's monitoring mode to inject malicious packets into data communication streams. The packets can blend in with valid data communication streams, appearing to be part of the communication but malicious in nature. And packet injection usually involves first sniffing to determine how and when to craft and send packets. We have the session hijacking. Most web applications use a login mechanism that generates a temporary session token to use for future requests to avoid requiring the user to type a password at every page. So an attacker can sniff sensitive traffic to identify the session token for a user and use it to make a request as the user. And the attacker doesn't need to spoof once he has session token. We have the SSL stripping. Since using HTTPS is a common safeguard against ARP or DNS spoofing, attackers use SSL stripping to intercept packets and alter their HTTPS-based address requests to go to their HTTP equivalent point, forcing the host to make requests to the server unencrypted. Sensitive information can be leaked in a plain text. Now, how to detect man-in-the-middle attack? Now, detecting man-in-the-middle attack can be very difficult without taking the proper steps. If you aren't actively searching to determine if your communication have been intercepted, man-in-the-middle attack can potentially go unnoticed until it is too late. So checking for proper page authentication and implementation, some sort of tamper detection are typically the key methods to detect possible attack. So the tamper detection. But these procedures might require extra forensic analysis after the fact. Okay? So it is important to take precautionary measures to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks before they occur, rather than attempting to detect them while they are actively occurring. Being aware of browsing practices and recognizing potentially harmful areas can be essential to maintaining a secure network. Okay? Now, what is the best practices to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks? The first thing, strong web or web encryption on access point. So having a strong encryption mechanism on wireless access point prevents unwanted user from joining your network just by being nearby. A weak encryption mechanism can allow an attacker to brute force his way into a network and begin man-in-the-middle attack. So the stronger the encryption implementation, the safer you are. Another thing, which is strong router login credentials. Of course, don't use admin. So it is essential to make sure your default router login is changed. Not just your Wi-Fi password, but your router login credentials. If an attacker finds your router login credential, they can change your DNS servers to their malicious servers, or even worse, infect your router with malicious software. We have virtual private network, the VPN. So VPNs can be used to create a secure environment for sensitive information within a local area network. So they use a key-based encryption to create a subnet for secure communication. This way, even if an attacker happens to get on a network that is shared, he will not be able to decipher the traffic in the VPN because it is encrypted. We can force HTTPS. So HTTPS can be used to securely communicate over HTTP using public-private key exchange. This prevents an attacker from having any use of data he may be sniffing website. So you should only use HTTPS and not provide HTTP alternatives. Users can install browser plugins to enforce always using HTTPS on requests. The public key pair-based authentication. Man-in-the-middle attacks typically involve spoofing something or another. So public key pair-based authentication like RSA can be used in various layers of the stack to help ensure whether the things you are communicating with are actually the things you want to be communicating with. Thanks for watching. Now, what is packet sniffing? Packet sniffing is the practice of gathering, collecting, and logging some or all packets that passes through a computer network regardless of how the packet is addressed. So in this way, every packet or a defined subset of packets may be gathered for further analysis. You as a network administrators can use the collected data for a wide variety of purposes like monitoring, bandwidth, and traffic. Now, a packet sniffer, sometimes called a packet analyzer, and it is composed of two main parts. First, a network adapter that connects the sniffer to existing network, and second, a software that provides a way to log, see, or analyze the data collected by the device. Now, how does the packet sniffing work? A network is a collection of nodes such as personal computers, servers, networking hardware that are connected. The network connection allows data to be transferred between these devices. The connections can be physical with cables or wireless with radio signals. Networks can also be a combination of both types. Now, as nodes send data across the network, each transmission is broken down into smaller pieces called packets. Okay? The defined length and shape allows the data packet to be checked for completeness and usability. Because a network's infrastructure is common to many nodes, packets destined for different nodes will pass through numerous other nodes on the way to their destination. So to ensure data is not mixed up, each packet is assigned an address that represents the intended destination of that packet. A packet's address is examined by each network adapter and connected device to determine what node the packet is destined for. Under normal operating conditions, if a node sees a packet that is not addressed to it, the node ignores that packet and its data. Packet sniffing ignores this standard practice and collects all or some of the packets regardless of how they are addressed. Now, types of packet sniffers. We have hardware packet sniffers. A hardware packet sniffer is designed to be plugged into a network and to examine it. A hardware packet sniffer is particularly useful when attempting to see traffic of a specific network segment. By plugging directly into the physical network at the appropriate location, a hardware packet sniffer can ensure that no packets are lost due to filtering, routing, or other deliberate or inadvertent causes. Now we have soft packet sniffers. And most packet sniffers these days are the soft variety. While any network interface attached to a network can receive every bit of network traffic that flows by, most are configured not to do so. A software packet sniffer changes this configuration so that the network interface passes all the network traffic up the stack. This configuration is known as promiscuous mode for the most network adapters, or the monitored mode. Once in promiscuous mode or monitored mode, the functionality of a packet sniffer becomes a matter of separating, reassembling, and logging all software packets that pass the interface regardless of their destination addresses. Now it's time to understand the Ron's Cafe scene, the real hack, what happened there. Now actually, from the dialogue, we will assume that this is the network infrastructure. Alright, this is it. Now, this is the whole infrastructure. So we have client 1, 2, 3 through the Ethernet. By the way, this is a gigabit. This is a fiber, alright? Gigabit lines or wires. Here we have access point for the Wi-Fi, like the laptops or the mobile phones or whatever. And we have Tor server hosted through the network. And we have exit node as well through the network, okay? And here is the router, and here is the internet, which is, or the ISP, whatever, okay? Now this is the first topology actually. We have another topology that we assume that there are no exit node here. There are Tor server here, okay? Only the Tor server here, physically here. Or not necessarily physically, but it uses this bandwidth, the bandwidth of Ron's Cafe. Anyway. Now you can see that we are going from the internet to the router, the traffic go to the switch, then it will go to the exit node. Now from the exit node, it will go again to the switch and it will go to the Tor server. Now from previously, we learned that all of that here, you can see that here, from the internet to the exit node, all of it is encrypted through the Tor network. But from the exit node to the Tor server, it is not encrypted. So that's why we assumed, depends on the dialogue of Elliot in the show, that Elliot, as you can see, he able to hack the traffic between the Tor server and the exit node, okay? So he make man-the-middle attack and he start intercepting the traffic. Then he start sniffing and he noticed that there are a Tor server inside the network. Now, please don't worry, we will have that in details. What are the tools and how to do that? Actually, before that, by the way, we will build the infrastructure. So we will build that Tor server and we will have the Elliot or the Kali machine, Elliot machine. And don't worry, we will talk about this in the next few slides. Okay. Now, this is the first topology, actually. Now, the second topology is without having exit node. Now, Elliot has controlled the exit node through the internet. Okay. Now, this is the second assumption. Okay. But the previous assumption, by the way, here, actually, this is much easier. Why is that? Because the exit node, that the traffic going from it to the Tor server, Elliot compromise it, and then Elliot will control everything. And he will see everything. All right. And he will control the server, whatever traffic going to or in. All right. But the second topology is that there are no exit node here in the bandwidth of Ron's Cafe. The exit node is on the internet, on the dark web or the deep web. All right. And he managed to hack this arbitrary or this random exit node through the deep web, and then he noticed the Tor server. Okay. Now, I will not talk about how he managed that or how right now. We will talk about it in Start the Hacking lecture. Don't worry. And in details, everything possible, how he managed to do that. And we will put a lot of assumptions, by the way. So don't worry. But this is the infrastructure or another assumption for the infrastructure. Depends on the dialog. All right. Which is we have a Tor website running through Ron's Cafe bandwidth network, and the exit node is something on the deep web, all right? And the traffic going from it, and then Elliot, he managed to intercept the traffic, and he know that there are a Tor server here, okay? Now, for the Tor server and for the Elliot machine, all right? Now, we see here that we have Tor server, we have exit node, and we have Elliot, okay, the switch, the access point, the clients. Now, all of that, actually, we will not talk about it because this is the infrastructure or the clients. We will not talk about the clients. We will talk about the Tor server and how to build it and the Elliot, okay? So, for the Tor server, we will have Ubuntu 18.04 LTS, the long-term support. Now, why is that? Because Tor actually can be installed on Ubuntu 18. And we will install Tor there, the Onion router service as a hidden service, and we will run a simple Tor website on the Tor server. So we will be able to manage or to actually simulate the actual hack. All right, cool. So far, so good. Now for Elliot part or the hacking machine, we will have Kali Linux, okay, and we will do the man-in-the-middle attack using the Ethercap tool, and we will start sniffing using the Wireshark tool, and we will scanning using Nmap. All right. Now, please don't worry. We will have all of these infrastructure built with a step-by-step in the next lecture. So we will start with the Tor server. We will start installing Ubuntu from the scratch. Don't worry. And we will start installing Tor. We will run the Tor website. And then we will have the Elliot machine ready by installing it as a Kali Linux machine. And we will start hacking and we will start doing the hack. Okay. So don't worry at all. By the way, all of the infrastructure will be built on a virtual machine. I am using VirtualBox and I will show you how to install it, how to install and run Ubuntu machine, install the Tor and run the Tor website, install and run the Kali Linux and do the hack as well. Okay, so don't worry at all, even if you are new to the hacking or to the cybersecurity field. Finally, we will have ways to hack the Tor website. Okay, now actually, by the way, this hacking a Tor website, by the way, it's not impossible. It's possible. Yeah, I know it is possible, but actually it is very hard. It is near to impossible. Okay, but by the way, I will provide all the possible ways to hack the Tor website or all the known ways to hack the Tor website. Okay, are you excited? In the next lecture, we will start the real fun will start there. Thanks for watching. Alright, now for the first thing, we will start building the Tor server. So we will have Ubuntu 18 and we will install Tor for it and we will run a simple Tor website and it will represent
the disgusting website for the child pornography thing, all right, that Elliot captured. Now for that, we will install and we will start installing VirtualBox. Then we will start installing Ubuntu ISO image, the Ubuntu 18. Then we will install Ubuntu and we will start installing Tor. Then we will start deploying that Tor website. So from Google, let's go to the virtualbox.org to the downloads. And from here, depends on the host machine you have. So actually currently I am having Ubuntu machine, which is Linux machine. So I will go to the Linux distribution from here, okay? And from here, I have Ubuntu 20, which is this one. So I will go to it and I will download it as this, okay? Now I have it here, downloaded. So I will open the terminal like this and I will type this sudo dpackage -i, then the name of the package, the .deb or Debian package, and press enter. But by the way, I already have it installed, so I will not install it. And by the way, the D package or the Debian package, which is the package manager. So here and -i option, by providing the -i option, sorry, let's increase the font size. So yeah, you can see that here. So -i, which means install. So the package, install this package. Okay. Now another way, sometimes this will not work. Another way, by typing sudo apt install, but not putting anything, just put /virtual. By the way, /, which means that the current place, and this is the package, okay? And this will install the package here, all right? But by the way, I already installed it, so you are good to go. Now here, if you are Ubuntu user or Linux user. Now, if you are Windows user, it is okay, or it is easy actually. Just install here from Windows and next, and so on. The same thing for Mac OS X. Next, nothing, all right? Or you can just follow the steps like brew install or something or like that. So if I go to the OS X here, you can see that I am installing that .dmg package and just double click on it when you are a Mac user and it will go smoothly. The same thing for Windows, it is exe or executable file. Just double click on it, next, until it is finished. All right. Now let's go to Ubuntu. So Ubuntu 18 download, okay, like this. Here is the official website for it. So actually, if I go to it, you can see we are using Ubuntu 18 LTS Bionic Beaver, all right? Now here, we want to install the desktop image. By the way, we can install the server image, and the difference between those two actually, well, they have some differences, but the main difference actually, the desktop, it has a desktop environment, which means a GUI, graphical user interface. But here the server will not come with as a GUI. Now there are other differences, but we will not talk about it, no big deal, all right? So from here, just download this, which is the .iso image, okay? By the way, you can scroll down and you have it as a torrent, if you prefer a torrent, by the way. It's up to you, okay? And again, I already installed this. Okay, now if you download and install VirtualBox successfully, you will see this interface. Now from here, let's add here, okay? Or we can actually, let's go to the new. So new, let's name Tor, let's name it Tor, and the type is Linux. And here is the version, it will be Ubuntu 64 or 32, depends on what you installed, but I installed 64. Let's go next. Now we will give it 1 giga RAM or memory. It will be 10 giga enough, create, and yeah, we'll choose the default settings, which is VDI, dynamic, and here is 10 giga, create, and we are ready to go. Now we have two things to do here. The first thing, which is the storage. So go to the storage, from the control IDE, from the empty here, choose from here and choose Ubuntu 18 and press OK. Okay, but before that, go to the network and make sure the adapter 1 is only enabled. 2, 3, 4, we don't need them. We need only 1, and make sure it is enabled, and make sure it is bridge adapter, okay? And choose the adapter you prefer. Currently, I am using Wi-Fi, the wireless card, so I'm using this interface or this adapter, not the Ethernet, the ENP1, okay? So the WLP.
Okay, now we are ready to go. Now let's go start like this. And here it will ask you for which one to use. Actually, I will use Ubuntu 18, this disk. Okay, now we will have this page. So we will choose install Ubuntu and we will choose English and install Ubuntu. Then we will continue US, English US. Now here we will choose minimal installation and we will uncheck this actually, because we don't need actually all of that. And by the way, we can have the server without using the desktop version actually. Remember when we have the option to download either the desktop Ubuntu or server Ubuntu? No, actually we can have the server Ubuntu, so we will not have this graphical interface, but it's okay. It will do the job. So minimal installation and uncheck the download updates while install Ubuntu and continue. Erase disk and install everything. We can enable the encryption, the LVM, but we don't need that actually. So let's install now. And we will go to continue. Now choose the time zone or leave it as is, like New York or California or whatever. Continue. Now name it anything, but I will name it Tor. And as you can see, Tor-VirtualBox, and the name will be Tor, and the password Tor123123. The same thing for Tor123123. Okay, and require my password to login and continue, or login automatically. It's up to you. Actually, these are not important currently, because after all, this is just a simulation for the server, for the Tor server, because actually it's better to have a server Ubuntu, so without the graphical user interface, but it is the same actually. Again, the differences between them is the graphical user interface, the desktop environment, which is this, what we are seeing currently. Let's wait until it is finished. Now, after it is finished, you will see this message. So we will restart now, like this. Now we will wait until the Ubuntu boot again. So here you can see remove the installation medium and press enter. So we will press enter. Now here we choose Tor123123. Now from here, actually I want to increase the display, increase the resolution. Okay, now the Ubuntu machine is ready. Now it's time to install Tor inside it. Okay, now the first thing, let's open the terminal. So actually from the activities and then type terminal or Ctrl-Alt-T. All right. Actually, I got two terminals. Let's close the first one. So we will have it like this. So here we will put sudo apt update. Now this is the first thing. Now type Tor123123. Now one thing I want to mention. You can see that the virtual machine is very slow. So actually I put the RAM to be 1 giga. But actually, it's if you have a lot of RAM in your host machine, you can increase it a little bit to 2 giga. It's okay, no problem. So from here, from the system, here we want to increase it to 2 giga. But of course, we can do this while it is running, right? So we need to stop it first. So actually, to stop it, I need to go from here, and I can power off the machine or save the machine state. So actually I want to power off the machine, and from here, from the setting, go to the system and increase it to 2 giga, okay, which is like this. Now press OK and let's run the machine again. Now it will be much faster, by the way. As you noticed, it is much faster now. So Tor123123. So the first step was to open the terminal and to type sudo apt update, and we already did that, but it's okay to do that again, no problem. Okay, now after it is finished, let's open the Firefox or the browser. Now in Google, let's type install Tor. As you can see, now here we want to go to the official documentation. So from here, actually we want to go to the documentation, which is from here, from the menu, go to the documentation. And from here, go to the expert guides, and let's go to the install Tor on Debian or Ubuntu, which is like this. Now you can see that we can apt install Tor like this. So let's copy that, and actually let's put it here. So sudo, don't forget that, apt install Tor.
Let's try if this will work or not. Yeah, actually it worked. As simple as that. No worries at all. So it will start installing. Let's wait until it is finished. Alright, cool. Now this is the first step. Now if I scroll a little bit up, you can see that it will start installing a lot of packages, including the Tor stuff, alright, which is this one. The Tor GeoIP, Tor socks, whatever. Okay, now the second thing, we want to install Nginx. So sudo apt install Nginx and press yes. Alright, cool. Now actually we will follow the official documentation. So from here I will go to the expert guides. I will go to the configure an onion service, and from here you can see that we can read that how to install, how to get Tor working, and here we need to install Nginx or as a web server locally, and in our case it was Nginx, and here to configure the onion service. So actually let's start with this. So the first thing we want to go, I will have Vim. By the way, Vim is not installed by default, so we need to install Vim quickly. Now I will Vim etc Tor, and from here I will have Tor RC. Okay, so Tor RC, and from here if you scroll a little bit down, you can see that we will have something called from the documentation here, which is hidden service dir. Okay, now let's search about it. Yeah, you can see it is here. So I will uncomment this. By the way, if you can see that this is a read only. So if I type ls-l here, you can see that it is read only for the group and for the others, which is this one. All right. So we will have the same command vim, but this time with sudo. Okay. So yeah, actually let's delete the comment or the hashtag. So hidden service dir var lib tor hidden service. Actually I want to copy this. This is the place where the hidden service will be, and I will put hidden service on port 80, and it will be on port 80, or actually if you want it to be more secure, you can put another port which is 8080, but we will leave it as is. Okay, so the hidden service port, it will be 80, and the Nginx or the local web server, it will be 80, or here we can change it to 8080. Okay, but we want to change it from the Nginx, but for now let's leave it 80 on the local 80. All right, so let's save that actually, and actually let's go here. So cd to this place, you can see that permission denied, so I need to go as a root user, which is sudo su dash. Okay, now I want to go to this place, and you can see that there are no such file or directory because the hidden service directory is not created yet. So if I go to the var lib cd, so if I go to the var lib tor, you can see that yeah, we have it. We have the cache microservice, we have the Tor services here. Actually, how to create this directory? We need to restart Tor for it to take the effects. Okay, because the effects that we made to the Tor RC file here to be propagated, we need to restart the Tor. Because we made changes, we need to restart the Tor service, obviously. Okay, but before that, let's go to the Nginx, which is etc Nginx sites enabled. Okay, the default. Now this is the default place where the sites will be, so, or the configuration for the server. So you can see that by default it is listening on port 80 on this root var www html. We will go there, by the way, we will go there because this is the index or the default index file or the default index page actually. So yeah, everything is as expected. So if I go here actually to the var html index.nginx debian, here we can see, or we can edit actually a lot of things. So instead of welcome to Nginx, let's name it welcome to Tor website. Okay, now let's save it actually. If the browser, and if I typed 127.0.0.1 on port 80, which is by default, it will give us welcome to Tor website. Now this is from the Nginx, as you can see. This is from the Nginx, which is from this place. All right. as we saw in the Nginx configuration file. Okay, now this is not a Tor website. Now to run the Tor website, we made the changes on the etc tor rc file. We removed the comment, remember? And then secondly, we want to restart the Tor service. So systemctl restart. By the way, we need a root user or the sudo permission for that. And then choose Tor, okay? So now we are ready. Now remember when we looked for this hidden service and we couldn't find it, no such file or directory. Now it should be here. If I type ls, yeah, you can see it is here. So if I go to it, let's see what is inside it. You can see that we have two things here, the hostname and the private key. The hostname, if I cat it, which means let's see the content of this text file, you can see we have the URL for the service. All right, so far so good. Now actually, if I open this and put it here, will this go? No, actually you can see, because this is a regular browser, Firefox. It will not find this website. Actually, this website is currently available. Now this is the Tor website, but you can see that it is not here. Nothing here, actually, as you can see. We have a problem finding that site. Now for that, we need a special browser, which is the Tor browser. And we can install it from here, by the way. So yeah, if you can see, you can install Tor browser. And I want to install it for Linux, as you can see, because I have Ubuntu. By the way, it's not mandatory to install it from here. You can install it from anywhere you want. Okay, so let's save it. So for example, you want to install it from Windows, from Mac, on your host machine, on your mobile phone, it's okay. It will do the job, no problem. And by the way, it doesn't require you to have a public IP address or something like that, by the way. Even if you are not inside the network, you can access this Tor website if you have the address for it. Now, let's go to it. Let's extract it here. Okay, now let's open it from here. As simple as that. Now, right click here, open the terminal, type ls. You can see that we have executable file here, or script. Now, just /start the Tor browser and open it. It will start launching, as you can see. Now, you can see we will have this. All right, so you can configure the connection to adjust a network settings, or you can just press OK or connect, and it will negotiate and will start establishing the encryption and the connection, as we learned previously from the theory part. It was in our example, this is Alice and the server is Bob. All right, cool. Now you can see that now it is here. Now again, let's go to the terminal here. Actually, I want to close from this and I want to go here. I will copy and paste the onion URL. Now remember when we put it here, it gave us server not found. Now what will happen if we put it here? Let's see. And by the way, Tor is very slow. Keep that in your mind. Why is that? We already know that. Now you can see that, yeah, welcome to Tor website. So you can see that the Tor website are not able to be accessed from a regular web browser. We need a special browser, which is Tor web browser, one of the example. And here we are able to access this website. So no one can access actually this website unless he has the address for it, the .onion address, okay? So to make sure that, yeah, we are going to the same website, so let's change something here. So welcome to Tor website. Let's put another thing here. So let's go to vim var www html the index. Now let's change welcome to Tor website testing or something like that. So let's save that and let's refresh if will work or not. Yeah, you can see welcome to Tor website testing. So which means that we are going to the exact website that we are serving. And so we are ready to go. Okay. So actually, let's change or put something here. So instead of like that, let's say this is the Tor website, or let's say here Tor website. And here let's put some disgusting content. Okay, like this, because it was child pornography, by the way. So yeah, let's put that and let's refresh to see here. Yeah, you can see that it is here. So it's here, Tor website, some disgusting content, okay? All right, now for the Tor web server, we are ready to go. Now in the next lecture, we will start building the Elliot machine or the hacking machine, and then we will start the real stuff or the real hacking. All right, I will see you there. All right, for the Elliot or the hacking machine, we will start installing Kali Linux machine, the Kali Linux ISO from the official website. Then we will start see the tools that we will use. Let's start. All right, now the first thing, go to Google Kali Linux. Now go to the downloads, and here we will start installing our Kali Linux machine. So actually we will use a Kali Linux 64-bit, and we will have it as a live, okay? And by the way, we can have it as installer, it's okay. So we will have it either as a live or as an installer. For that, I will use Kali Linux 64 for as installer, and I will download it from torrent or from the ISO. Okay, so for the ISO, and we will have it like this. By the way, I already download that. So after this, let's open VirtualBox and let's press new and let's name it Kali machine, for example, and it is Linux, and it is because Kali Linux is not under one of these, so let's put other Linux 64 and press X. Now let's put 2 giga, or you can put 1 giga, but if you have a resource or you have a lot of RAM on your computer, laptop, PC, whatever, it's okay. Choose 2 giga or more. I will choose 2 giga, create, next, dynamic, next, the default values. All right. Now from here, go to the two things. Remember the storage and what? Yeah, you're right. The network. So the storage from here, choose Kali Linux live or installer. Depends on what you choose. All right. Now this is the storage, and then choose the network. Make sure only the adapter 1, and make sure it is bridged adapter, and choose the adapter you want and press OK. Now press start. So it will start here, and choose this time the Kali Linux, all right, for the disk. Here I will choose a graphical install. So actually let's, yeah, graphical install. So from the view here, actually let's put this, the virtual machine, to be scaled to 200% like this. Yeah, actually it's not good like that. Let's put it to 150. Yeah, this is better. So I will put English and United States, American English. Now here it will ask you for the host name. Leave it as is, Kali, no domain name. Now full name for the user, let's use it Elliot. Okay, continue. The username for the account, Elliot, and here we can choose Elliot as well. So the show password, Elliot as well. By the way, you can name it whatever you want. I'm just putting an example here because Elliot did the hack and we are using Elliot. All right, so it's up to you if you want to put your name, put a nickname, whatever. Okay, so continue and let's see. All right, now choose whatever time zone you want, or just press continue. Now we will use guided, use entire disk, continue, and choose the hard disk, all files in one partition, it's okay, and finish partition, continue. Right change to the disk, press yes and continue. Let's wait a little bit until installing the system is finished. All right, now we got this problem, installation step failed. Now actually this is because maybe of the hard disk is too low or the size is very low. 8 giga is not enough maybe. So how to do such a thing? Actually we want to quit from it, power off the machine, and from here let's press in setting and let's increase the storage. Okay, now a simple solution for that, actually to remove it, delete all files and just create a new one. Actually this is the fastest solution. This time let's create, but this time don't choose it 8 giga, let's have it for 25 giga or 30 giga. Okay, like this. So 30 giga like this. So create, and again from the setting let's go to the storage and let's choose the Kali Linux we have, the image, and let's press OK. And the network, by the way, don't forget the network. We will have it as a bridge, but for now leave it as NAT. We can change it again, okay, later on. So run that, and now just follow the steps like previously, all right, until you reach the install the system. All right, now we will start to this step. Use network mirrors, continue, and continue for none. So here it will ask you for install grub bootloader. You can say yes, continue, enter device manually, or actually choose the device you want and continue. Now you can see that finally installation complete, continue. Now it will start rebooting. So you can see that, press enter. Here we will choose Elliot and Elliot as a password. By the way, Kali Linux, the latest 2021 is now available, but I have actually 2020. Anyway, alright, now we are ready. So actually I want to go to the setting, to the display here, the display, and I want to increase the resolution a little bit. Alright, now in the next lecture, we will start the hacking and the real fun using Kali Linux machine as what Elliot did, and the real fun will start from there. I will see you there. Alright, now it's time to start the real hack. Now the first thing, make sure that your machines are active and running, and don't forget that the network must be bridged. So from here, make sure it is bridged, and make sure you choose the exact interface that you have. Alright, so this is the Tor, and this is for the Kali, which is the Elliot machine, the hacking machine. It is for bridge as well. Alright, now open it. Now here is the Ubuntu machine. Now actually make sure that the Tor service is running and active. Sudo su dash actually to go as a root user. Tor 123123. Yeah, if there is a mistake here. Alright. Yeah, cool. Now systemctl status. Actually let's I want to increase the font size. Systemctl start status Tor. Yeah, it is running, but it's better to restart it actually to make sure everything is working as expected. The same thing for Nginx. Alright, now let's run this tool or this netstate-ntlp. Yeah, you can see it is not here, so let's install it. Now we have this tool ss-ntlp, so you can see that it is running on port 80, which is the Nginx, and here on this port we have the Tor. By the way, sorry about this because actually this is better, I think. So you can see that here it is the Tor, where it is. Yeah, here it is. The user is for Tor here. Alright, which is running localhost on this port. Alright, cool. So we are running. Now actually let's go to the etc Tor, or actually not the etc Tor, it is var lib Tor hidden services, and inside it we have the hostname. So let's go to hostname, let's copy it, and let's open the Tor browser. And actually I download it here in the downloads. Here it is. So I will go to it, and here open the terminal here and /start the name of the browser, which is the bash script, by the way, or shell script, let's say. So here it will open in a moment. Yeah, here it is. You can see that it is now running. Now let's paste that to see if it is working or not. Alright, cool. Now you can see that, it is running successfully. Now you can see that Tor website. Here are some disgusting content or whatever, the child pornography website that Elliot captured. Alright, now here it is. Okay. Alright, cool. Now let's clear the screen and let's go to the another machine, which is the Kali Linux machine. Now here, if you open the terminal like this, so actually let's increase this font size. So actually if I type ifconfig, you can see that here is the IP address, which is, as you can see, the subnet is .192.168.8 and 113, so 8.1.1.3. But here actually if I type ifconfig like this, you can see that it is 8.1.1.4, which is the same subnet or the same network. Okay, cool. Which means that we are serving the Tor website on the same bandwidth. As in the show, they serve the Tor website on Ron's Coffee network or bandwidth, All right. So we are ready to go. So from here, actually, the first thing we want to make the man in the middle attack. So for that, we will use the technique ARP spoofing. Okay. And for that, the tool we will use, actually, let's go sudo dash. So, which is Elliot 123 or actually it is just Elliot. All right, now we will use the tool called ettercap. So you can see that ettercap like this, and if I man it, so he will open the manual. This is a multi-purpose sniffer content filter for man in the middle attacks. All right. Now there are a lot of tools for man in the middle attacks. By the way, there are ARP spoofing, man in the middle framework, a lot of things actually. You can read more, but this one is good. So for it, we will use the -T option, which is the text-only interface, as you can see. Also, we will use the -M capital, and the M here actually is the man in the middle attack. As you can see, -M or -MITM, which is man in the middle attack. And for that, we will use ARP, okay, which is this one, all right? And we will use remote. So by the way, you can read more about this tool, what is remote, what is one way, but briefly, remote, which is two-way. One way, which is one way, all right? So from this IP to this IP, or from as one direction or multi-direction, okay? Don't worry, we will handle it. Now, the first thing, ettercap, and then -T, which means text and as a verbose, -I, the Ethernet or the interface actually. And how to do that? Just type ifconfig. And you can see that here, the Ethernet or the interface I'm using is ETH0, Ethernet 0. And by the way, this is inside the VirtualBox. Okay, so I will use F0. And here we will use -M capital, as we learned previously, ARP, like this, and we will choose remote. Okay, now remote here, we will provide the first IP address, as you can see here, and then the second IP address. Okay, all right. Now the first IP address, which is the IP address of the network or of the router actually. Now how to know about it? Now remember when Elliot actually connected to the Ron's Cafe. So, and Ron's Cafe access point or the switch will have the DHCP protocol enabled. So it will give him an IP, as well as we will understand that this is the network and here is the subnet for it. So we understand that these are the network part and these are the host part. So most likely it will be 192.168.8.1. All right, cool. And to know the IP address of the network, we will use the route command, route-n, and you can see that the gateway we are going to, which is this one. If you notice here, this one is the same as this one as the subnet, this first part, which is the network part. So actually, let's increase the font size. So here 192.168.8. Here it is 192.168.8.1, which is this is the gateway or the IP of the router. So from here I will put it, okay, and put // then / the IP of the victim, okay, which is the IP of the Tor machine. Cool, which is this one, okay, Tor 123.123. Now you may ask me, but I don't have access on this Tor machine. How should I know it? All right, it's okay, I got you. So if I type ifconfig, this is the IP of it, all right? But how should I know this is the IP for this specific machine? All right, for that, we will use a tool called netdiscover, okay? So actually, let's go sudo -dash to go as a root user, Elliot user. So here we will have command called netdiscover, okay, like this. And if I type enter, it will start scanning all the IPs inside the network. So let's give it some times until we got the IPs, okay? Now after a time, I got these IPs. So this is the IP of the router. You can see Huawei technology, whatever. Here is one of the clients, Intel Cooperate, whatever. Here is another client, which is BCS and system, whatever. Now how Elliot knows that this is the IP for this machine, actually, he will try guessing here, okay? And actually, it took him a lot of times to detect if there are a lot of clients, what are the clients today. He came to the cafe a lot of times actually, and he starts scanning until he reach to the conclusion that this is the IP of this Tor server. Okay, so I can stop it right now and I can take this IP. So let's make sure that it's 114. Actually, if I go here, yeah, it is 114, which is the same one. All right. Now, actually, remember this virtual machine, this one, the Kali machine, is completely separate from the Tor server, by the way, because we are using a virtual machines. So how did I know that? Because they are in the same network, and using the NetDiscover tool, we discover that this is the IP of the machine. All right, now let's copy it and let's put it here. And again, the same syntax, which is // So the syntax will be like this. Ettercap, again, a quick recap here. We will use the command, which is ettercap, -t capital, which means text or verbose, -i the interface, which is F0 that I'm using on Kali Linux on my hacking machine, -m capital, which means man in the middle attack, and the technique will be ARP with remote, and the difference between remote and one way, which means remote, which means that we will send traffic and intercept the traffic between this IP and this IP, and we will send the traffic between them, not as a one way, as a bi-directional. All right, which means from this to this and from this to this. All right, and this is the IP of the gateway or the router or the switch in our topology, and this is the IP of the Tor machine. How did we know about this? We used the NetDiscover tool and we found it here. Now, it is not as simple as that, because there are, imagine we have 10 or 15 clients that are connected to the network. So actually it took him a lot of time, maybe 1 month, maybe 2-3 months, I don't know actually, until he discovered that this is the IP, or this is the static IP. So the first day he found that there are 10 or 20 IP, and the other day there are another IPs, and he made a list, okay, with the IPs he found, and he found out that this IP keeps showing over and over in the list he made. So he assumed that this is the IP of the machine, so he will start doing it. So actually, before that, he will start intercepting the traffic. All right. Now, by doing that, I will start intercepting the traffic and doing man the middle attack. Again, I warn you to do that to harm others. Please do it to defend yourself, your business, cafe, or wherever, okay, from such attacks. All right, press enter. Now you can see that it will start showing. So here actually we are starting intercepting the traffic and so on. So this is the first step. All right. Now if I go here, actually, if I open the browser, which is Tor website, if I refresh it and it is opened. So if I go here, actually it got that and intercepted here through our network card. So it's time to start sniffing the traffic. Now here, to intercept the traffic, now it's time to start sniffing the traffic. How to do that? Actually, we will use sudo Wireshark, okay, or open the Wireshark from here, okay. It's okay, but I prefer it to run it as a root, actually, like this. Cool. Now we will choose the traffic interface, or the network interface, which is F0, and here actually is the network interface that we are running the attack on, or that we are intercepting the traffic, man in the middle attack. All right, so we will choose it, and from here we'll start intercepting everything. So actually there are a lot of information, a lot of data, and so on. Now actually, how do you detect a Tor website? Okay, now the first thing, there are a lot of methods or way to detect a Tor website. The first thing, using the Tor port number. By default, the Tor port number is the TCP.port. Actually, I'm using the filter here. Equal 9001. Okay? Yeah, we got it. Okay? From our first try, we got that there are a Tor website running on Tor server. Okay? Now, how actually did I know this is the default port number for Tor website? Now, actually, it's not from me. I just read about it. This is the default port number. How it is the port 80, the default for HTTP. This is the default port for Tor. Simple. Now, this is one of the way to detect a Tor website. Now, some people change this default because they want to make it very hard to capture the traffic or capture there is a Tor website running. So they change this default port to something else. So we cannot use this method. We need another method. And what is the method? Actually, by typing the IPs. All right. Now remember from the topology, from the theory side, from Tor, or how Tor works, that we mentioned that there are exit nodes or entry guards, right? And they have a public IPs available. All right. Now, if we have a list of the known public IPs for the entry guards or the exit nodes and compare it here, then we can find it. And you can see that this is the IP. You can see that. So if I remove this, so let's remove this filter. So you can see that there are a lot of traffic. All right. Now I am intercepting that the source is coming from this and going to this arbitrary destination public IP address. Okay. And the protocol is TLS, whatever. Okay. So for the source IP, I know that this is the IP of the Tor machine. We saw that 8.114. We saw that. Now the destination, what is this IP address? All right. So I want to make sure that this IP is not one of the entry guard or exit nodes. Okay. So if it is one of these, so we make sure that this is a Tor website. So we are communicating, or this Tor server, the Ubuntu server, I mean this one, is communicating with a Tor website, and he got connection from an exit node or whatever. Okay. Now, by the way, I used the Tor browser or Tor client from the same machine. So if I have it from another machine, it is okay. It will be the same actually. Okay. Because we got connection through our network from some IP address through this. So either it is coming from the same network of Ron's Cafe, or it is coming from a network from outside Ron's Cafe through the internet, as we saw previously. Okay, it's okay. It is the same after all. Either running or seeing if it is a TCP port on port 9001, or we can see that there are some public IPs address. You can see that there are some public IP address, and let's start checking these public IP addresses. For that, actually, I provided you with these links. Actually, I got this from the official documentation, the relay search. We already know that the relay or the nodes in Tor network are running as a volunteer around the world. All right. So some of these bad people are using these relay or these nodes as entry guard or as exit nodes. Okay. So we will assume that in the show that the Tor website was using one of these nodes, okay, from these, and Elliot, he captured this. So actually, let's take this IP for example. So actually, if we have this IP address, which is this one, okay, so let's search about it, 219, okay. Now you can see that it is not here, okay. Now let's find here in the entry guard. So this is for the entry guard, by the way. As you can see, the search is, oh, sorry, for the exit guard, for the exit node. The flag is exit. Here, for the entry guard or the guards. So if I found it here, if I search about it here, oh, you can see we found it. So which means that this IP address is used as a guard. Where it is, here it is, yeah. As entry guard or as a guard, which means that, yeah, this traffic, where it is, yeah, here it is, that this means that this IP address, which is the IP address of Tor, is contacting an entry guard or exit node with this public IP address. We assumed now that 90% or more, actually, let's say it is 97%, we are seeing a Tor traffic, okay? By the way, we already assumed that by seeing the TCP port, which is 9001. We already saw that, but imagine if that the default port has been changed, okay? So this is the other way, which is by looking or by searching for the public IP we are talking to. So the public IP of the entry guard or the exit node, we found it here, we search about it here, and I provide you, by the way, with these links. And actually you can search it here from the official documentation or the official website. And we noticed, or we know that this is our Tor website that are running on this specific port, okay? Now, not specific here on this specific IP, because this IP is the IP of the Tor server itself, all right? Because we are running the Tor client or Tor browser from the same server. All right, so far so good. Now, we noticed that this is the IP of the server that are coming or going to this one. So we came with a conclusion. This IP is the IP of the server that we are contacting an exit node or entry guard, whatever, which is used in the Tor network. So we will assume that this IP address is the IP address. So let's stop that. So we will assume that this IP address is the IP address of the Tor server, or maybe Tor client. I don't know actually. We don't know. So how to make sure? We will start scanning this IP address. So actually, let's stop that by typing Ctrl+C. All right. We don't need to intercept anymore. Okay. Let's quit from this. Let's quit from the Kali, from the Wireshark. Let's quit from it. We don't need it anymore. Now we assume that this is the IP address, which is this one, .168.8.114. This is the IP address of this suspicious Tor server. Maybe Tor server, maybe not. How to make sure? We will start using the Nmap utility or tool. So Nmap to start scanning. So Nmap this IP address, and you can see that it will show us only the port 8000 because by default this is the first 1000. So let's type this time -p- to scan all the ports, and let's give it some time because the port 9000 is not within the first 1000. By the way, you can see not shown, 999 closed. All right, cool. Now you can see that even though we scanned everything, as you can see all ports, so you can see that all the ports are closed. Now why the port 9001 is not opened here? Because if you noticed here in the Tor server, yeah, I know we don't have access yet on this server, but we already know the technology. So from here, actually, if you go to the vim etc Tor RC or Tor RC, you can see that if I go to the dir something, where it is, yeah, the hidden service dir, you can see that it is running 80 on the localhost 80. All right. So here it is. So you can see that it is running locally. So you can see that here it is. So the port that are running 9000, you can change it, by the way. Okay. So we didn't. So by that, actually, we made sure that, yeah, it is running on port 80. So this is HTTP Service Engine X. And why we use it? Why we use that? On port 9001. Okay. So you can see that it is on this IP address and on this 9000 port, which means that, yeah, it is a Tor website 100% on this IP address. All right. Now here's come the part of how to hack the machine. Now actually hacking Tor website or Tor exit node is very hard. So how Elliot managed to hack this specific server? Now they didn't give much details about how he hacked it, but maybe he found some vulnerability on this machine, okay? So maybe he was able to access it through the network, as you can see, because it is port 80. So, or he can find there is a bug or vulnerability running in this server, and he compromised the system by that. But from the dialogue, he said that he is the one in control of the exit node, which makes me the one on control. So from this dialogue, we understand that he compromised not the Tor server, he compromised the exit node, which is actually harder than compromising the server itself. So if he said that, yeah, we noticed that the server in the same network, and I scanned it, I found there are some vulnerability and start hacking it, though actually this is a better. But he said that no, he compromised the exit node, that referring to this machine. Now how to compromise a Tor exit nodes or IntriGuard? Actually it's very hard. You need to compromise almost 90% of the Tor relay networks around the world, and then you will start capturing the traffic on each one, and then you can detect that it is going to Tor on Ron's Cafe, and this what makes it hard actually. So this is just for the show, this is not real 100%, to be honest. So theoretically it is possible, but actually it takes a lot of dedication, effort, time, and on top of that you need a lot of luck. Actually 90% you need luck, to be honest. Because from the theory part, I showed you that choosing the relay or choosing the circuit for this Tor network, it requires randomization, and to know exactly that the traffic going from this place to this Tor server is very hard. So how he managed to do that, I don't know actually. But I think this is for the sake of the show. After all, they need some drama, right? By the way, I provided you the method how to hack a Tor website, the ways to hack a website, Tor website? Well, it sounds insane or impossible. Let's say hard, but just as a theory part, okay? So we will assume that actually to be a real life, that in the Tor, in Ron's Cafe, the Tor server exists, and here it is the IP address of it. And he managed to find a vulnerability here inside this server, and he started hacking it, and he managed to hack it by exploiting that vulnerability. And which is clearly they didn't show us and they didn't give much details about it. Alright, thanks for watching. DDoS attack scene. We saw that Elliot is brought in to stop the DDoS attack. So he discovered that the attack is a vehicle for more serious attack, which is a root attack or rootkit program, a stealthy sort of malicious program that hides its presence well on the system, and it grants the cybercriminal privileged access to a computer or network. So in this case, the attack threatens to infect multiple E-Corp servers. Alright, now DDoS attack scene. Is it real or accurate? Is this hack possible in real life? Now I want to say yes, because DOS or DDoS attack actually is a real life, and it happens commonly. And it is one of the most dangerous attacks that happen in the cyber world. So, is it accurate 100%? No, I will not say it is 100% accurate, because the tools that used in the show or some of the techniques are not accurate 100%, or the commands actually used in the terminal are not real. Or maybe if they have their own commands for this specific server or their own operating system, now this is another story. Alright? Okay, now here in this scene, in this section, we will learn what is a DDoS attack and how does a DDoS attack works, and how to identify a DDoS attack, what is a DDoS botnet, what is the botnet, so how this botnet thing controlled, and how to protect from becoming part of a botnet. I mean your computer, your IoT devices, smart TVs, whatever. And common DDoS attacks, we will handle it. DDoS attack tools, we will see the available known DDoS attack tools. We will see a famous real-life DDoS attacks that happened, and the countermeasure for the DDoS attack. Alright? Now, what is a DDoS attack? Now, the distributed denial of service or DDoS attack is a malicious attempt to distribute the normal traffic of a targeted server, service, or network by overwhelming the target or its surrounding infrastructure with a flood of internet traffic. So, DDoS attacks achieve effectiveness by utilizing multiple compromised computer systems as sources of attack. So actually, we have DOS and DDoS. So DOS, denial of service, the extra D for distributed, which means we have a lot, as you can see that, a lot of compromised systems, network of that. And exploited machines can include computers and other network resources such as IoT devices like smart TVs, fridges, whatever. Now, from a high level, the DDoS attack is like an unexpected traffic jam clogging up the highway, preventing a regular traffic from arriving at its destination. By the way, I got this information from a trusted source. How does a DDoS attack works? Now, DDoS attacks are carried out with networks of internet-connected machines. These networks consist of computers and other devices, such as IoT devices, which have been infected with a malware, allowing them to be controlled remotely by an attacker. And these individual devices are referred to as bots or zombies. And a group of bots is called a botnet. Don't worry, we will talk about botnet in details. Now, once a botnet has been established, the attacker is able to direct an attack by sending remote instructions to each bot. So when a victim's server or network is targeted by the botnet, each bot sends requests to the target IP addresses, potentially causing the server or network to become overwhelmed, resulting in denial of service to normal traffic. Because each bot is a legitimate internet device, separating the attack traffic from normal traffic can be difficult. Why is that? Because these are normal devices, and maybe they are normal users, by the way. So how to distinguish between normal traffic and DDoS traffic? It is very hard. Well, actually, there are a lot of ways,
but it is not 100% accurate. Okay? We will see them in the next lectures. How to identify a DDoS attack. Now, the most obvious symptom of DDoS attack is a site or service suddenly becoming slow or unavailable. But since a number of causes, such as a legitimate spike in traffic, can create a similar performance issues, further investigation is usually required. So traffic analytics tools can help you spot some of these telltale signs of DDoS attack. Suspicious amount of traffic originates from a single IP address or IP range. A flood of traffic from users who share a single behavioral profile, such as device type, geolocation, or web browser version. Unexplained search in request to a single page or endpoint. Odd traffic patterns such as spikes at odd hours of the day or patterns that appear to be unnatural, for example, spike every 10 minutes. DDoS botnet or bot networks. Now, what is a botnet? A botnet refers to a group of computers which have been infected by malware and have come under the control of malicious actors. The term botnet came from the words robot and network, and each infected device is called a bot. Botnets can be designed to accomplish illegal or malicious tasks, including sending spam, stealing data, ransomware, fraudulently clicking on ads, or distributed denial of service attacks. How is a botnet controlled? Now, a core characteristic of botnet is the ability to receive updated instruction from the bot header. The ability to communicate with each bot in the network allows the attacker to alternate attack vectors, change the targeted IP address, terminate an attack, and other customized actions. Botnet designs vary, but the control structures can be broken down into two general categories. The first one, which is the client-server botnet model. Now, the client-server model mimics the traditional remote workstation workflow, where each individual machine connects to a centralized server or small number of centralized servers in order to access information. And in this model, each bot will connect to a command and control center, which is CNC, called CNC, resource like a web domain or an IRC channel in order to receive instruction. Now, a web domain or an IRC channel in order to receive instruction by using these centralized repositories to serve up a new commands for the botnet, an attacker simply needs to modify the source material that each botnet consumes from a command center in order to update instruction to the infected machine. So the centralized server in control of the botnet, maybe it is a device owned and operated by the attacker, or it may be infected device. So the first topology, actually, which is the star network topology for this client server, as you can see, bots. Here we have bots, okay, and here is the server, which is the CNC server centralized. We have multi-server network topology, which is like this, but we don't have just a single CNC or a server. We have multiple server, okay. Also, we have the hierarchical network topology, which is we have the CNC server and we have bots, and these bots have bots, and so on. All right, cool. Now we have the other model, which is the peer-to-peer botnet. To circumvent the vulnerabilities of the client-server model, botnets have more recently been designed using components of decentralized peer-to-peer file sharing. Embedding the control structure inside the botnet eliminates the single point of failure present in a botnet with a centralized server, so making mitigation efforts more difficult, because this is a peer-to-peer after all, not like this client server. If the server go down, then the whole infrastructure go down. No, peer-to-peer. So we have a massive amount of infrastructure or nodes and works as, or devices, let's say, works as a botnet. Now, peer-to-peer bots can be both clients and command centers. So that's what makes peer-to-peer is very dangerous. So working hand in hand with their neighboring nodes to propagate data. Also, peer-to-peer botnets maintain a list of trusted computers with which they can give and receive communication and update their malware. By limiting the number of other machines the bot connects to, each bot is only exposed to adjacent devices, making it harder to track and more difficult to mitigate.
Lacking a centralized command server makes a peer-to-peer botnet more vulnerable to control by someone other than the botnet's creator. To protect against loss of control, decentralized botnets are typically encrypted so that access is limited. Now here is a graph for the botnet peer-to-peer. As you can see, all of them is working either as a bot or as a CNC server. So that's what makes the peer-to-peer is very dangerous. So it's not just if we get rid of the CNC server, then everything go down. No, actually each device infected with this malware will act as CNC or as a bot, which is a huge problem we have here. Now, how can you protect your devices from becoming part of the botnet? The first thing, create a secure password. So for many vulnerable devices, reducing exposure to botnet vulnerability can be as simple as changing the administrative credentials to something other than the default username and password. And creating a secure password makes brute force cracking difficult. Creating a very secure password makes brute forcing cracking virtually impossible. The other way, allow only trusted execution of third-party code. If you adopt the mobile phone model of software execution, only allow application may run, granting more control to terminate software deemed as malicious, botnets included. So only an exploitation of the supervisor software or the kernel may result in exploitation of the device. Periodic system wipe restores. Restoring to known good state after a set time will remove any gunk a system has collected, botnet software included. This strategy, when used as preventative measure, ensures even slightly running malware gets thrown out with trash. Implement a good ingress and egress filtering. Other more advanced strategies include filtering practices at network router and firewalls. A principle of secure network design is layering. You have the least restriction around publicly accessible resources while continually beefing up security for things you deem sensitive. HTTP flood attack. What is an HTTP flood attack? It is a type of volumetric distributed denial of service attack designed to overwhelm a target server with HTTP requests. Once the target has been saturated with requests and is unable to respond to normal traffic, denial of service will occur for additional requests from actual users. So here you can see that, we have bot 1, 2, 3. We will get, the server here, and here is the client. Here is a normal client or normal user, but here is a malicious botnet. From the botnet, we have a malicious bot. So you can see the server will receive HTTP GET flood from the bots. So when the client trying to access the server, he will not be able to access it because it is already overwhelmed. How does a HTTP flood attack works actually? In details, HTTP flood attacks are type of layer 7. Now the layer 7 is the application layer of the OSI model and refers to internet protocols such as HTTP. Now HTTP is the basis of browser-based internet request and is commonly used to load web page to send from content over the internet. Mitigating application layer attacks is particularly complex as the malicious traffic is difficult to distinguish from normal traffic. Now the types of HTTP flood attacks. The first one, which is the HTTP GET attack and the HTTP BOST. So let's start with the HTTP GET attack. In this form of attack, multiple computers or other devices are coordinated to send multiple requests for images, files, or some other assist from a targeted server. When the target is inundated with incoming requests and responses, denial of service will occur to additional requests from legitimate traffic sources. The other type is HTTP BOST attack. Now typically, when a form is submitted on a website, the server must handle the incoming request and push the data into a persistence layer, most often a database. Now the process of handling the form, data, and running the necessary database commands is relatively intensive compared to the amount of processing power and bandwidth required to send the BOST request. So this attack utilizes the disparity in relative resource consumption by sending many BOST requests directly to a targeted server until its capacity is saturated and denial of service occurs. So how can an HTTP flood attack be mitigated, or how to protect ourselves from such attacks? Mitigating layer 7 attacks is complex actually and often multifaceted. One method is to implement a challenge to the requesting machine in order to test whether or not it is a bot, much like the CAPTCHA test commonly found when creating an account online. So you put the CAPTCHA there and make sure you are not a robot or I am a human test, alright? Now by giving a requirement such as JavaScript computational challenge, many attacks can be mitigated, alright? Now this is not 100% because if you have your botnet intelligence or AI, artificial intelligence, maybe you can bypass this CAPTCHA by the way. But this will mitigate it. Actually, it will mitigate a lot of the attacks. Now, other avenues for stopping HTTP flood include the use of a web application firewall, which is the WAF, managing an IP reputation database in order to track and selectively block malicious traffic. And actually, this will mitigate a lot actually, and this is commonly used nowadays, running the WAF in front of your servers. It will mitigate a lot of the attacks you will get. SYN flood attack. Now, what is the SYN flood attack? It is a type of denial of service attack which aims to make a server unavailable to legitimate traffic by consuming all available server resources. By repeatedly sending initial connection requests SYN packets, the attacker is able to overwhelm all available ports on a targeted server machine, so causing the targeted device to respond to a legitimate traffic sluggishly or not at all. So it uses the TCP protocol. So how does a SYN flood attack work? SYN flood attacks work by exploiting the handshake process of a TCP connection. Under normal conditions, TCP connection exhibits three distinct processes in order to make a connection. First, the client sends a SYN packet to the server in order to initialize the connection. Then the server responds to that initial packet with a SYN ACK packet in order to acknowledge the communication. Finally, the client returns an ACK or acknowledgement packet to acknowledge the receipt of the packet from the server. After completing this sequence of packet sending and receiving, the TCP connection is open and able to send and receive data. So here you can see that here is the server and here is the client, for example. So here is the client actually. So if you can see that the client will go, this is SYN to the server. The server will respond with SYN ACK, which means synchronization. As you can see, SYN synchronization, ACK acknowledgement. So SYN ACK, and it will respond with ACK. All right. Now to create a denial of service, an attacker exploits the fact that after an initial SYN packet has been received, the server will respond back with one or more SYN ACK packets and wait for the final step in the handshake. So here you can see this is the target, and here is the bot, and the attacker will control this bot. So you can see that it will spoof SYN packet to this target or to this innocent machine or device, and this will start sending SYN ACK to the server. Okay, so we have the server here, and we don't need to directly go to it by typing SYN ACK. No, or SYN actually, we will not start that. We will spoof a SYN packet, and we will assume that the source IP is coming from this server, but actually it is coming from the bot. So the target here, or the innocent target, will thought that, yeah, I will go with SYN ACK to this server, okay, which will let this server or this machine respond to a different people or different machines, which actually they didn't initialize a connection on the first place. So the attacker sent a high volume of SYN packets to the targeted server, often with the spoofed IP addresses. Spoofed, which means that the source IP address has been changed. The server then responds to each one of the connection requests and leaves an open port ready to receive the response. While the server waits for the final ACK packet, which never arrives, the attacker continues to send more SYN packets.
So the arrival of each new SYN packet causes the server to temporarily maintain a new open port connection for a certain length of time. And once all the available ports have been utilized, the server is unable to function normally. So how a SYN flood attack mitigated? So how to protect ourselves from such attacks? Now this is a dangerous attack, by the way. You saw. So the first thing, increasing the backlog queue. Now each operating system on targeted device has a certain number of half-open connections that it will allow. One response to high volumes of SYN packet is to increase the maximum number of possible half-open connections the operating system will allow. Now in order to successfully increase the maximum backlog, the system must reserve additional memory resources to deal with all the new requests. And if the system doesn't have enough memory to be able to handle the increased backlog queue size, system performance will be negatively impacted, but that still may be better than denial of service, of course. Now recycling the oldest half-open TCP connection. Now this is another method. So another mitigating strategy involves overwriting the oldest half-open connection once the backlog has been filled. This strategy requires that the legitimate connections can be fully established in less time than the backlog can be filled with malicious SYN packets. This particular defense fails when the attack volume is increased or if the backlog size is too small to be practical. SYN cookie. Now we have the SYN cookies method. This strategy involves the creation of a cookie by the server. In order to avoid the risk of dropping connection when the backlog has been filled, the server responds to each connection request with a SYN ACK packet, but then drops the SYN request from the backlog, removing the request from memory and leaving the port open and ready to make new connection. If the connection is a legitimate request and a final ACK packet is sent from the client machine back to the server will then reconstruct, with some limitation by the way, the SYN backlog queue entry. And while this mitigation effort does lose some information about the TCP connection, it is better than allowing denial of service to occur to legitimate users as a result of attack. So we have the client and the server. So the server will receive the SYN, then the server will respond with SYN ACK. Now he will drop that from, as you can see, he will drop it from the backlog. So you can see that he will drop the SYN request from the backlog, but the server, by the way, he respond with SYN ACK. So if he receive ACK, I mean the server, if he receive, as you can see, a final ACK, so the server will reconstruct the connection, but by the way, with some limitation. Well, actually, you can read more about this, which is the SYN cookies. DNS amplification attack. What is DNS amplification attack? It is a DDoS attack, and it is a reflection-based volumetric distributed denial of service attack in which an attacker reflects the functionality of open DNS resolvers in order to overwhelm a target, server, or network with an amplified amount of traffic, rendering the server and its surrounding infrastructure inaccessible. Now, how does this DNS amplification attack works? The first thing, the attacker uses a compromised endpoint to send UDP packets with a spoofed IP addresses to a DNS recursor. The spoofed address of the packets points to the real IP address of the victim. After receiving the request, the DNS resolvers, which is trying to be helpful by responding, sends a large response to the spoofed IP address. After receiving the request, the DNS resolver, which is trying to be helpful by responding, sends a large response to the spoofed IP address, and the IP address of the target receives the response, and the surrounding network infrastructure becomes overwhelmed with the deluge of traffic, resulting in denial of service. How to mitigate the DNS amplification attack? The first thing, reduce the total number of open DNS resolvers. So an essential component of DNS amplification attack is access to open DNS resolvers. By having a poorly configured DNS resolvers exposed to the internet, all an attacker needs to do to utilize a DNS resolver is to discover it.
So ideally, DNS resolvers should only provide their services to devices that originate within a trusted domain. In the case of reflection-based attacks, the open DNS resolvers will respond to queries from anywhere on the internet, allowing the potential for exploitation. Restricting a DNS resolver so that it will only respond to queries from trusted sources makes the server a poor vehicle for any type of amplification attack. The other method, by source IP verification to stop the spoofed packets leaving the network. So because the UDP request being sent by the attacker's botnet must have a source IP address spoofed to the victim's IP addresses, a key component in reducing the effectiveness of UDP-based amplification attack is for Internet Service Provider or the ISPs to reject any internal traffic with spoofed IP addresses. So if a packet is being sent from inside the network with a source IP address that makes it appear like it originates outside the network, it's likely a spoofed packet and can be dropped. The ping or ICMP flood DDoS attack. Now what is the ping or the ICMP flood attack? A ping flood is a denial of service attack in which the attacker attempts to overwhelm a targeted device with ICMP echo request packets, causing the target to becoming inaccessible to normal traffic. The ICMP is Internet Control Message Protocol that used to check the connection, for time synchronization and a lot of things actually. So when the attack traffic comes from multiple devices, the attack becomes a DDoS or distributed denial of service. So how it works actually? The first thing, the attacker sends many ICMP echo request packets to the targeted server using multiple devices. Then the targeted server sends an ICMP echo reply packet to each requesting a device IP address as a response. So here you can see, here is the attacker controlling the botnet or the bot, and here is the target. So the bot will send ICMP echo request, and the target will reply with ICMP echo reply, and the same thing, echo request, echo reply, echo request, echo reply. And imagine that we have 100 bot here, actually not 100, 100k, 100,000 actually, or 1 million bot, and we are going to the same target or the same server, it will cause it to go down or denial of service. Now, how this can be mitigated, how this attack can be mitigated, or how to protect from such attacks. The first thing, disabling a ping flood is most easily accomplished by disabling the ICMP functionality of the targeted router, computer, or other devices, which I think by default nowadays it is disabled by default. Now a network administrator can access the administrative interface of the device and disable its ability to send and receive any request using the ICMP, effectively eliminating both the processing of the request and the echo reply. And the consequence of this is that all network activities that involve ICMP are disabled, making the device unresponsive to ping request, trace route request, and other network activities. Low and slow attack. Now what is low and slow attack? The low and slow attack is a type of DDoS or DOS attack that relies on a small stream of very slow traffic targeting application or server resources. So unlike more traditional brute force attacks, low and slow attacks require a very little bandwidth and can be hard to mitigate, as they generate traffic that is very difficult to distinguish from normal traffic. So while large-scale DDoS attacks are likely to be noticed quickly, low and slow attacks can go on undetected for a long period of time, all while denying or slowing service to real users. So how this low and slow attack works? The slow LoRa's tool connects to a server and then slowly sends partial HTTP headers. This causes the server to keep the connection open so that it can receive the rest of the headers, tying up the thread. Another tool called Rudy, or Are You Dead Yet? And actually we saw it in the show when Elliot say, oh, that's awesome. So this is tools actually used to generate HTTP post request to fill out form fields. It tells the servers how much data to expect, but then sends that data in a very slowly
so the server keeps the connection open because it is anticipating more data. Yet another type of low and slow attack is the suck stress attack. Suck stress attack, which exploits a vulnerability in the TCP/IP three-way handshake, creating an indefinite connection. So how to detect low and slow attack? The rate detection techniques used to identify and stop traditional DDoS attacks will not pick up on a low and slow attack since they look like normal traffic. So the best shot at detecting them is careful monitoring and logging of server resource usage combined with behavioral analysis. Compare traffic and user behavior during normal times to traffic and user behavior during the potential attack period. So if servers are performing slowly or crashing and a low and slow attack is suspected, one sign of such an attack is that normal user processes take much longer. And if a user action such as filling out a form typically takes a few seconds but is instead taking minutes or hours, occupying far more server resources than normal, a low and slow attack may be the cause. So how to stop low and slow attack? Actually, one way to mitigate a low and slow attack is to upgrade your server availability. The more connections your server can simultaneously maintain, the more difficult it will be an attack to clog your server. The problem with this approach is that an attacker can attempt to scale their attack to meet your server's availability. And another solution is a reverse proxy-based protection, which will mitigate low and slow attacks before they ever reach your origin server. DDoS attack tools. Now the first one, which is LOIC, or the Low Orbit Ion Cannon. Now the LOIC is an open source stress testing application, and it allows for both TCP and UDP protocol layer attacks to be carried out using a user-friendly WYSIWYG interface. Maybe I pronounce it wrong, sorry about this. Due to the popularity of the original tool, derivatives have been created that allow attacks to be launched using a web browser. So you can see that this is the tool actually. So you can see that it has an interface. This is the URL to log on. And here is the IP. And as you can see, charging my laser as it is a Canon or Canon, as you can see here. The timeout, the HTTP subsets. Actually, it has a lot of options and a lot of functionality. Now the second one, which is the HOIC, the High Orbit Ion Cannon. This attack tool was created to replace the LOIC by expanding its capabilities and adding customizations. Using the HTTP protocol, the HOIC is able to launch targeted attacks that are difficult to mitigate. The software is designed to have a minimum of 50 people working together in a coordinated network effort. So you can see that here it is. Now it is more updated, as you can see, but by the way, yeah, fire the laser as well. And here you can put the target, the power booster, and a lot of options as well. The Slow Loris. Now Slow Loris is an application is designed to instigate low and slow attack on a targeted server. It needs relatively limited amount of resources in order to create a damaging effect. So by the way, here is the tool. By the way, this can be using Perl, Python, Java. Actually, depends on the programming language you have. But here is one of the example using the Perl language, by the way. Now we have the Rudy. Are You Dead Yet? And we already talked about it, mentioned in the show actually. So Rudy is another low and slow attack tool designed to allow the user to easily launch attacks using a simple point and click interface. And by opening multiple HTTP post requests and then keeping those connections open as long as possible, the attack aims to slowly overwhelm the targeted server. And you can see, by the way, again, the Are You Dead Yet or Rudy tool, you can have it with multiple programming language. So here, one of them actually, which is a Python, by the way. Now, how can I defend against DDoS or DOS tools? So since that DOS or DDoS attacks take a variety of forms, mitigating them requires a variety of tactics. Common tactics for stopping DDoS attacks include like this.
The rate limiting the number of requests a server will accept over a certain time window. Web application firewalls, tools that filter web traffic based on a series of rules. And Anycast network diffusion, placing a large distributed cloud network between a server and incoming traffic, providing additional computing resources with which to respond to requests. Famous DDoS attacks and the largest DDoS attacks of all time. Now the first thing, which is February 2020 attack reported by AWS. So AWS reported a massive DDoS attack in February of 2020 at its peak. This attack saw incoming traffic at a rate of 2.3 terabytes per second, which is very huge actually. And AWS didn't disclose which customer was targeted by the attack. So the attackers responsible used hijacked connection, less lightweight directory access protocol, the CLDAP web servers. And the CLDAP is a protocol for user directories. It is an alternative to LDAP, an older version of the protocol. CLDAP has been used in multiple DDoS attacks in recent years. Now we have the February of 2018, the GitHub DDoS attack, and here is one of the largest verifiable DDoS attacks on record targeted GitHub, a popular online code management service used by millions of developers. So this attack reached 1.3 terabytes per second, sending packets at the rate of 126.9 million per second. So the GitHub attack was memcached DDoS attack, and here, by the way, we didn't mention it actually, but it is one of the DDoS attacks types. You can read more about it. Okay. So there were no botnets involved. Instead, the attackers leveraged the amplification effect of a popular database caching system known as Memcached. And by flooding Memcached servers with spoofed requests, the attackers were able to amplify their attack by magnitude of about 50,000. Luckily, GitHub was using a DDoS protection service which was automatically alerted within 10 minutes of the start of the attack. This alert triggered the process of mitigating, and GitHub was able to stop the attack quickly. The massive DDoS attack only ended up lasting about 20 minutes. The 2016 DIN attack, and another massive DDoS attack, was directed at DIN, a major DNS provider, in October of 2016. This attack was devastating and created distribution for many major sites, including Airbnb, Netflix, PayPal, Visa, Amazon, The New York Times, Reddit, and GitHub. This was done using malware called Mirai. Mirai creates a botnet out of compromised Internet of Things IoT devices such as cameras, smart TVs, radios, printers, and even baby monitors. To create the attack traffic, these compromised devices are all programmed to send requests to a single victim. Fortunately, DIN was able to resolve the attack within 1 day, but the motive for the attack was never discovered. Activist groups claimed responsibility for the attack as a response to WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange being denied internet access in Ecuador. But there was no proof to back up this claim. There are also suspicions that the attack was carried out by a disgruntled gamer. The 2013 Spamhaus attack, sorry, maybe I mispronounce it. Another largest ever at the time attack was 2013 attack directed at Spamhaus, an organization that helps combat spam emails and spam related activity. So Spamhaus is responsible for filtering as much as 80% of all spam, which makes them a popular target for people who would like to see spam emails reach their intended recipients. So the attack drove traffic to Spamhaus at the rate of 300 gigabit per second. And this attack didn't achieve its goal, but it did cause major issue for Linux, the London Internet Exchange. And the main culprit of the attack turned out to be a teenager hacker for hire in Britain who was paid to launch this DDoS attack.